Alone in the woods, the girl made her way to grandmother's house. She knocked. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
When Red walked to the bed, the grandmother was astonished. My dear, she exclaimed, what big arms you have. They're better to hug you with. My dear, what big eyes you have. They're better to see you with. My dear, what big teeth you have.
Hello everybody, welcome to Ravenswatch. A new roguelite from the makers of Curse of the Dead Gods. One of the roguelites I think is one of the most well-designed roguelites, I guess of all time, action roguelites. It's a bit like Hades, but I would say a bit tighter game design, you know, not like these, it's not as, I don't know, like, you know, in Hades you can just run around and hit people randomly, and I think Curse of the Dead Gods is a bit more like Souls-like-y, where you have like resource management, you have to be like careful how often you dodge, and everything's very methodical. And this one here is a bit different. It is also very skillful, but it's also a bit more about becoming OP and killing stuff. So it's a little bit like Diablo meets Hades, I guess, and Curse of the Dead Gods, like these three mixed together. And it also has multiplayer for up to 3 people together, and it supposedly works very well. I never played it in co-op, but I did play it in single player when it came out in early access, and I also gave it a shot off stream just a couple of days ago and yesterday. So here, we're gonna play as the Snow Queen today. So there are a bunch of characters which you unlock just by playing, so I did unlock a few. There is no reset save file option for this one. I should still check if the game captures before I show you stuff. Yeah, great, it captures. It's kind of hard to start the intro right away, because actually the game has problem that actually the intro starts, not the problem, but it starts right away when you start the game, so it's kind of hard to show. Could you have to set up my stream stuff here on the side? Yeah, so there are like multiple characters that you can unlock. You can also use mouse and keyboard. I will be using gamepad controls without any additional modification. I mean, I've changed all the controls basically, but I'm not going to be using any third-party hardware to do automatic inputs. I think the controls are perfectly fine. There's nothing left to change, I think, in this one for now. Maybe I will play a character that plays differently, because every character is like unique, so I'm just like, you know, I might experiment with the controls a little bit. Okay, so yeah, let's hop right in and play as the Snow Queen, and I'll talk a little bit about the game. You also have different skins for the characters, so you can unlock those. I don't know where I got the skins here from, maybe from pre-ordering or something. I like this one better, but I'm still going to play with the default one first. There's also a lot of lore behind the characters. The game, by the way, I'm going to show you this quickly. The game has a great tutorialization thing here. This is basically what I would have hoped for the U50 games, a little bit stylized mini tutorial, almost like the retro booklets you can get from other games. It's very minimalistic, but it explains the core mechanics of the game very well. I really like this. It's very well done here. Okay, we're gonna play all characters once. I mean, not on stream necessarily, but I'm gonna play all characters once on the base difficulty. So we're gonna play the base difficulty. There are like different difficulty levels, 4, and then you have modifiers to make it even harder. The base difficulty is already quite challenging, so you might wanna just, you know, play that one. I mean, you have to play that one first and beat it, but it's a fun difficulty anyway. You don't need to instantly go for the higher one. Yeah, let's go and hop right in. The Snow Queen. And she's a frost mage, yeah. She's called the Snow Queen, but she's a frost mage basically. I mean, you could almost say she's like a Disney princess meets I forgot what I wanted to say. Disney Princess meets generic Frost Mage. And oh yeah, my game is still set as God of War on Twitch. Yeah, I knew I was going to forget something. You have to change so much every single time. That's actually true. No, actually I left it on God of War so you come by and check it out. I'm just kidding. Just to bait you in, Apricorn. No, I hope you're doing well. Yeah, we played a lot of God of War yesterday, but the game has an issue that has not been resolved yet. They did fix the controller issue, like the stick issue yesterday, that they patched yesterday in, so it's already fixed. But they did not fix the VRAM issue. I think the VRAM issue is kind of bad, and I think we're gonna have to hold off until they find a better solution. Yeah, they need an option or something for that. Like the texture pop-in now is fucking bad, and yeah, they need to fix that. Okay, but so it's a roguelite. You can choose upgrades. In this case, you start with a talent. Talents are basically unique things that you can only get here, and they sometimes have quests, like this one, for example, that will upgrade themselves every single time. Get additional damage here. And once you're done with the quest, you get an additional bonus. Yeah, so the quest is usually very, very good. And you... I feels like you often want to pick the quest, yeah. So there are also options in this game. I already did them. So this is what they look like. Minimalistic, but there's render scale. There's like a little bit of stuff, right? But not too much. Then you have like... Here, very nice setup here, actually. Master volume at 100%, not a big deal because everything else is starting at 50%. So it's basically already kind of nice in that way that you have like this option to just make single sliders louder if you want to. Yeah, full customizable controls, very clean UI, still stylized but very, very clean. Like it. Yeah, not much to actually criticize about this one. Yeah, you have a dash, which is on cooldown. You can see the cooldown in next to my HP bar in green in the center of the screen. And then you have, which is kind of cool, you have this mouse cursor here for the mini-map that shows you the different objective types. And you have your skills right here. There are quite a lot, actually. So you have your traits. And traits can be passive or active or both. And in this case, it's passive and active, so both. And you can see some abilities apply chill to enemies hit, decreasing their movement speed by 40% for 5 seconds. An active briefly becomes intangible, which is basically invulnerable, iframes basically, and shatter all chilled enemies, dealing 60 damage to them and removing the chilled status. Okay, and shootouts and ice dance that pierce through enemies. Yeah, so chill basically is applied by other abilities, I assume. Yeah, here, for example, and Frost Blast, a large area of frost, dealing 50 damage into the area, afflicting them with chilled through a volley of ice shards here. Okay, ice shards, pretty easy, and you can see these abilities do more damage to chilled targets, and you might know this mechanic from, I guess, World of Warcraft, because you also have ice dance on chilled targets, so it's kind of, I mean, they didn't call it Frost Nova, but yeah, you can see the inspiration here clearly. And then she has ice skating, which is pretty cool. And yeah, so you're faster, and you also chill enemies when you go over them. Yeah, and you're also invulnerable at the start of the ability. And a thing that is, I think the biggest, I guess, hint I can give you is like one advice that the game I think doesn't tell you is actually that I think Shatter is only with this one, right? Yeah, so I think Shatter is just with this one. Okay, so yeah, one thing the game doesn't tell you, dodge does not have iframes in this game. So you have to physically dodge out of the way, but you have iframes on these abilities, for example, like this one. And yes, you might have played actually Deadlock, and you might know Calvin. And yes, Calvin has also an ice skate, but this game was out before Deadlock. So yeah, this character was in the game before Deadlock existed. It's also not new or anything, but still, just a little aside here. Yeah, so let's try out all of our abilities. The game has an auto attack. Here you can see it's like this Frost Dance, which is like almost a twin stick shooter at this point. You have to note that I can't move with this character. So you could aim with your right stick. You can see this, right? I could aim with my right stick while walking like this, but I can't walk at the same time. So yeah, also auto attacks are like spammed by the game automatically. You don't need a button mash. Every single attack is on hold here. And then we have our other ability, which is this ice thingy, which as far as I remember applies chilled, very important. And then we have ice shards here, this one, which is basically Frost Cone from World of Warcraft. So yeah, which is cool actually, right? I really loved Frost Mage in WoW back then. I mean, still now probably I would still enjoy it. Yeah, so that's basically it. And then you get an ultimate ability later on. So let's talk about the resources. Sorry for doing the in-depth here, but just so you know, because I played so much, I'm not going to discover it with you on stream, so I'm going to talk about it a little bit. Yeah, so things in the game give you XP, and when you level up, you get an additional trait. And you also have HP down here. This is our quest. Here you can see later all the stuff we get. And you can also ping on the minimap, which is basically useful in multiplayer, but in single player it's obviously useless. This is our money. This is our rerolls for the traits. This is our revives. Those are revives, and this is the key you can get into dungeons, which you can assumably stack. This is our difficulty, the base difficulty, and this you might know from Warcraft 3. This is a day-night cycle. And some heroes have significant differences between day and night gameplay, and also some minions will fall asleep or like transform or something. I don't know exactly too much about the enemies, but I do know that your own character will be affected. Okay, and how do you play the game actually? What's the goal of the game? The goal of the game is basically every level, there are 3 levels total, go for 20 minutes, and then we have to basically defeat the boss of the area. And our goal is to get as strong as possible before that. There are different goals on the map, like this one, for example. There's a vision tower, which will reveal other icons on this map. And there's also some kind of fog of war. And yeah. Ja, dann viel Spaß, my friend. Yeah, and this is... Ja, gerne, ja. Dann viel Spaß von mir. Freue mich auf euch. Ja, freue mich auf euch. Tschüss. Und übernachtet, klar? Yeah. Okay, so you have the Master Nightmare. This is the final boss. And then you have different difficulties. You have green, red, which is very difficult, and yellow, which is medium difficulty, which we can't see at the moment. And you're on a timer, right? And what you might do as a beginner is literally just kill everything. My advice is only kill stuff when you have a goal attached to it. For example, this one's being blocked, you can see this, by this enemy here. So I want to kill the enemies while I'm in combat, basically. Yeah, so I want to go here and basically try to kill these guys here. And once they're dead, we're going to be able to easily claim the money. And everything we do here gives us XP. It does not give us money. Money you only get... I hope I'm not wrong about that, actually. Yeah, money you only get by destroying these crystals, or sometimes, I guess, from quests or something, but not from killing enemies, right? Killing these guys here is kind of useless. So we want to go and get to an objective as fast as possible. For example, this one here. And then you want to clear it. Since I'm new to the character, I obviously don't know what good rotations are. So you're going to see me probably suck ass, but that's how it is. Right, you want to chill the enemies as far as I know, and then you also have like the shatter, which you can do, which will do a lot of stun. Yeah, so I guess the first ability you always want to do is the freeze one, and then you want to follow up with your normal abilities. And you can see the enemies have different things. For example, these explode, and they all have very nicely choreographed attacks. So it's very easy to see where you're gonna get hit, right? So here you want to freeze them, then you maybe want to do an AoE like this, then you want to freeze them again. Then you can do this and you can shatter them, right? It's like really cool. And every character is very unique. So this is like the Frost Mage, but they're definitely melee characters and also twin stick shooter characters. And yeah, it's really, really nice. So here we need a key. We don't have that, so I shouldn't have fought here actually. And one piece of advice I also have is, and I also think the game looks really nice. Like the art style is very, very clean and readable and also pretty. And yeah, and also the dynamic day-night cycle, it's nice for sure. Yeah, here's the key, by the way, we should take that. I don't know how long does the frosted state last for, I should actually look at this. 5 seconds, okay. And now we got our first level up, and you can pick up a talent. You can remove the pause from this here if you don't like it. And multiplayer is forced off, basically, because, I mean, nobody wants to wait, right? But I like the pause in single player, you have more time to think. Here, for example, after using power, 4 waves of ice strike the area and deal 22 damage each. Here I want to quickly say something. This is rare, and this is common. But don't be fooled. A common one is, this is not the rarity of this showing up here. This is also nice that it tells you what is your power witch button on the right side here. This is basically the rarity of the skill that you can increase later. It goes from common, rare, epic, legendary, right? So this is basically just the rarity of the pickup. So if you really like this one better, you can pick this one up and make it even rarer than this one later. So it's kind of, yeah, you shouldn't go by that unless you don't know what you're doing, and then just pick the good one. But this sounds nice, right? It's like a blizzard added to this one. Okay, now we have the key, but the boss is red. So before maybe going for the boss, I do want to get a little bit of additional stuff here. And that's what I'm going to try to... Here you can see now I have the blizzard. It's really cool, right? It's really, really cool actually how transformative these things are. You're going to get some really cool combos. It's really fun to improve your character. They did a fantastic job there, I think. And since I'm really not that great at this character, I'm just going to try my best not to instantly die. And the enemies have a stagger bar in gray below them, and once it's full they get stunned. And elite enemies with shields will drop their shield and take normal damage once you did that. Okay, now we revealed a lot of things in the vicinity here. And I'm gonna go for the other eye. I actually like popping the eyes first if they're close. And there's something else that just showed up, a new one here. I mean, this is Healing Fountain, and this is Nightmare Tumor. These are special because they give you a lot of XP if you complete them, but they also reduce the boss's max HP by 20%. So it's like kind of almost very useful to do because bosses are usually kind of hard. But in late game, I actually think the normal encounters are almost harder, but yeah, they're not easy. So it's definitely something nice. Be aware of that you have the opportunity to make them weaker here, and you get a bunch of XP. Yeah, and the thing is, I'm not good enough at the game, or I didn't play enough of the game to actually tell you what is efficient and not, because you have like a time limit, and since the map is procedurally generated, you do have to make decisions, but I don't know which decisions are good or bad, right? The only thing I notice when playing a lot is ignore all these enemies and only go for them if you have like a tangible target, like for example here looting the money or something, right? Because yes, you get XP, but yes, they're like an infinite amount of enemies too, so it's like kind of pointless. Okay, now we're already low HP, and happen quite quick if you ignore the enemy attack patterns. Yeah, I'm not using Shatter at all. I think Shatter is pretty important, so we should... It's like a finisher. Basically, you freeze the enemy and then you shatter them for bonus damage. And there are a lot of different enemy types which you really have to get to know to actually stand a chance when you want to fight. But you're gonna get to know them pretty quickly. They're gonna kill you a few times and then you're back. And you also get full HP on leveling up, which is very nice. Here you can see I'm using the Shatter a little bit. Every ability is just cooldown based, right? There's no mana for this character or anything. All you do is basically... yeah, you just spam the abilities on cooldown in hopefully good order. Okay, and now we killed the enemies and we can go and get the Raven, which is not possible mid-combat, right? Okay, we revealed even more here, which is really nice. And now I'm thinking about maybe going back. Here, a special can be held to hit up to 2 more times. Special is our Frost Cone. Or we can get 4% crit chance for each shield enemy nearby. It can stack up to 5 times, which is basically 20% crit chance, which I really like, so I'm going to pick this one. And now, the cool thing is, you might be wondering, it's a pretty big map, you're not that fast. Is it annoying to get around in this game? And the answer is no. Also, a little advice, point of advice. Every point of interest is like kind of an island. Like in Diablo 3, we have this randomized area, where the non-randomized area, where they just put a set piece in. And I think the game also uses preset layouts for the maps and just puts random stuff in there. And because of the slightly tilted perspective, what is going to end up happening is basically that most of the access points for these areas will be either at the bottom or at the left or right of them. So you should approach them from below. You might be at the start, you might be wondering, yeah, I'm always approaching like this, right? I'm hitting a wall like this. And usually what you want to do is go below, because the game uses the perspective to often do high ground on the top and access at the bottom. So just accessing the game stuff from the bottom is kind of nice. Okay, but I also should not strain my voice too much. I already noticed I'm talking way too much here. But yeah, we're gonna once we explain everything, it's gonna be a bit more chill. Sure. Okay, I always want to get the money. There's like also the trick that you don't want to get too close, so you don't aggro enemies if you don't have to, but you do need to loot them afterwards, right? So you have to go in a little bit. Okay, now there is a wish well here, which gives you a random stat drop. Not random, you can pick from it a little bit, but it gives you basically a stat drop. And see, this is pretty nice. You can just go in and stun them like that, and then you can go like this, which is really cool. In our quest at the moment, I don't know how it works actually, so I'm going to look it up quickly. It's kind of smart actually. The cursor here is pretty fast. Once you're here, it's like slow, so you're precise. It's a cool idea. Also, you can play with mouse and keyboard, obviously. And here, shatter 2 enemies with a single trade. Okay, that's actually really easy, and you should also do that. That's just teaching you how to play the game, actually, right, like this. Oh, with a single trade? Wait. Yeah, right, with a single trade. Yeah, so I don't know why that didn't count. Maybe it doesn't count sometimes. I have no idea, actually. Okay, so here you get the random stat, and then the price of the wish well increases by, I think, 50 every single time. So I would do it once, actually, just for fun. Damage is really cool, because it does literally... it's literally pretty simple. It's like, it tells you exactly here what it does. 1 damage is 1% damage for every damage source you have. Same for max HP. Armor is different. You can maybe guess why. Because having 1% damage reduction per armor is fucking OP. At 100 you would literally be unkillable. So it has diminishing returns. It's a bit different. And critical is also a bit different. It literally gives you a critical hit chance. I think it's actually the flat chance you have is 5%. And then it gets increased up to 100. And here, really cool, once you hit above 100, it's going to be converted to critical damage. And really, really clean design here. Really good tooltips. Really huge thumbs up for the devs here. They did a really, really good job here. And by the way, you might be wondering, what do you do with money? You can TP anywhere on the map to the Raven spots whenever you're not in combat. And then you can go shop there if you want to. There's always one shop over there. Sometimes, like you saw, you can also use your money somewhere else. Yeah, but definitely really, really like the game so far from what I've played. In I guess it has been already quite a substantial amount of time. Yeah, really, really like the game. And it's also a lot about kiting and grouping enemies. Here you can see, right? I am trying to be a bit more efficient here. And also a bit mindful of the enemy positions and stuff like that. Because I'm really low HP now, right? So, yeah, I want to be careful. And also you can see they drop healing orbs sometimes, which is really important actually. Because healing orbs are definitely a really good source of healing. And they're also one of the things the game will change with higher difficulties, the frequency. Okay, we got a full HP up, and I'm still going to use the fountain because it gives you max HP as well. And... oh yeah, so there's also an upgrade for dash. You dodge basically, and special can be held up. I think like here, it's like you can see this. I don't know if it actually freezes. I should have checked actually. Doesn't tell you. Maybe it doesn't. So let's try this out on an enemy. I'm gonna do the red book, which is red books are very hard to do actually. They're on a timer, and I'm probably not gonna manage to do that. Yeah, you're gonna see it's gonna be pretty tight. You have to kill them within 1 minute, and I think our damage is not high enough to actually do that. So I'm like, yeah, it's pretty stupid actually to do this right now, I think, but I'm still gonna do it because I'm here, and I don't know how strong my character actually is at the moment. Yeah, so I think I reapplied chilled with I actually reapplied chill with the blizzard, which is really strong because that means I can shatter enemies and then just reapply it. Okay, we're gonna make it actually. Cool. And now we're gonna get an additional passive thing. Okay, 12% crit is pretty easy pick for me, honestly. I love crits in games. And everything can crit in the game as far as I'm aware of, so that is kind of nice. Okay, another difficult area. You can see it's the red area basically. So here we can test it actually. Does it shatter? Yeah, it does apply freeze right away again, which is really good actually. So we also didn't test the dodge. Does the dodge apply? Yeah, it also applies freeze. They kind of missed that tooltip, but it's fine, right? Like, I'm not going to be too hard on them for that. And you can see already our character feels pretty powerful. And you can also see I'm moving around a lot, right? I'd rather move around and not take damage too much instead of just like YOLOing in with this character, because it's definitely relying on kiting, right? You don't have a lot of HP, you don't have a direct survivability ability. It's not like you can just face tank. Some characters can face tank a little bit, but only a little bit, right? So, but every character is very skillful. Okay, so here defensive cooldown at 25%, or dash 40 damage. Or this one. I guess just being able to slide a bit more is kind of nice. Okay, now since I'm here, what I'm doing is basically I'm just walking around casually, just like, you know, picking up stuff. It's fine. I think actually a good engage for us is actually doing this one, using this, and then following it like this. I think this is a pretty good combo. Looks pretty solid to me actually. Having like the instant shatter. And then you get like the stun from the blizzard here. Applying frost, can do the frost cone here, very nice. Okay, get the money. Okay, now I'm going for the tumor down there. I always have a goal in mind, right? I never walk around without a goal. Which is really nice. You never feel like you're just doing nothing. You're always doing something. And we have still 7 minutes. There are 3 days, basically, until the nightmare TPs you into his boss arena, basically. Yeah, these are like pretty hard encounters always. They are meant to be challenging because they make the boss weaker, right? So they really wanted to make sure you're gonna get a little bit of challenge out of them. And you can see I'm really trying to kite these guys because they're like pretty annoying when they hit you, so... Yeah, and other enemies can't intervene here. It's just us and these guys here. And this is also really nice to get enemies that are further away from each other. Yeah, this guy I think is a healer as far as I'm aware of, at least. Okay, very nice. And you're also on I don't know, you're not on a time limit for this one. Maybe you were at some point. I can't remember actually. Because it felt, my brain was like, yeah, you're on a timer for this one, but I guess you're not. Now I'm stun locked, which is really bad actually. Because my controller, shit, my controller can't. The battery I think is empty. Holy shit, they go empty so quickly. But I do play a lot on controller at the moment. Okay, yeah, so the reason why we almost died here is because my controller's battery are empty. So I thought it was stun locked, which is kind of... So there are snares in the game and stuns, but they're very short actually. I mean the ones that are applied to you. It's kind of nice. Oh, by the way, I have a huge criticism with Deadlock actually, since I've been playing quite regularly, but not a ton, right? Obviously I'm playing a lot of different games on stream every day. But you know, off stream I do play a little bit of Wolf's Deadlock. And... yeah, unfortunately, one of my main criticisms about the game is that I don't like the itemization. I think the itemization core idea is nice, but they really added way too many stun knocks to the game. Like abilities which are just either like complete brain dead counters, like take no damage, which is nice. I don't mind those too much, right? They're defensive. I mean, yes, they can enable some OP combos and stuff like that, but I don't like how much stuff is just focused around stunning, right? Like refresher orb for like double stun abilities, then there's another item for your normal ability for double stun. Then you have like active stuns, you have active curses. There's so many abilities that basically keep you from playing the game, that in higher elo, what's gonna happen? Every single fucking fight, you're especially when you're like caught out, you're gonna get stun locked until you die. You're not gonna have any chance to fight back. And there's no item that removes stun from your characters, so that's kind of very, very unfortunate. Yeah, talking about stun. Yeah, Deadlock definitely needs, I think, a bit of less OP items when it comes to enabling stun combos, especially stuff that synergizes with the abilities of heroes is kind of broken, to be honest, because you can't get out of stun mostly. Yeah, I think they need more ways to circumvent that. Like, just having a 7 with his double on-click stun, which is completely skillless, right? It removes all the nice... Why do I like Deadlock? Because it has a lot of movement, right? You have like double air dash, dash jump. You have all these abilities, which is really cool. And then you have to aim too to do damage sometimes, right? Some characters do need to aim. But then you have these characters that literally just stun lock you, and then you just get headshot after headshot on a non-moving target, which is skillless, right? You don't need to aim anymore, and you can't move to avoid damage. So it's like removing all the fun part of the game. So I really hope they... Oh, my controller is still inactive. Okay, now I think it works. Okay, so now we use the feather. We have a few because we're on lower difficulty. When you die, you get the respawn, and that's basically something that is shared between players in multiplayer. So everybody has like the same resources basically. And it's kind of important to realize that feathers are more of a lower difficulty. Now, here you have a, you know, it's like a gift from the game basically for you. But it's not the way the game is intended to be played on higher difficulties. You're not going to have a lot of feathers. They're like more of a... So you don't fuck up once and, you know, you can die really, really quickly if you get comboed. So it's not like too frustrating, right? But on higher difficulties, you don't get a lot of them. Okay, so here we've killed all the enemies, and now you can see 20% less HP of the Master Nightmare here. And here we get the Frost Ray. And it's really, really good. The ground. I don't know what that means. Maybe I don't know how it works. I think it's just a normal ray, right? There's no... I don't know what to the ground means. But we'll see. Maybe not on target or something. And here on the right side, you can see actually we can buy a feather for 100 gold, which I won't do because we already have a lot. But here, yeah, here basically you could buy one, right? Which is very valuable in higher difficulties. But here we have so many, I don't actually care. We still have 5 minutes, so my goal is basically going to go for the Grimoire and then the optional boss. And here you see the fast travel system. Time is always running, unless you're in a shop or leveling up in single player. In multiplayer, time is also running here. So other players that are out in the world, you don't have to stack, right? I think it's, actually it's really interesting. I think when you are in multiplayer in this game, I could imagine it being extremely skillful to actually decide when to group up and who goes for which task, right? For example, at the start, you could imagine everyone just spreading out and getting all the green stuff. Since XP is shared globally, right? In this game, everybody levels up at the same time. So it could be kind of nice actually to split up and everybody does his own objective. Unless you have to be close to them to get them, I actually don't know. And then later you group for the harder stuff. But okay, here you can always level your talents and you can buy like dreams, which is basically a bit different ways to improve your power. Maybe it's just like, for example, here respec or heal to 100%, or like you can buy new what do you call them, like magic items or something. And yeah, so, or here, of a random epical magic object that you already own. We have one actually, and there are bonuses for having multiple ones of the same items. I'm just gonna look what this one actually is. Yeah, so we could get this one, right, again. And if we have this 3 times, we would get something else. I guess we could do that for fun. I never saw what happens. You would get an additional bonus. It's unknown because we never had it, right? So I'm literally gonna do this one. Is it epic? Yeah. So this is really funny because we're gonna actually be able to either buy it directly or do it like this. It's kind of funny. Yeah, and now we can buy it again and then we would have the bonus. So maybe now it's a good idea to get enough money to actually buy this. Because if we get it, that would be kind of huge. Because I assume having something 3 times must give you a huge power spike. And how are we going to get it? By getting money. Unfortunately, I can't see any money on the map currently. Here you can see like we're in combat, so he doesn't want me to start this, which is kind of annoying actually. Sometimes the leash range is a bit long, but it's on purpose, so you just don't, run through. It's almost always worth going back and killing them instead of waiting. Yeah, here you can already see it. Once you get used to the buttons, obviously it's my first time playing on this character in a long time. You have to get used to how everything works, but it feels really, really nice to control. The controls are really, really good. Okay, an additional, oh yeah, sure. Like I said, we want to try to buy the items, so let's just go for the money, which I never do actually, because I don't think it's worth it usually. But I'm definitely going to try to go for it this time. I think there is a lot of money actually, that's my bad. Yeah, you can also use this to glide faster, which is really cool with this character. Yeah, we're going to try to go in here. I'm still in combat. That's what I mean, like sometimes you just have to kill them. And this is like a mini dungeon with a boss at the end. And there's also often money in here, which is why I'm going here, to be honest. Yeah, and this is actually really cool. You can just like glide around like this. It's really, really fun. Okay, Mother Ghoul Underground Terror. Yeah, this is the boss basically here. Usually the bosses are not that hard if you're like... Oh my god, what the... Oh, this is how it works? Holy mother... Holy shit, is this broken? What the... Yeah, the ultimates are really strong and they have usually a 60-second cooldown. And they're really cool actually. Okay, here we only got curse stuff here. This is really rough actually. I wonder if we can go negative armor, probably. Power does 100% damage. This sounds actually interesting. Oh, 5% lifesteal sounds also really good. I think like having this one sounds kind of interesting. So they have... Okay, there are usually downsides attached to this. And by the way, you don't have to leave. You can just TP. This is also something you might miss. You don't have to leave by walking. You can literally just TP away. We're still missing a bit of money. There was no money, unfortunately, in this dungeon. Yeah, so my goal now is to get as much money as I can. And usually, honestly, if you just want to get money, the best thing is to look, obviously, for like places where there is money. But also just walking around like this ends up giving you a lot of money usually, because you get, you come by these things and you can just use them. Yeah, so now it should do a fuck ton of damage. And it has a little bit of a longer cooldown, which is perfectly fine actually. I don't mind that at all. Oh shit, there's another one. Yeah, so I'm just gonna try to get the 250 here, which might be pretty tight. We only have 2 minutes. You can see in the bottom right corner. 2 minutes left. Yeah, so all I'm doing is hoping that we're gonna find a chest or something here. We're really close to actually yeah, I should not be fighting here. This is a waste of my time. Yeah, here there should be something inside. Oh yeah, luckily it is actually money. It's really good. And when do I use my ultimate? In like situation where you have elite enemies like these big guys, right? Oh my god, this is actually fucking sick. Wait, does it do a ray? Is it like also a ray of damage, or is it just like once? I actually don't know. It's interesting. Yeah, you see, auto attack is not the greatest actually. The abilities for her are definitely better. Very nice. So now we have enough money, and we should instantly go back for the shop, because it does take a few seconds to TP. Okay, now we're gonna learn what actually happens when we get 3 of the same by buying this one here. Okay, now we should have an additional ability. Wait, it's not the same actually. Oh, it's special cooldown. Well, I should learn to fucking look at items, icons. I mean, it's pretty similar, but this is really good. Dragonhide, honestly, I like it. It's good. I'm gonna get it. Okay, now you can already hear the game's like it's getting darker. The music is getting ominous. There's like fog coming out of the ground, and that's basically when you know it's about the boss is gonna spawn. So what do you do usually until then? You try not to take too much damage, maybe even heal up. and really farm until the last second, to be honest. Yeah, always, I never stop farming. Yeah, just kill enemies and, you know, just like try to get as much as you can before actually timing. And like, you can also kite enemies, right? You can go like this and try to group them up and then like just like nuke them all at once, which is very efficient for XP farming actually. Yeah, so now I took a little bit of damage, which is obviously suboptimal. And we have 10 seconds left, so I'm just hoping to get a quick kill on someone so we can get an orb or something. We didn't get one, it's okay. Now all players would get TP'd at the same time to this boss. And the boss is not randomized, so unfortunately there's only one boss per area, like one major boss. There definitely is room for more boss variety, for sure I think. That's definitely something I could imagine them improving in the future. Yeah, these tentacles, they just slap you, right? They're like kind of nice. They also often drop healing orbs in this difficulty, and here you want to be careful to avoid the big slams. They do a fuck ton of damage actually. Yeah, I'm ass at killing these guys. Yeah, a little bit of bullet hell stuff here going on, but honestly, since we're pretty tanky, I'm not too worried about that. Yeah, and you really want to figure out which abilities of your character are good at killing these guys. Like, what is a good combo against them, right? Because sometimes you just might be missing a little bit of kill potential if you're not using your abilities properly. For example, here the Blizzard is just so good. It's like literally almost one-shots them. Now he's stunned, right? And that's where you want to use everything you got. For example, this one, your ultimate is mega strong right here. Then you have like your Blizzard, you have like this one, the Shatter, you have like this. Now here the interesting thing is you could go and kill all the... tentacles again for the stun. Or when he's low HP, actually you can damage him, right? Like this, you can see this. I'm able to damage him, but usually I feel like it's always safer to go for the tentacles. But I will try to kill him right away to demonstrate that it's actually possible to kill him. He's not immune, he just takes a lot of damage, right? A lot less damage. Yep, and here we got him. Pretty aggressive play here, not dodging anything, just like face tanking a little bit, but it's fine, right? We didn't die. Okay, now you could save and quit here if you want to, collectively. So if you don't have an hour, which is roughly what the game time will be, because it's like 3 times 20 minutes. It's actually very nice. You know how long a run is going to be in this one. It's not random. The downside is it's going to... I mean, you can make it shorter, right? It's never longer than that, actually. That's what I should say, probably. Yeah, it's never longer. And I think the higher difficulties actually make it shorter, even. So you have less time to get strong, which is interesting, actually. Okay, and you get healed to max HP again. And like I said, I'm always... when you start, there's always 1, 2, 3 things getting revealed, and the quest. The quest is basically something where you usually collect something, or no, actually not. It's actually something that is longer, so you have multiple things you have to do. That's why it's always revealed first, so you have the time to do it if you want to do it. Yeah, but usually I only do the quest when I'm like next to it, and I feel like it's worth it. Because the rewards are good, but quests are pretty long and hard, and if you fail them, you end up getting nothing. Here, for example, this is a prime example of what I meant. There's this huge thing on our left here, actually, this structure, and you want to get to the eye, and you're like, oh shit, there's the wall, is super annoying. But just remember that the axis is usually at the bottom, so you always want to go for the bottom. And while going for the bottom, you're usually going to see if it's side or bottom, right? So it's like really, really easy to get to. Actually, I love playing her. She's one of my favorite characters. I mean, there's so many good characters, actually. I like them all, but she's definitely one of my favorite ones from all those that I've tried. I really like the way she can just like zone enemies easily and AoE kill them. But every single character I've played so far has been fun, right? None of them have not been fun. Everyone's good, is well designed, and yeah. And here, power can be held to store up to 3 levels of charge before being released. Each charge level increases damage by 25%. Okay, that sounds cool.
Exactly what I needed.
And let's go for the next eye again. Like I said, eyes are really good when they're adjacent, so you can basically just know where you want to go from there, and saving you a little bit of time. You can also guess where the objectives are, right? Like, these are usually not going to be at the border, because you have to get in. So you roughly know where they can spawn at some point. So it's like you're not gonna know what's there, but you're gonna know that it's there, right? Basically. Okay, this is again like very. As you can see, I'm not immune to damage, right? I can literally get hit while doing this, so there's no cheating basically by using it. Yeah, we have to be careful here. Now we can charge this one. Oh my god, holy. Yeah, that had a huge AoE now. Yeah, you always want to dodge these guys, they're really strong. And they almost take no damage unless you tumble them over, so it's kind of interesting. Yeah, here a bit unfortunate placement for us, because we have to kill these guys. And the holding it down is definitely worth it. It's really fast, it's not cumbersome at all, and it for sure helps you with not getting shit on. Yeah, and this is basically does damage, right? I'm just making sure. Oh, you also become intangible. I didn't know, actually. That's interesting. Yeah, what is intangible for? I think here at the start, it's really important to know which abilities give you iframes, because sometimes you might be in a situation where you need them, right? Because the dodge, like I said, doesn't do that. Okay, very nice. We have a very good sense of what's going on, and I would always advise to try to go for the easy ones first, because the rewards are usually, yes, they're worse, but they're really quick to do, and it's usually worth trying to go for them first. Yeah, you can see the huge AoE here is helping a ton. Yeah, this is an elite enemy, so it's going to be pretty annoying to kill, actually. Yeah, even considering using my ultimate against him. And also now you have to keep in mind, right, the effects look really cool and everything, but they're a bit minimalistic. And that is actually great, because when you're a multiplayer, the game is not gonna be, it's gonna be super readable, right? It's gonna be omega readable, actually, what's going on, which is very nice, right? They have this huge effect, but they don't overdo it, right? It's like, it's still very readable at the same time. So they did a really good job of keeping the visual clutter minimalistic, which is a real problem in a lot of games, actually. Also in like the Souls games, bosses for example, are like sometimes very visually cluttered these days, making it kind of annoying to fight them because you can't see what's going on as easily. Okay, easy money. You can break the barricade here. Yeah, and I really like this goal-driven approach, right? It's such a unique approach to also the roguelite design. It's not like they just went and said like, yeah, fuck it, we're just gonna copy paste something we like. They actually went out of their way to create a unique experience. Yeah, this guy is so tanky that I'm actually considering using my ultimate, but it would be wasted right against him. Power sends a snowball per second to enemies in its path. Well, sure. Why not? And by the way, I think it's very good to stack on one ability, unless you find two that are really good, right? It's not a bad idea to go for all in on one ability and just like use that as a big... I mean, this is good actually. Yeah, it's not bad to stack on one ability. I think you can get really, really powerful like that, because usually it's like also gives you additional damage on that ability, and then the additional effects also get that damage, so you have like this omega nuke at some point. You just press a button and you can see what I mean. It's like, it's so good actually. I never had the snowball. They added so much. This game has been in early access for 1.5 years, and in that time they added 2 biomes out of them 3, and they also added new characters, new abilities per character. They really did a fantastic job. Actually, you can tell the devs are very efficient at creating content for this game, and they also expect to add, as far as I'm aware of, additional content in the future. But I don't think content is an issue anymore. At the start, the people were a bit like, yeah, it only has one map. And the problem with one map basically was, you should imagine it, playing this run would never get this strong, right? Because you are down with one run. So the full length was unlocked only quite recently with a 3rd biome, and... don't like any of those. I could reroll them, to be fair. Yeah, I don't like them. Just reroll them. Sure, 15% damage against bosses is not bad. I think there are also bosses in game, so it's kind of nice. Yeah, why don't we do the quest so I can show you? Yeah, I think that's actually a good idea, and we can also get the money here. And this is like I said, it's not always the case that it's like from the bottom, but it's usually almost never from the top. In this case, it is actually, which is kind of cool to see. So there is like the rule doesn't hold up always, but it's pretty useful in most cases. Yeah, especially when there's high ground, I guess, involved. That's mostly where it actually applies. When it's like low ground like this, it doesn't apply too much, but... Oh yeah, and by the way, there's vulnerable and weakened. Vulnerable is they take 25% more damage, and weakened is they deal 25% less damage. And we do have something that applies vulnerable, which is nice. I actually don't know what it is though. Oh yeah, this one now. Okay, yeah, this is actually really good. So we start off by shattering them, and they take additional damage. Yeah, and you can't, unfortunately, you can't access here. You can't access the tutorial page from here, so it's kind of unfortunate because if you want to look something up, you're gonna have to leave the game basically through the main menu. I don't know why they would remove that. Maybe they didn't want people to. I mean, it is a multiplayer game, right? Also, so they maybe didn't want to have people spend their time mid-game reading stuff, and other people are like alone out there and dying. Because there is random matchmaking too, as far as I'm aware of. So not only. Yeah, it's not only with pre-made friends, as far as I'm aware of. But actually, I'm not the biggest fan of playing with randoms in these games. I don't know why. It's just like, yeah, friends, sure, right? But with randoms, it's not my cup of tea, personally. I prefer playing alone instead of with randoms. I don't know. It's kind of how I am. Oh, here you can see, pretty cool, right? They have this wave effect here at the borders, like really nice. Yeah, and also this desert having rain in it, you know, it's like being a rainy desert is really cool. Okay, here this is the quest, and we have to go inside, which we're allowed once we kill the enemies here. Yeah, and you can see the charge ability for sure here, doing a fantastic job of killing most enemies. Yeah, and the side is her defensive ability, and depending on what character you have, it's more or less defensive, right? Some are pretty aggressive. In her case, it's also pretty aggressive, so... Yeah, some might just be literally be blocking or something. And hey Trestos, hope you're doing well. Yeah, and here you can see, right, one ability, like, getting maxed out is really good. I mean, having a lot of good abilities is also nice, right? So it's never bad to split it up, but I feel like it's kind of really good to not split them up too much. But like I said, I maybe played like, the release version I played maybe, I don't know, 3 hours. And the early access version, I don't know, maybe 20 hours. I don't know actually how much. I could look it up, right? I can tell you. But I do leave games running in the background sometimes. So, yeah, I played for a total of 27 hours, which might or might not be the playtime. Because when I idle the game, I guess it would be kind of cool if Steam actually kind of could track tabbing out of games, which is hard when the spotless window mode. And you're doing good, that's great to hear. I'm also doing great. Tons of great games again. Like, it's incredible how many good games are out at the moment. And how many good games I still haven't played too. Like, I don't even know when. I think there will never be again a time in my life where I won't have a new game to play and look forward to. It's like, it's incredible. There was a time when there weren't that many games being made, where you literally had to wait until a new game you were interested in came out, and that's when you started, I guess, grinding World of Warcraft or like League of Legends. But these days, there's like non-stop good games coming out. And obviously there was also like the problem of affordability when you're younger, right? You don't have that much money, which I don't have now anymore, so... it's more about time, actually, than it's about money. This boss is omega difficult. I feel like it's omega difficult. I'm really bad at it, so... you will see me get completely shit on. Good thing I didn't promise anything else. Yeah, let's use our mega laser here. I think it's only on ground, actually. Yeah, so we're lasering each other. I think he's winning. Yeah, I think he's winning, actually. Yeah, we always want to shatter him first and then get shit on. We have Ravens, feathers, because it's easy mode. But yeah, I think he's... Honestly, I think he has too much HP. I don't know how to actually beat this guy. Maybe I'm just ass. I mean, I can take no damage, but why am I rushing him, you might be wondering. I'm rushing him because he's actually... He's actually very, very much insistent on killing the NPC here. Like you can see now, he wants to kill him. And... yeah, he's gonna try to kill him, and we don't have an infinite amount of time. So I'm literally trying to kill him as fast as I can. Actually, we are doing a fuck ton of damage though. Like, this character seems to be very, very strong when it comes to dealing damage, which is very nice to see, actually. So yeah, here let's set it up like this, and then we can do this and that, and hopefully he's dead now. Nice. I never did this quest actually since the game came out, because my other characters just couldn't DPS him down. They took too long, and this guy always died. Yeah, now Sinbad is saved, which gives you an additional reward instead of just getting the XP here. Yeah, I think he has the better laser, and maybe I find people to play Ravenswatch now. I think there is an auto, isn't there an auto? I mean, maybe I don't know because I never tried. Isn't there like an auto matchmaking system too? And yeah, God of War looks different today. Cause they, since it broke the last time, we're gonna be postponing God of War until they fix everything. Today they fixed the stick issue, which was the worst issue, but they still have the VRAM loading issue, so yeah. Yeah, the art style is super clean. It's very, very readable and super fun and fluid to play. I think they really have their own style too, because this the first game, Curse of the Dead Gods, also has this type of art style, and they really transitioned it really nicely into making Ravenswatch. This one I think is very nice on higher difficulties where you might get nuked. I feel it's very bad on this difficulty though. I hate all of them, so I'm gonna reroll them. This sounds pretty good actually. Not gonna lie, sounds pretty good. Power, special, and defense have a 10% reduced cooldown for each 20% of health. Ah, this is very interesting actually. I still think this is pretty good though. Yeah, the Swan Cloak is pretty nice. Okay, so here we have a trade sends 4 attacks forward in a cone-shaped burst. Okay, that's interesting because I never aim with it, so it's probably going to be useless. Attacks, lances can curve to seek out targets, and the duration resets whenever they hit an enemy up to 3 times. Oh yeah, this is actually pretty cool. Yeah, I think this is actually pretty cool. But I don't attack a lot, right? That's what I'm thinking. Am I attacking a lot? Let's take this one. I never took it. Ah, huge AoE actually. Okay, now you're done with the quest, and what you can do is basically TP out of here. Don't forget that, so you don't have to walk back, and just go for another objective. Which I don't even know where the fuck I want to go, to be honest. I'm just gonna shop quickly. Oh yeah, Melusine I did play in the early access versions. He's mega fun to play actually. We're probably also going to be seeing her on stream. I'm playing them in sequential order right now, just for fun. So I'm starting in the top left and moving, like, reading to the bottom right. So we're basically at this character. I'm just doing normal difficulty wins once, and then I'm moving on to the next character at the moment, just to try them out. And then I'm going to go, obviously, and do the same for the higher difficulties. But just at the moment, just to find the playstyle I want to maybe use on the highest difficulty or something, because I might not do it with all the characters at the moment, because just time constraints, right? As always, I could play the game way more than I can, but we still are playing like 50 other games plus God of War Ragnarok, and literally 50 other games. I mean, UFO 50, right? And yeah, so many games. Gain a copy of a random epic magical object that you already own. I love this one. It's such a good deal, actually. And which one did you upgrade? The quest. Oh, this is so good. 7-second vulnerability is really, really good. This is good when you have a lot of high value ones, right? So you have to be careful not to use this one unless, I mean, for example, what is a good idea, right? Level this one up and level this one up, and now you're gonna get a 240 worth for 200, basically, for sure, right? I mean, maybe not on the abilities you like, so it's maybe ass, but yeah. So now we upgraded a bunch of shit. I didn't look at all the items, which is stupid, but it's fine. And now, unfortunately, I did not pick a TP here, so you should always only TP away when you found a TP actually you want to go to. But yeah, it's my bad for not exploring well here. Yeah, it really, I really want to emphasize this. The game controls really nicely, right? It doesn't only look nice, it feels really, really nice to play. Like, it's running at native 4, I mean, yes, on my PC, 4090, whatever, but it's running at a native 4K at 240 FPS easily, right? It would run with even more. So it's like, I just locked the game. This. Okay, that was pretty risky actually. We almost died for it. I'm just gonna use my ultimate against this big guy and die because they have ranged attacks. I do wonder if the ray also deals damage. I don't know. Yeah, that was really bad actually. Special deals 20% more damage. We almost don't use our special. So I'm gonna reroll this one and hope for example, this one. This one's really good actually. And unfortunately, this is not retroactive, right? You're not gonna get the damage. You need to get this one really soon, which is why it's called Golden Egg, right? It has to hatch. It doesn't just get the bonus from what you had at the moment. So it's really bad at the moment, I think. Yeah, so obviously the other power charge is gonna be huge. And why is it going to be huge? Because it's going to be on cooldown after using it once. So it's like basically decreases the cooldown depending on how much you spam it or not. So it's going to be really, really efficient. As you can see, right, the cooldown's already almost ready from the other time. So it's basically also a lower cooldown depending on how you use the ability. Or just double damage. And like I said, I didn't play too much of the game, so I'm not an expert in anything. I'm just like telling you what I figured out in my short playtime, basically. I think this is a game you can play for many, many hours though, for sure, especially if you have friends you want to play with together. What do I think the game is missing, maybe? Maybe I think it could use some more divergent paths, like more map variety for every level. So what would be optimal in my opinion? What would be nice? Having 2 potential levels randomized per section, so 6 levels, so 2 per the 3 tiers, with individual bosses too. Optimally 2 per biome, but yeah, it's a lot more, right? But it would be cool, but you don't need it, right? I don't think the game needs it, but I think that would really elevate the game to even like next level from a replayability perspective. It has already a ton of replayability, but I think the weakest part of the replayability definitely is the meta target of beating the same bosses, right? I think the bosses being the same is the most, I guess, repetitive part of the game. Yeah, if they were not the same, that would be great, actually. Yeah, here we also want to use abilities, actually, to trigger him sometimes, because we're not very strong. And they do intend to add more content, but I think the game has already now is very well worth the price, right? Like, it is very well worth the price. I think it's 20 bucks, but I hope I'm not misrepresenting that. It was, I think, 20 in early access. I should check, but whatever it is, it's probably a price accordingly to what I would expect it to be worth. What would I pay for this game? I would pay up to 40 bucks for this game, honestly. Yeah, honestly, that's, I think, is a fair price. But they probably are more at 20, right? So, yeah, the price point is very, very fair in my opinion. Since I don't pay for what do you call, like, I pay for fun, right? I didn't necessarily pay for the perceived content, right? Obviously God of War Ragnarok has, like, quote-unquote more production value, but I don't value that as highly, right? I don't care about that too much. I care about gameplay more than I care about raw production value. Yeah, I think that's also like the fallacy of AAA games is often that they value production value over anything else sometimes, and you just get these shit games that look pretty nice but are ass to play. Wukong. Yeah, so it's kind of unfortunate. Okay, so we should probably look in the direction we want to aim first. It kind of aims nicely though. Pretty cool. Yeah, every single control feels nice in the game, right? It's kind of interesting how they managed to do such a diverse input set while not making the controls completely different for every single character and still feel very nice. They did a really good job there. I really love the snowball. Like it is so good. Yeah, that was really brain dead. Oh yeah. And you also got the additional heal, but don't worry if you think it's a bit too much healing. The higher difficulties got your back, right? It's gonna become way more challenging, and you're not gonna be able to spam anything like that there. Yeah, now everything's on cooldown, which is a bit unfortunate. I ran into his attack, which is very bad. But we didn't die. Great. You can see the healing is very strong at the moment. Okay, we don't have the key. I'm stupid. I'm a bit on autopilot right now. Oh, there's the key. So we could try for the boss. I think we're strong enough, to be honest. I think our character is very strong. I just think I'm not playing that well, so maybe I'm a bit worried, but let's try it. We have 2 minutes. Is it realistic to beat this dungeon in 2 minutes? I hope so. Might be pure copium though. Yeah, I'm gonna ignore all the ads here and just go for the boss. I don't think we need to kill everyone in here. Right, I guess we don't. Maybe. I don't know, but he's here. It's him. He's a big crab. That was really bad. Yeah, we should have done that once he's stunned, I guess. Yeah, it would already be dead if we actually did a better job at not fucking up. Oh my god, I'm just throwing really hard right there. Yeah, that was really bad. I was so greedy because I'm worried about the time, but yeah, there was nothing to be worried about. Yeah, I guess skipping the enemies in here is kind of an issue. They could have done some doors that only open when you kill them, because it feels kind of weird to go in a dungeon, not kill the enemies. Because outdoors it kind of makes sense, but indoors I kind of feel like they usually lock you in too in the third area, as you will see. Special is ass. Let's take the curve here. And rerolling I think is really nice actually. At the start you might not care about it, but later you will definitely care about it. I mean, this is really good, honestly. And here you can see, right, this is iframes for the dash, which is interesting. I didn't even know it was in the game. Ooh, that's really bad for us. We should just take this one, honestly. And now, we're like running out of time. And I'm just considering going for the max HP increase, because that's a safe get, and going up here. Yeah, let's just get this one. Okay, it was safe until they showed up. That might be a bit too tight. Yeah, they can hatch. You can also kill them before they hatch and then they explode, I think, but... Okay, that was a safe get, and now we're just gonna hope for some really nice bonus objective here that doesn't kill us instantly. Yeah, this for example looks pretty nice. I don't mind using my ultimate against this guy. We don't have enough time. Can you cancel it? I actually don't know. Shit, there's still an enemy. Okay, very nice. We got a little bit of money. Nah, we don't need to go for the shop. Wouldn't change too much. We have 6 seconds. Maybe I can get some more XP. Here, a little bit of XP. Okay, the second boss. Bosses are usually designed so you don't have to take a lot of damage. I just suck at them, so don't worry about it. It's not like you have to get hit. Okay, that was kind of bad, actually. What the fuck? What am I doing? Oh, she's actually really good against this boss because she's so fast, right? And you can see our damage is like very, very nice, actually. Yeah, the boss's damage is also very nice. That was really bad of me. I think this boss actually does not get stunned though, which is very interesting. Yeah, now he has like this shield until we kill the smaller enemies. And to this day, I do not know if it's actually worth killing them. I literally don't know. I'm fucked actually. Yeah, I actually don't know if it's worth killing them. I mean, yeah, they have healing stuff. Okay, see, I'm really bad, but it doesn't matter because on lower difficulties you get the revives. It does matter though at some point. Yeah, let's try to kill them actually. I don't even know what happens if you would kill them. So they do drop healing orbs, which makes it kind of valuable. Okay, and then he gets stunned. Okay, and then you can just like nuke him down. Okay, is it worth killing them? I guess it depends on his HP. I guess it would have been fast. It would have been faster just to kill him instantly. But the healing orbs are nice for sure. And now this is chapter 3, Avalon, and it's the final chapter. And they're always like in this sequential order. And their layout, I think, is never randomized. So the core map structure is the same, but the things on the map is randomized. I mean, you want to talk about that maybe? I think actually it would have been nice not to completely randomize that, because I guess it's, you know, it's from a coding. I know from a coding perspective, it's way harder to piece things randomly together than fill in the puzzle pieces of a non-randomized section. That's why Diablo 3 did it, especially in 3D games. In 3D games, it's very hard to make a 3D world look very consistent without actually, when randomizing it, it's kind of hard, right? So that's why they did it. But I do still think having at least, I guess, 2 variations per map would be kind of nice, right? Like just from a, you know, diversity perspective, because you can basically increase the replayability and like the feel of, I guess, randomness a lot by just having 2 variations, because you can have like the first one is this, the second one is this, right? You can just like literally count it, right? How many new opportunities it's gonna give you. So yeah. Yeah, let's continue here. You start as always with 3 unveiled and the quest, and I'm just gonna go for the one here in the bottom. There's also almost one here in the bottom, so it's like it doesn't even matter what it is actually. Yeah, we could have bought something. And now the enemies, I think in this chapter, are definitely way more deadly than in all the other ones. So you really have to be careful not to get completely shit on sometimes. Especially the elite enemies here are really, really tough and will deal a significant amount of your HP when you run into them. Yeah, you can see, right? I got hit once and I'm already a bit lower here. And the downside is we don't have consistent damage. We just have bursty damage, which is great against, I guess, enemies you can one-shot. But enemies that will survive a combo are harder to kill for us because we just don't, you know, dish out as much consistent damage. Honestly, why not? I mean, there are a few bosses on this map that I mean, there's one and I think I did beat once only. No, I did never beat it actually because of the time limit. Yeah, there are bosses on a timer which are really tight sometimes. I know that there's an enemy, but fuck it. It's okay. Yeah, you can also force it, which is usually not a good idea. And I don't even know if it's worth staying for the smaller ones, to be honest. I don't know. Yeah, this wolf here, the big shout, is so strong actually, it's so crazy.
The night cannot last forever.
Oh, but it can. Oh yeah, the exploding apples. I think they were apples, right? Might also be bombs. Okay, so here we can't activate it until we kill these enemies, which is kind of annoying because... I mean, we're low HP too, for sure. It's not a good idea to do this. We should heal up before doing this, but... as I'm very much intent on dying here, because I love dying in video games. Yeah, this is also on the timer, by the way, so... Yeah, I got roasted. So now we have no more ravens left, I think. This is now the... Where can you see the ravens, actually? I don't know where, actually. Yeah, we have one more, so we can die once more. This enemy, by the way, is a piece of shit. I hate him. But he's dead. Yeah, I'm playing terribly, but it's okay. It's the easiest difficulty. We have a chance, right? Yeah, this is... I think getting a bit of armor, because it has diminishing returns, is really good. Just get at least 20 armor is, I guess, what I want to say. Because it still has has a lot of value at the start, right? And then, obviously, the diminishing returns make it a bit less attractive. Yeah, also... Oh, I leashed him. A leash is basically when you walk out of range, and then you can just despawns. To avoid you kiting the entire map, to one point, I guess, and then just killing them in one go. And also to not break the performance of the game, obviously. I do wonder how the netcode is. I can't actually speak about any of those things because I never played the multiplayer, so netcode might be bad or good. I heard the launch day had a bit of a server-sided issue because there were too many people playing, but that, you know, is not necessarily bad, because you might be wondering why a lot of games have launch issues with servers and why that's pretty common and why it's not a bad thing. I'm going to explain it quickly. Usually a game has an exponential decay of player base. So on launch day there will be a lot of people more than a couple of days later, right? Even the second day. So you usually don't want to accommodate, if you can, especially if you don't have the resources for the first initial onset, right? You're just gonna have to live with problems for that time usually, because after day 2 and beyond, usually if you didn't completely fuck up your timing, like your resource management, you're gonna have enough server capacity for the people that will play then, right? So it's not worth actually buying a tons of servers for day 1 and then having to, like, you know, set it up and everything to work and then to remove them after 1 day. So that's why day 1 is usually just worse. And it's an unavoidable issue unless you have an infinite amount of money and want to invest the additional time, which is usually not required. That's why we still see it with big games, right? The initial onset is always a bit more difficult. As you're playing an ice mage, what kind of characters are in the game, please? I can show them you after the running, but I can also talk about the ones I know. I just have to read this quickly. Ultimate triggers trait at its start. And hey, welcome, Mr. Noid. It started in just April. Okay, so we just have to shatter them right away. That's very interesting. Yeah, usually the second upgrade for the ultimate is really, really good. Okay, so what characters are in the game? The first character that is unlocked, for sure, and it might also be the only one I actually don't know, is a rogue at day and a werewolf, like a lycanthrope, by night, with different movesets. And the werewolf has a lot of lifesteal, the rogue has a lot of mobility, and they use a combo point system like World of Warcraft. Actually, you might find some things to be quite similar to how they work in World of Warcraft for some classes. For example, this is pretty much very much inspired by the Frost Mage, and the rogue definitely has some kind of inspiration from obviously World of Warcraft, and also like the transformation is a little bit like Dark Deeds maybe in the mod, like the map. Right, I never played. Is there actually a real game called Dark Deeds? I'm just thinking that because Werewolves and Among Us is so popular, and there was this Walker 3 custom map called Dark Deeds where everybody was role-playing as villagers, but one person by night turned into a werewolf and had to kill the other players, which is basically such a genius idea. It was such a great game. I don't think there was ever a real 3D, like a full game realization of that. Just remembered. Yeah, so that's the first character, the rogue. And the second character is a guy with a flute, like what is it called? Like the guy that calls the rats, basically. He has like rats spawning behind him, which you can then sacrifice to fight enemies, and you can have, I think, by default up to 20 rats following him. And he also is a twin stick shooter character. Basically, he shoots like musical notes, And by day they are they have AoE and are like non-penetrative. By night they become blue and they are like less AoE, but they penetrate enemies. So I guess they have a different form of AoE. Yeah, so he's a bit of a ranged character. He can also do like buff fields on the ground, not buff fields necessarily, like debuff fields on the ground. Yeah, so he plays like a twin stick shooter character. And then the third character is a Viking, as far as I'm aware of, with a worm, like like a worm, like a mini dragon on his shoulders. And here's the base mechanic that he can use the worm to empower any of his abilities. And he's using a two-handed sword, which deals very narrow damage, but a lot of damage in front of him. And he has an ability that's like a barbaric spin, and also a shield block. And what else does he have? Spin, shield block. Yeah, and like a slam, like a ground slammy wave thing. And his ultimate is basically his worm flying around and roasting all the enemies. Yeah, he has like the ignite element attached to him. Not everybody has access to all the elements, obviously. So you can like burn enemies for additional damage over time. And yeah, that's basically him. So like a little bit of range, but mostly melee oriented character with a lot of AoE and like burning damage. And then there is another character, but it's kind of hard to explain because I don't remember her exactly because I didn't play her recently. It's like called Meldozine, and she's kind of interesting. She controls a wisp, and all her abilities are basically based on the location of the wisp, which you control, I think, with the right stick or something. And she's very unique and super fun to play. So yeah, there are even more characters that I didn't play yet so far, so I can't talk about them, but I can show you at least the images of them after this run. Yeah, but there is a very, very huge amount of characters. I mean, not a huge, but there's a big amount of characters in the game, and also they're very diverse. So it's like you have a lot of different playstyles, like from melee to magic to like hybrid stuff to like almost like a completely different control scheme. Yeah, we're gonna get the additional feather here for the revive because I suck ass, and since I'm on autopilot, I'm probably wasting a ton of time while talking. So sorry for not doing objectives at the moment. Yeah. Wait, I'm also gonna read your messages. I'll usually finish my train of thought and then I read again. And thanks, Chris, for the follow. And I'm also multi-streaming on Twitch and YouTube. The difference mainly is YouTube has way better visual quality. So if you care about that, YouTube's better. It's like 30k bitrate, AV1 encoded, and Twitch is unfortunately like this. It's like 1080p, 6k, non-AV1. Okay, so when I read messages, you can see in chat, it's from the other chat basically. Or is she a mage that can use multiple different elements? No, she's really a frost mage. Yeah, she's literally a frost mage. Her character is meant to be frost. Yeah, she's designed around all the abilities you see here. And I mean, you might not see it now because we already have it, but at the start you have this ability, only has the inner ring and can't be charged, but then you got the blizzard in addition, the snowball rolling. Yeah, but you can really upgrade the abilities, but they're all frost abilities. That's her thing. She's called the Frost Queen, right? She's not called a mage or something. She's literally the Frost Queen. Yeah. But there definitely are fire-based characters, like the one worm character, he's fire-based. And there might even be a fire mage I don't know about, but yeah. But for sure she's frost. Yeah. Yeah. So she for sure is frost. That's her thing basically. But you can increase, like I would assume that if you, for example, you can. The thing is, when you start a character, this character is level 1 for me. You don't have a lot of choices. Later on, you're gonna have a second ultimate ability. You're gonna have a second tier of ultimate ability upgrade. You're gonna have different traits that will show up and upgrade. So we don't have everything unlocked for her, and she for sure will have more than just like one ability upgrade, right? So you will not only have the mega or strong ability here, but you might have like a Cone of Frost that's super strong or other things, right? So every ability basically is going to be upgradable to be very, very strong, and you can build your run around that. So it's not like you're going to have this ability every single run like that. Unless you really try to roll for it maybe, but that's going to be not very efficient. Yeah, so I think there's still a lot of intra-character variety per run, but definitely the strength is that there are a lot of different characters too. So if you really like different playstyles, there's going to be one that's probably going to match hopefully what you like. And also it's really cool to see how much the abilities evolve, right? Like that they really, really get strong compared to their initial state. Not only from a gameplay perspective, but also visually, right? Like having this blizzard afterward, this huge AoE charge up with a snowball coming out. You know, that's just really nice, actually. I really, really like that. Not a lot of games have that. Usually games have something like 10% more damage or something, which is kind of... also, sometimes there are some things like that in this game for sure, but it's more about actual gameplay stuff, right? For example, here we have the arcing basic attack now that literally goes and chases multiple enemies and all those things. That's really nice. Yeah, and also what I like is obviously it being skill-based, right? It's not designed around getting hit permanently and just outstatting enemies, but it's literally about like getting good at the game, basically. Which is why I'm dying constantly while explaining stuff, but I can guarantee you it's very, very much possible to almost take no damage or no damage in the game if you're good. I mean, literally no damage if you're good, right? Like, nothing is designed to be a guaranteed hit on you. And on higher difficulties, it's for sure going to be very relevant. Like, this is the baseline difficulty. Yeah, that's actually not a great idea, but it's okay. Man, there are abilities that are not shatter. Or, I mean, it did spec into 2 abilities only, so that's why 2 of them are... Like, my auto attack is really bad, and also my Cone of Frost is pretty weak. As weird as it may sound, can we play this game offline too? Or do we have to have constant internet connection in order to access to it, please? That's a good question, actually. I would assume it does not force always online. It has co-op modes, but it doesn't have some kind of account locked thing. There is an optional account you can use. But I would assume it works while going offline on Steam. I mean, if you want to, I can try it after this match, actually. Just try to go offline on Steam and see if it works. If it's really important to you, I can check. Because it's not important for me, so I never checked, actually. I mean, I'm literally streaming, right? So I don't have the choice to be offline. I can be offline on Steam, obviously, but not offline. Yeah, I'm really getting shit on by these enemies. And as far as I know, it also runs well on Steam Deck, which is expected. It's highly optimized, right? The game really, really feels like it runs very, very well for what is presented on screen. They really did a good job with optimizing the effects and all those things. Yeah, it's very, very performant. Like Curse of the Dead Gods too, the prior game from these devs, also had a really, really good optimization. And also it says unlocked FPS, so it's also very nice. Netcode, like I said, can't talk about that because I have no idea if it's actually good or not. Yeah, so if you wait after the run, which is in 5 minutes, hopefully, I mean 5 to 7 minutes, I guess, how long it takes to beat the boss, I guess. I can show you if it runs offline. Also, I can show you the other characters, at least visually, and we're going to move on to the next series to get an idea of the variety maybe in the game a bit more. Yeah, sure. This is always a good deal, I guess. Maybe not, actually, because it's gonna upgrade this one. Epic magical object. Maybe we're gonna get it, actually.
A judicious choice.
Oh, another... Oh, that's actually really cool. These 2 are not permanent, right? The top ones are usually, like, you need them. For example, this one, 300 seconds is what, like, 6 minutes? So if I would take this one, I would keep it until the end of the game almost. I'm gonna take it, why not, right? And you can respec if you want to. Yeah, sure, let's go with this one too. Oh, wait, lower quality? It did not pick this one. So this one's super RNG, actually. Yeah, it was not a smart idea. Yeah, my goal is basically to be at full HP for the boss. Everything else, I think, doesn't matter too much. Weaken the boss if possible, yeah, sure, but everything else is more of optional. I think you have to kill these guys, actually. Yeah, I'm really starting here very nicely by taking a fuck ton of unnecessary damage. Yeah, just stand in the attacks. Yeah, it's perfectly fine. Just dash into everything. Like I said, lowest difficulty, so all the mistakes are not as deadly. But later on, you will be definitely. It can get very, very hard for sure. It's not. It's also, this is not an easy game already. I think it's a good difficulty already. The base difficulty, it's fine. It's not like you're gonna face roll it or anything. For sure requires skill. So you might die a couple of times, is what I'm trying to tell you. If you're not like very proficient at these games, or you never played a game like this, it's for sure it's not going to feel easy, right? So don't worry about it if you die a couple of times. It's a roguelite, and it's definitely part of the intended design. Although I do think that the base difficulty can be beaten quite consistently, even with low level characters, because the game's actually is more of a side grade stuff, right? The power level of your character is not going to get better. So it is a roguelite in a way that you unlock new stuff, but it's not a roguelite that you necessarily unlock better stuff, right? So it's like important to realize that you're not going to get stronger. There's nothing like 10% more damage, 10% more HP, right? There are no boring skill trees like that. The game is designed to be fully playable from the get-go. So it's beatable on the max difficulty right from the get-go. When you unlock it, right, you need to beat the game 3 times for it, technically. Yeah, so it's definitely not one of those games where you have to die over and over again, half quote-unquote, until the game gets, I guess, realistically beatable from a damage perspective. Yeah, so everything you do in the game is designed around being first tryable, if you're good enough. No matter what you unlocked, right? It might get easier, obviously, if some unlocks are really good or something. The balance is never perfect in games, so I assume there's going to be stronger stuff. But it seems like compared to, for example, let's compare it to Diablo 4 maybe. Mage was so shitty balanced on launch. It was insanely trash. Like, I think what was... I don't remember which skill was so bad, actually. I think Electro was mega strong. Fire was like complete ass or something. It was so terribly balanced. Like also within the skill trees, it was so bad. And this game is really well balanced compared to that. Yeah, just Diablo 4, a great example of bad balance in a, I guess also like action combat top-down perspective game. Obviously this is not Diablo, right? It's not meant to be a hack and slay. And you don't get loot or anything like that. I mean, you get loot, but you know what I mean. It's like not items, and it's not like you're gonna have a sword or something you're gonna pick up and you're gonna be stronger. And also you don't like have a persistent character, right? So it is a roguelite, which is what I'm trying to say. Okay, I'm just, very nice. I was hoping for one of those, because we already deal 30% additional damage against bosses. Okay, my damage is really bad against this guy. Yeah, so I mean, I could also go right away and challenge him right now. That's also possible. If you feel strong enough for speedrunning or something, you could do that. Usually it's not worth doing that unless you really want to speedrun or something, right? It's for sure is better to get as strong as possible, because the boss does not get stronger over time. Only you do, so... Yeah, I'm trying to do an okay job at killing these guys quickly, so we maybe can get another objective. I really like the ultimates in this one. They really feel powerful and impactful, and not just like small useless abilities that you don't want to use at all. Yeah, this guy is always kind of a pain in the ass, for sure. Yeah, you should not stand in their attacks, for sure. They're like, kind of... Yeah, like this is really bad, right? What I'm doing here, like face tanking, really bad. The thing is, I'm so used to just killing enemies in one shot that I'm bad at actually fighting them normally. Quote unquote normally. That was super close actually and really bad, but it's okay, it's okay. So my goal now basically is to not die to the boss. Because I actually don't have time to heal up again. This boss, I think, has some kind of... I don't fully understand him. He's like light and darkness or something, and you have to kill them at the same time, but I don't really understand their armor system too well. They have some kind of very specific armor system, where like you can't damage one when the other one is low or something, but I actually don't know. And as you can see, there is a bit of bullet helliness going on here, but not to a large degree, right? It's like more like World of Warcraft ground targeting stuff going on. It's not a crazy amount of bullet hell. Yeah, so don't worry if you don't like that mechanic too much. So I'm not using this one. I had to dodge, unfortunately, out of it. I actually don't know how to deal with this enemy at all without taking damage, but it's possible, right? For sure it's possible. Yeah, for example, like this was perfect, right? You still have 2 Raven Feathers, but like I said, this is only something you can rely on lower difficulties. On higher ones, they're going to be very rare. And now they're stunned, which basically is the moment where the game expects you to do a bit of damage to them. And now we have to kill him before the other one respawns. And we did it. Yeah, it wasn't obviously horrible. We died so many times, but it's okay. And the feathers are also shared in multiplayer because you can revive players. So there's like this caveat basically. And I think you have maybe 40 seconds to revive someone or something. Yeah, so here you can see your time, which is usually going to be 60 minutes, which is very predictable unless you do speedrunning. And is it actually 20 times 3 or 18 times 3? I don't know, but roughly 1 hour is for one run. Unless you want to go faster, you can see the score and all those things. And then you get the rewards. You can see a new character, for example, Sun Wukong. wait, they're brilliant. Did they actually add Wukong to the game because they wanted to piggyback off Wukong's success? Brilliant, actually. Sun Wukong has joined Ravenswatch, so there's Wukong in the game too. Yeah, Wukong is actually a mythological character. That's why he's also in League of Legends. It's like Chinese lore thing, right? So that's why he's almost everywhere. It's not like an intellectual IP or anything. Yeah, so we joined Ravenswatch, and you can see we unlocked a new rank, and ranks give you access to new abilities, to new stuff. Right here, for example, you get new stuff here. Sometimes you also see this one. This one is a new discovery. That basically means you found it for the first time, because these are not character specific, and new talents are based on the rank of the character, and also you get a story for every character.
In the days before the darkness covered the land, my kingdom was a very different place. The sun shone warm, the hills were verdant, and the fields were fertile. Our people were peaceful and joyous, with few causes for concern and many causes for celebration. I acceded to the throne after the death of my parents, King Kai and Queen Gada. From the moment the mantle of rulership was clasped around my shoulders, I swore to protect the kingdom from harm just as I would protect my own family. For indeed, following my parents' untimely death, I was left in charge of my infant sister, Lily. I ruled the kingdom with a fair and gentle hand, the same way I raised Lily, and both flourished. I used my healing powers to keep illness and evil at bay. Our nation prospered under my benevolent stewardship.
And you're gonna get more story once she reaches rank 4. You can also replay that. It's kind of nice, the visual effect in the bottom left, like when you press play. It's kind of cool. It looks more like actually a power graph than actually an audio graph, because audio graphs are usually a bit more erratic, but that's perfectly fine. You also have an invite code and all those things, actually. But the thing is, what I wanted to show you here quickly, Mr. Noid, if you're still there, I'm just going to do it anyway to show, because I think it's maybe interesting for some other people too. These are the heroes we have currently, and I think they are planning on adding more. This is basically like the werewolf by night and the rogue by day, Scarlet, the Piper is like the rat guy, the Prince Stick roguelite character. This is like the worm-based Viking, and this is the Snow Queen we just played. They also have like different visual skins, so we unlocked a few new colors. Like basically color skins. Like they're usually more like retextures and paints, but yeah, repaints would be basically epic skins in Apex Legends or so, right? So it's already really nice that they have that. Then you have Aladdin, which is the next character I'm gonna play. Forgot about him. He's like, he can summon like the ghost from the lamp. He's like I guess like magic-based melee character, I would say. Like she's more of a like what do you call maybe a realistic character. She uses like knives and bombs, and he's like more magical oriented, I guess. Yeah, he's really fun actually to play. You'll see. This is Melusine, the one that has like this cool orb she can control. And Geppetto and Sun Wukong I never played. They haven't been in the game when I played. Oh, they're really cool actually. It has like animation. Man, I wish really Wukong was better. The game, like the real game. The game that came out recently and had like some cool traversal with the monkey. It's so unfortunate. I hope Wukong 2 is going to be better. Yeah, and now I'm going to look if it runs offline quickly for you guys. And I do that by going by Steam and then go offline. Now we're offline. Steam Cloud out of date. Wait, yeah, sure, we should go online quickly to fix that one. It does use Steam Cloud. Retry sync. Yes, quickly doing the sync here after the game, obviously, for the cloud save. And then we go offline. Offline on Steam. And now press play. And now you'll know if it works. I assume it does, right? Why wouldn't it? And it does. Here you go. You can play the game completely offline. And there's this optional account you can go into, which obviously is going to be because I'm offline, not available. What's called like My Nakon or something, if you want to. I mean, it's offline, so I don't know what this is. There's like this account thing. I never played online, so I have no idea. Yeah, it works perfectly fine offline. This is like the cool tutorial section. You get all the nice tutorialization in a quick and concise fashion. Really, really nice. And yeah, let's go back actually online though, because I don't know what exactly is if there was like some kind of like progression thing on the account. I don't know. I like being online if I can. I usually turn off the data sharing, but for whatever reason, being online is kind of nice. Okay, and now we're back online. Yeah, no problem, no problem. I know it's relevant for people, especially if you want to play on the Steam Deck, right? Steam Deck without Wi-Fi maybe, on the go. Obviously a good fit for this game. The art style is very readable. I think it should also run really well on the Steam Deck. You should still look it up, obviously, because I didn't test it, but I expect it to run really well on the Steam Deck. And it also seems from an art perspective to be very nice for smaller screens. So, yeah, I mean, maybe some UI elements, like the map is maybe a bit small, I don't know, but the overall, like the 3D visuals, not the UI stuff, seems very nice for also smaller screens. Yeah, so that's basically it here. Hello, I'm Jesus. I don't know how to pronounce that, from Mexico. I'm 30, married software developer here because of philosophy tag, obsessed lover of existence, truth, and reality, looking for some philosophical conversation at Friday and alcohol night. So you pair drugs, poison with philosophy. Interesting. You can always talk to me about philosophy. I don't mind actually. And interesting characters with lore, not just generic archetypes. Yeah, I like that too, right? Obviously they're like lore-based characters that you know of, but they're like still. I think they're nicely fit together here, and it's nice that they have like a description of them. Yeah, so a bit of context if you care about that. I'm not too much of a lore guy, so for me it's not a big deal if that's not there, but it feels like nice fleshed out, right? It's like it's there for the people who care, and that's always nice. Yeah, so if you want to ask me any questions, feel free. Philosophy, science, whatever you care, engineering. Yeah. Yeah, I'm also like a science nerd, so it doesn't really matter. Both the art and the music are tasteful. Thank you for presenting it. Yeah, no problem, no problem. I always like to support devs and showcase their games that I like, right? Because you might say I'm really full of praise. Don't worry, when a game's shit or does something wrong, I will completely tell you, right? Just watch me play Wukong, just watch me play I don't know what else, right? When I play a bad game, I will let you know, right? A game that I don't enjoy, right? It doesn't mean it's a bad game for everyone. That I will always tell you. It's my personal subjective opinion, but I'm very critical of games. So when I don't have a lot to criticize, is usually because the game is very, very well made. It does have criticism. It's not a perfect game, obviously, but it's a very fun game to me personally. So that's why I'm like always being. I'm not a hype streamer, right? I don't go in. I'm like hyping every game I play, but I'm really enjoying myself and present the game in that way because I do think it's a good game, right? So you will see me be very different for other games. Don't worry about it. I think my personal integrity is very high. I have very high standards for my personal gaming experience. So when I have small things I don't like, it can ruin the experience, unfortunately, for me. But I always say it might not be for you, and that's great, right? A lot of people enjoyed Wukong. That's really nice to see for them. Okay, but we're going to be playing as Aladdin here. And before I propose anything, I want to ask if you have any topic in mind. No, not necessarily. I'm open to any topic, actually. I mean, there might be topics I have no idea about, but that's fun too, right? Yeah. Okay, let's go with Aladdin here. And what you can do here is you can select the difficulty. You can see already here, they're like corrupted enemies can appear, and Master Nightmares is stronger. So the bosses are stronger and they're like elite enemies. You only have 4 revives instead of 6 in this one already, and you have minus 10% XP, which is not that relevant as you might think, because there's an exponential XP curve, and towards the end of the game, it's very unlikely you're going to reach the final goal anyway, so it's going to do plus minus 1 extra thing maybe, and I don't even know if there was a max out actually. We might have maxed out. I think the goal is basically to get your second ultimate, and it's just going to mean you have to manage your XP farming a bit more tightly. It doesn't. It maybe puts the power curve a bit later, but it doesn't really change too much, right? So I feel like this difficulty is also very well balanced, and I think on my non-reset save, this was a save reset for early access like a few months ago, because there is no reset button unfortunately for that. Usually I do it on launch, but I couldn't for this one. I did beat this one, but I never beat the next one, which I can't actually even show you because I didn't beat this one on the save. Yeah. And you also have modifiers if you want these things. For example, here you can do like dash in there if you want to, which is an advantage. Then you have like, you can see like these are modifiers, and you can also do custom mode where you can do custom modifiers. So there's a lot of stuff to customize, and which is fun in multiplayer games, right? If you want to, like these mutators basically have been very, very common in older games, and modern gaming kind of forgot about them. It's kind of nice to see them back here. So yeah, not a lot of games have this today, and I do kind of like it. I'm not using them too often, but it's, you know, for people who really don't like something specific or want to make it easier or harder, there's a lot of stuff to do. So you can see already cool animations on the character here. He has like this nice cape behind him. We're gonna have to learn the character together though. Oh, there is a missing icon here. Oh no, that's because I didn't learn it yet, right? Yeah, so I'm gonna look at the abilities first. So his trait here, the last roguelite I've played was Death Must Die. Oh, Death Must Die. Yeah, I think like there's like this issue, I think, with the Vampire Survivor genre and action roguelites, because I think like it's a unique genre, right? Like the game where you have a character and everything just goes at you. And Death Must Die, by the way, is a game I wanted to play also quite soon again, because I have it since a while in my library, but never played it, because I wanted to wait for 1.0 release, which happened recently. So I didn't play that one, but I did play tons of Vampire Survivor clones, basically. And I think there's the unfortunate distinction between these two genres when looking on Steam is not quite clear, right? Usually you look at screenshots and see if there's like this circle style, everyone running at the center AI, or if there's like normal quote-unquote AI. And I think they're both fun, but I think there's a discoverability problem that distinguishes between them when you look for new games. Because I usually prefer the non-Vampire Survivor style ones these days, because they're all kind of very samey, the Vampire Survivor ones. But they're all fun, right? But they're still kind of samey. So I kind of sprinkle them here now and then. I think there's another one that just came out in 1.0, the one that looks like Diablo 2. Called Blood something maybe? I don't know, I'm bad with names. I didn't play that one either, but it looks also really fun. But I still think to distinguish between them is kind of important in a search term. So I think they should kind of add a new, maybe Vampirelite or something to it. I don't know. Just Vampire Roguelite, I don't know I would call it, but just like a new name for that, because it's so hard to find out by searching for games if it's going to be one of those or not, because there's so many, and you might be wondering why are there so many. The reason is because they're very easy to make. It's a very if you want to make a video game, actually making a Vampire Survivor clone is super easy to code, and I would definitely advise if you want to make an action game and don't want to invest too much time into it, trying it out, this is a great genre to get into. This is also why a lot of those games exist, because they're easy to make. You can even use your old assets from other games and remix them for that, what a lot of devs did. So yeah, really easy to get into. Yeah. I also know how to code because, like I said, I'm an engineer and scientist, have a master's degree in medical engineering, and I'm doing a lot of AI stuff, did my degree in AI, deep learning stuff, and yeah, so I'm like also very well versed in coding, and also did a bit of video game NG stuff. So yeah, that's why when I say it's easy to code, I know what I'm talking about. I'm just like not talking out of my ass, right? Yeah, so that's why I think it's a great coding project for a first video game, maybe. Yeah, but Death Must Die really looked cool. Wasn't it also the one that had the Hades art style a little bit in it, like the gods and stuff like that? I actually don't know. Okay, so back to you, Barrero. Did you hear or know about linguistic relativity or Sapir-Whorf hypothesis? No, actually not. No. It could even orientate a conversation about game universe nature. No, I actually never heard of that. If you want to maybe elaborate what that is. I'm pretty sure I will understand the concept if you elaborate. Okay, and we're gonna try to at the same time play this game. I know, sorry for doing both at the same time here. Jinnia of the Lamp, the Jinn basically. Call Jinnia of the Lamp for a wish. Next ability grants the wish power. Oh, this is like the other guy. So you also like, I think this is actually new. So you can also buff your abilities. Power deals 250 damage all around. Special makes 15 to 25 dream shards and one consumable appear. Oh yeah, this was really interesting. So you could, I think it has a really high cooldown. Right? Yeah, you have 3 wishes total per level. Yeah, this is super limited actually. And defense fully heals or revives all nearby heroes. Yeah, this is omega strong, but you only have 3 wishes. And I'm gonna be using the special 3 times here, just like right now, so I don't forget about it. Yeah, you can see I have 3 wishes, and I'm gonna go with a wish of gold and money, because I think that's very powerful. Yeah, making my 3 wishes, really nice visual on that actually. Yeah, not this one actually. Well, let's look at this. After they hit an enemy, retrieving special blades during defense grants. Oh my god, that's so complicated. 12 shield. Yeah, this sounds really good actually. Sure, let's take it. I wanted to pick this one up actually. Yeah, more crit damage or more defense. I think actually crit damage is also kind of nice. I mean, yeah, you can do the math actually. It's not that great as a damage increase, but it's fine. Sure, last wish. Really cool idea actually, having this limited resource. I mean, I'm just using it like this, right? But I'm pretty sure you can also use it for the one-time effect. I do wonder if it's going to recharge actually. It might be 1 time per game actually. Like, this might already be it. This is very interesting. A bit yes, but this game reminds me of Hades much more than art style wise. Yeah, I mean the art style here. Death Must Die. Basically, what I thought is like the way the skills look and the gods are there. Like the idea is the same, right? Not the art style. The art style is like a pixel art, I think. Yeah, this game I think has like a more classic comic art style to it compared to Hades. Maybe Hades is a bit more unique, like Sucker Punchy, I guess, art style. Wait, are they called? No, not Sucker Punch. Wait. Oh my god, my name. Are they called? Wait, Super Giant Games, right? Shit, what are the names? Oh my god, I forgot the name of the devs. I played all the games like Bastion, Transistor, Pyre, Hades 1, Hades 2. Probably forgetting something. Yeah, I played all the games and I forgot the name. They have a star, a red star as a logo, but shit. Wait, was it Sucker Punch? Shit, I forgot. Yeah, it has a bit of, yeah, Darkest Dungeon is a great analogy, actually. But yeah, it also looks like their first game, Curse of the Dead Gods, right? So yeah. I really want to look up what the name of the dev is of Hades, though, because I don't like forgetting that one. The name is Supergiant Games. Why did Sucker Punch is Infamous and Ghost of Tsushima. Supergiant Games is them. Yeah, Supergiant Games. Okay. Exactly. Yeah, Darkest Dungeon I also liked. The second one I didn't give enough time because I didn't have time, but yeah, it's pretty nice. Okay, I'm gonna finish first reading the abilities, and then I'm gonna read the philosophy stuff and do it while I play the game, so we're not like only looking at this pause screen. Sorry about that. Okay, Scimitars. Chain together a series of attacks with Scimitars, each one dealing 16 damage. Last attack hits all around. Each attack can consume enchantment points, so you can strike twice with increased damage. I don't know what enchantment points are, but you can see it's a basic combo with a lot of AoE actually. Especially like 360-degree AoE. Okay. Summon Jinn of the Ring to fly forward and deliver a powerful blow that deals 80 damage. Can be held to move farther and increase damage. So by the way, it's not like buffing the ability like I thought, so it's like different than the other guy. Summon Jinn from the Ring can be held to move farther, increase damage up to 50%. So let's look at this one. Yeah, it does the cool punch here. By the way, the controls are all custom. You can just do whatever you want. This is what I prefer when playing these games. This game specifically. Yeah, so it's cool. You have like this punch, and you can also do it in a non-charged version. I'm just testing it here because I have the time, right? Nice. The Jinn punch. Here we have the enchanted blades. Throw scimitars. They move forward, stop to spin, and then return to Aladdin, dealing up to 60 damage. And they get enchantment points for every enemy hit. And this one can consume enchantment points. Ah, okay. So we first start like this, and then we start like mashing at them or something. And this one said, after they hit an enemy, retrieving special blades during defense grants 1 armor. During defense, okay, interesting. Jump quickly to turn intangible. Enemies pass become vulnerable for 3 seconds. So I guess the combo is gonna be like throw, jump, and then hit, right? Like this. Interesting. And we have to do it 15 times. Yeah, interesting. And this is also our iframe move, and we have an ultimate we don't have yet. Very nice. Heading away for now, left a like and subbed until YouTube picking up your content. Good luck to you and keep it up. Yeah, thanks a lot, thanks a lot. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Yeah, sorry for stalling a little bit today here. It's kind of unusually busy for me. I'm not that great at managing that, right? If I had more experience in managing more people talking at the same time, I would definitely do a better job of it, I guess, but I just don't have the experience yet. Okay, so it talks about the language we talk affects and kind of rule the way we feel and perceive the reality. And the relation to game universe design comes always from the concepts and ideas are allowed by the concepts existing in our tongue or crossing with our imagination. So it's basically about the idea how language is like, there's this saying, I don't know who said it actually, like the language is my language is the limits of my mind, right? Like I know it in German actually, I don't know it in English. But it's fine. Yeah, basically like the idea is if I don't have a word for it, I can't understand the concept. I would highly disagree with that actually, because I think it's actually an argument that's very relevant at the moment in AI development, because we have all these large language models, which basically are exactly that, like they exist only in the concept of thinking with words and language systems. And the thing is why I don't think that is accurate to actually think that this limits your understanding of something is because you can understand a lot of concepts you don't have words for. You actually will probably understand a lot of more in detail concepts by not using language. But what do I mean, for example, by that? For example, if you want to brush your teeth, you're not going to have a word for every action your hands do. You're going to have some kind of meta word for every action, but you will have an idea of the concept of your hand moving while brushing your teeth, for example, right? So this is a concept that is not encoded in language. The concepts that are usually encoded in language are usually more related to social information transition and interactions, right? So everything that you feel is necessary to convey to another human being in terms of learning, communication, alerting, discussing, disagreeing, whatever. Like it's like a social communication skill. It's not there actually, and also it can be used as a problem-solving skill for abstract concepts. That's also true, obviously. But not everybody has an internal monologue, right? So not everybody can think in words, basically, which is incredible to believe if you do, right? Because I think in words. I can't imagine not thinking in words, but I actually can, because there are a lot of things. For example, imagine yourself doing running, right? You can see yourself run now, maybe, depending on how good your visual memory, actually, visualization skills are. Not every human can do that either. So it's really interesting. The very basic stuff is so different for every human, right? And you can imagine that without using words. So it's definitely understandable, right? I can imagine going to the supermarket, putting food in my basket, moving on, right? I can do that. Not everybody can do that, obviously, but I can, right? Some people have like photorealistic projections into their field of view and all those things, right? And they're also not word related, obviously, right? A nice approach I take advantage of, noting this is the usage of words that game creators use to describe the algorithm that make the objects work, kind of trying to guessing how to use it in gameplay. I mean, yeah, coding, right? How does coding translate to visuals, right? Because technically speaking, everything you see here has been coded and is like binary encoded in some way to be presented to you, right? So you could argue that a game has always to rely on actually words to represent stuff. But the thing is, it is more a binary information encoding than it's actually language encoding. Because some things, yes, you might just code with functions that have functional names, but what you see on screen, all the art and all those things, they're not necessarily language stuff, right? They're just like data that's binary encoded and displayed to you. So it's like the language layer here is also a bit more abstract. But obviously what will reoccur in games as a player specifically is you will have insight into what the devs think are things that should work with a certain like language they use for the game, right? For example, you have like numbers, you have like words, like what every single mechanic has a certain word attached to them. For example, there's like special, power, defense. Already having this called defense, you know, it's supposed to be used in defensive fashion, right? So you have some kind of insight, but I think not a lot of games really have a lot of insight into the direct code, right? The more insight into the code, basically how it functions, is by playing the game then, right? Because that is what they want to tell you, but then obviously you can like infer what would you do if I hold down the button, right? It's like a hold action, then you would probably have a function that calls for this specific animation set to be played with a specific hitbox attached to it with a different like value modifiers and stuff like that, right? So it would be a cascade, yeah. So I don't know if that's actually the thing you were trying to go for here, talking about this thing, but I do think like there is a truth to, I think the most limiting part about how your language affects your thinking is actually in when you want to think about things. And that really requires you to be able to do so. Not every human can do that. I really want to remind you, not every human is capable of not talking and thinking in their heads in words. It's unbelievable to me in a way that I can't intuitively think it's true, but I know it's true because a lot of people say it is, right? A lot of people say I can't, right? So it must be true, but I can't imagine how it's like. But then obviously for these things, you do need, for very abstract things that you can't envision, you obviously need language concepts to tie them together. And then obviously language is evolved from all those things, right? Language was not the first thing. The language was evolved as a function of what we needed to talk about in the world, right? Like to basically also mostly talk and reason about things, right? So this is a very, very functional thing, and it's not really something that is like the natural state of order. Most animals are not capable of speaking in a complex language that is even remotely able to talk about the reality they live in, right? They usually use it to communicate in a very primitive fashion. May it only be to even maybe warn each other, or like talk about like, oh my god, this is like a really tough section. Or maybe even talk, oh my god, I'm on the time limit. We're gonna fuck this one up because I talked too much. Yeah, fuck me actually. I'm not good at Aladdin just yet, basically. Yeah, we're almost dead here. Yeah, so I think it's very important to not overstate the properties of language, but you can definitely use language to concoct new information, right? A language model is not limited by the words they use, for sure. They can definitely use those words to understand concepts by combining them in new ways, right? You can just have an array of information that is not encoded in the original meaning of the word. They could literally use a word in conjunction with another word with a completely new meaning to create situations they can react to that we didn't encode them to do. So it's like not too limiting as you might think. It's complex enough to allow for a lot of different ways of interaction. Yeah, I just read chat. Oh my god, I'm so bad actually playing this. Sorry, I'm not good at autopiloting this game and talking. Which is might be pretty obvious if you watch me actually here play, but okay. You're right. Code is binary processing, but do you think? I mean, code is not binary processing, right? You can do code without doing binary. So binary is just like our method of choice because transistors are readily available, but you don't have to do binary encoding for coding, right? There could be analog code. There can be like non-binary code. Code is just like our code we use is basically just like used for binary, or usually to manipulate binary systems, but obviously it doesn't have to be, right? Yeah, code is very, very flexible from a definition perspective, which is also going to become relevant, I guess, at some points, because we're not going to remain in the binary realm forever, like digital, right? Because analog has a lot of advantages. Like, for example, if you want to build a quantum computer, you're going to have a tough time doing it in a non-analog way, probably, if you want to be efficient. But do you think that the way all objects interact in the game has equivalency or synchronous data processing formulas? So obviously everything that's happening in the game is running on a PC, right? So there has to be some sort of like correlation between code and physical actions on your hardware, obviously. So everything that is happening is definitely being transitioned in that way. Obviously, you could argue that like it does more than that because it produces heat. It might, alter the physical probabilities of your hardware temporarily by, yeah, heat, radiation, all those things, right? Energy consumption. There's a lot of stuff extra going on, which is not relevant to what is happening in the game. But necessarily everything that is happening in the game obviously had to be coded, so it's running on hardware, right? And even if it's coded by accident, right? As long as it's happening on screen, there must be some kind of obviously logical chain to make that happen, because it's like a man-made product, right? We know what's inside. I mean, maybe we don't know for everything, right? The details, right? There might be a formula we don't quite understand. Great example again, deep learning. All the algorithms are like more like black boxes. We have like some introspection, but we can never fully grasp the entire structure because it's like way too complicated. So that might obviously also play a role, but obviously they're like, it's like a causal action and reaction thing. Yeah, thank you for opening for the conversation. I really appreciate that. Spanish is my mother tongue. Sorry for my poor Spanish. No problem, no problem. I'm German too, so it's like not like English is my native language either. Yeah, but if you have any questions, I can probably talk about it, right? I'm not an expert in everything. I'm like a human being. I'm probably more not an expert in most things, but I think I'm quite okay at like talking about stuff and thinking about things I never heard of. So it's like, I can give you my perspectives on things, even if I'm like limited knowledge. And as always, if there's something that's very relevant to you personally, and you will make decisions based on that, you obviously should always get second sources and consult real experts too. And just take my thing as a little side thought, because I never want to give advice about things I'm not 100% confident in that I think is the best advice. Even if I think it's the best advice, you should always double check, right? So all I say is like limited by a very, very human perspective here. And yeah, thanks for the follow. Rare Roar, I can't actually pronounce that probably correctly. Yeah, sure, yeah, I'm gonna wait. As our at the minimum here, so what basically I have, I think 1.5 minutes of ads per hour. So we don't have pre-rolls for 20 minutes. And yeah, it's like actually the minimum amount to not have any sort of pre-roll. So I'm trying to go for the hybrid. I'm not to make money off Twitch, right? In my ideal world, I wouldn't actually have any ads, but the thing is then you have free rolls 30 seconds every time you click on stream, and that's very jarring for new viewers. So I'm trying to find a mix where like RNG, right? Sometimes they get them, but the people staying around don't have too many ads. So it's kind of really annoying to do, but it's unfortunately Twitch needs to make money, right? They're operating at a loss since their creation, so it's like they need the money. I get it, and I just try to minimize it for you, but always use ad blocker if you can, obviously. And yeah, or use Twitch Turbo or whatever. I don't know what's available, but yeah, I'm trying to minimize it basically. Yeah, so if you have any questions further you want to discuss or something like that, I'm always open for that. Okay, air dash. Air dash can be triggered during defense airtime. Doing so increases attack speed by 50. Oh my god, that's so complicated. He seems pretty cool though. When retrieving special blades, heal all heroes. Okay. For each enemy hit. I didn't even read that to the end here. That sounds really cool. And all heroes, you might already see there's a lot of cooperative stuff going on here. You have a lot of heals for people, buffs for people. Playing alone, it doesn't feel bad, but it's just like, you know, there is some co-op elements, but the game is not too much in your face. It's not like constantly telling you get a friend and play this game with them. But definitely I would recommend, actually, if you have friends you like and they like this type of game, this is a great game for a cooperative experience, I feel. It seems very fun when I saw bigger streamers play it together, so yeah. I'm also very likely that you're going to play this one with my girlfriend together. I don't think it has split screen, unfortunately, or like on multiple characters on one screen, which makes sense because of the game design, I guess. And also the coding is harder for that. But yeah, unfortunately, I'm probably not going to be able to play it with 3 people as a result, but maybe. I don't know. I do think that the gamification used together with AR could be a good way to improve humans' auto control and help them to achieve their goals. So obviously AR and gamification are powerful tools to alter behavior of humans, for sure, because they're like basically very strong methods of like building habits, accessing areas of the reward system that might actually not be there. And I don't know if necessarily AR is that interesting. I think actually AR is more of like an added like information layer that could help obviously bring it to fruition. At the moment, ARs, I think especially the display capabilities are quite limited at the moment. But I do think obviously you can use AR later to like make it more fun. For example, you can imagine a child brushing their teeth, and when they brush it for 3 minutes, the AR system is going to display them maybe a nice timer or a mini game even, where they see maybe on their teeth when looking in the mirror, they see something on their teeth, they brush their teeth, and they have to remove maybe they have to chase some minions or something, and when they brush well, they get more scores, so they're going for a high score while brushing. You could imagine those things, right? But that needs a little bit more tech advancement, but in theory, yeah, it's very doable. And also the likelihood of us being already in a simulation, and all you see here is already maybe some sort of gamification of life, which might sound pretty dark sometimes because we see a lot of terrible things happening in the world. But still, it could actually be some kind of gamification or like virtualization of reality already. So it's not that unlikely, actually. So yeah, it's kind of interesting to think about. So yeah, of course, AR and gamification can be used to alter the behavior of humans, also help them achieve their goals. Here, the little reminder that I'm a strong believer in determinism. I call it belief, but I think it's actually more of a fact, actually. But for the sake of not offending too many people, I'm calling it a belief, because I'm not certain, right? It is technically a belief, like everything is subjective, right? I think everything is like basically predetermined, and you don't have a real choice. There's no free will. Everything's going to happen anyway. You have a great illusion of free will as a human, for sure. It's very nice. So every goal you want to achieve or not achieve is actually kind of hard. And that's where AR and gamification are dangerous, right? Because you might not be acting towards goals you actually want to act towards. You might think it is your goal, but it might actually not be your goal. So it's like, right, you might have this goal because you had like prior stuff make you believe. For example, your parent wants you to become X, and you're like, I love my parent, they want me to become a doctor, I'm going to achieve my goals, right? And maybe I'm going to use some kind of gamification learning tool to do that, and then I'm working towards this goal, getting addicted maybe to the game, everything works well, and then I become a doctor and I realize I hate being a doctor. I only was going to be a doctor because my parents wanted to, right? And an easy way to see that there was some kind of determination there. And yeah, so it's kind of dangerous because it's also very manipulative, right? A corporation can use like gambling, can use other tools to make you spend more money, use AR to maybe put ads on your, like subtle ads into your field of vision. And yeah, it's very dangerous. So it's like, it's on the one hand, it's a cool tool. On the other hand, it can also lead to like bad behavior towards goals you maybe think are important, but are not important. Yeah, it is very, very difficult actually to not see it as a double-edged sword, right? Gamification, games in general, are definitely very, very unnatural behaviors that feel highly rewarding for obvious reasons, but still they're unnatural, and you should definitely not forget about the things that might be more important to you. For example, I don't know, maybe you're getting older and your parents are getting older and you should be spending more time with them because you're going to be dead soon, then you can game all you want, right? And so I think like there's a lot of things to consider, what is actually really the goal that's behind things, and it can be really, really hard if you build a habit to actually get out of that. So always this little aside here that yes, it can be a great tool, but it's also dangerous if used improperly, and especially since big corporations have more insight probably later into how it affects you, and they can use it to manipulate you easily. I'm not talking about in a negative way, right? It's not like it's necessarily bad, but it's pretty much a fact that at one point Facebook and other sites like Meta and all these companies and Google will know more about you than yourself. And that's very dangerous, right? You're not going to be empowered anymore. It's going to be, yeah. And obviously then there's way more stuff. But I'm not going to open the can of worms here too much. Yeah, I had to provide more info from a human life that we're not aware at all time, but we with it, we would have more information to make better decisions. Yes, of course. I mean, AR is a fantastic tool, right? The goal, basically, what is our problem at the moment with tech? There is like, how do we merge, like how do we do this cyborg biotech merging thing, right? How do we do that? How do we increase the bandwidth between the human mind and the technology we use, right? Or maybe even the human body and the technology we use. How do we interface that? That is the big challenge we're facing at the moment, because the devices are getting better and better and better, but the interfaces are kind of shit, right? This small smartphone device here, the screen is small. It's like, yeah, it's kind of nice, right? But it's not really always present. And the thing is, you might say, oh yeah, but then we're always a screen, always on, always there. It's really annoying, right? Don't we want to go back to nature? And the thing is, yes, we do, but I don't think having a smartphone is, or like a full AR display is going to be worse, because I think actually a full AR display will be able to much more efficiently convey information in a shorter fashion without removing you from the real world, right? Because if you have a smartphone, what are you doing? You're holding this device, looking at the screen, touching the screen. You're not looking into the world, you're not touching the world, right? It's so limiting. So actually AR will free us up and only add information we really need at the moments we need them. It's going to be a fantastic tool. In AR, obviously, how do we do the interface? Do we do a human brain interface? Do we like completely re-engineer humanity? All those questions will be answered at some point. It's definitely going to be, in my opinion, the real solution is complete digitalization of humans. Like, I mean, I'm calling it digitalization. It doesn't have to be digital, right? Just like simulating existence is going to be way more efficient, because the goal basically of all science at the moment is to alter physical structures in a certain way. For example, in medicine, you want to alter the physical structure of the body to be healthy. And with creating a tech, you want to alter the atoms to have a certain constellation, to, for example, form a circuit board or a chip. All these things is just like rearranging matter. And what is the most efficient way to rearrange matter? Just having digital matter, right? You can literally TP it, you can put it in any form or shape you design it by code. So it's like you have absolute control over every single element. So a fully digital or like virtual world is so controllable, right? You don't have to think about all the other problems basically. So I think it's very nice, and it's a way better way to actually try to bend the physical world. And why is it good? Because we know it works, right? We know PCs and digitalization works. We know information theory allows it. We know energy allows it. So in theory, like simulating things is very, very efficient to solve a lot of problems. And I have always this nice example, right? Imagine a world with abundant tech, but we're still all on Earth, right? Who's gonna live by the Caribbeans? Who's gonna live in Europe? Who's gonna live wherever it's gonna be nice, right? Who's gonna live there? Not multiple people. You're a physical object. Not 10 people are gonna live at the same beach, at the same house, right? Usually, right? 10 different people. And the only way to achieve that is actually by having a digital life, and everybody can have the same virtual space they concoct, right? It could be an illusion of a planet like Earth. It could also be some completely different space, but it's the only way to actually solve most of the issues, like equality, for example. It's impossible to achieve on Earth. Like scarce resources and space is literally impossible to solve, right? Nobody, even if we have 1 billion planets, nobody's going to be able to have the same life as another person unless they're completely digital, right? It's like really, really interesting. And what do you think the game reality and control could affect or modify our reasoning in our real life about our abilities or perception? Like Elon Musk said, with a smartphone, make us particularly cyborgs. I mean, it is like the thing is, like I said, we are already cyborgs with a very bad interface to the machines, right? The moment tech, like the computers evolved, and we could interact with them, we became cyborgs, but just like not attached to them, right? That's why we, usually cyborgs, people think about the tech being attached to us, but we're basically still accessing information almost on a daily basis from a machine to use as a device for our own personal reasoning. And obviously, like game reality or anything you do in life will affect the things you do. Everything, right? Literally anything you do will affect you as long as there is some kind of physiological process in your brain being triggered. Some things you might just ignore and never perceive. The information is caught by your eyes. Obviously, it will change something, but if it's not committed to memory and there's no change in your brain physiology, you will not have an effect, right? So there are things that don't affect you like that, but usually everything you interact with that is like quote unquote memorable, or like even, you know, from a what do you call it, like even if it's unaware, but it's still there, right? If as long as there's some kind of change. So obviously everything you do, games and all those things, is definitely there to affect you. So that's why do I hate ads? Because ads are there to manipulate you, right? Ads are there. It doesn't mean it's bad, right? If I get an ad for a game that's amazing and I buy it, I'm happy, right? So perfect ads are fine. But usually ads just want to commit something to your memory. And the most common thing you might think, is an ad trying to sell you a product usually? Or is it trying to make you aware of the product? And usually the answer is it depends on the product. For example, if you hear an ad for McDonald's, McDonald's is not trying to sell you a specific burger usually. McDonald's is trying to remind you we exist, right? Everybody knows McDonald's. Why does everybody know McDonald's? Because they're everywhere. They have ads everywhere. They have shops everywhere. It's almost unavoidable to actually exist and not know that McDonald's exists if you're like in a modern country, right? It is literally so normal for it to exist. And that's why I think it's like really, really annoying to have ads, because they will put stuff in your mind you might not want to know exists, right? You don't maybe want to know that, I don't know, a product you don't care about exists because it takes up space in your brain. You don't have endless capacity, right? So it's like wasting your resources on stuff you don't care about. That's why I hate ads. That's why I want to minimize the ads for you, because I think it's like a waste of your personal intellectual resources, right? And games obviously take a bunch of space in your brain too. So obviously if you're going to play a game, you're going to have a bunch of knowledge related to the game that has no use case. For example, I remember almost all the abilities, I would probably remember all the abilities of all the initial League of Legends heroes. Am I playing League of Legends? No. Will it help me in other games? Yeah, sure, but it might probably not be a useful skill, right? Like you might remember songs from your childhood which have no meaning at all for you anymore. Like there's so much clutter in your brain, which is why I'm a big fan of just like, you know, not taking up information I don't need. And this especially, I think, important for me personally in phases of study. When I study something for an exam or something, I literally go radio silent for as long as I learned everything I needed to learn, and until I wrote the exam. I hate having distractions while I do that, because every knowledge I pick up there, I want to retain, right? I don't want to have an override of my learning phase by then doing some kind of gaming in between. It sounds nice, but it's never going to be conductive. Some people maybe need the breaks. I don't need them, right? So if you need the breaks to even be able to learn because you can't motivate yourself or something, that's perfectly fine, right? But I'm literally a person that really, really can learn all day without end and doesn't need a distraction, doesn't want a distraction, right? So for me, it's very, very nice, and I think it does wonders for me if I do that, right? If I really want to focus on something and don't do anything else, that's for me the best. If it's like literally learning, right? If it's like about having a balanced life, obviously that's not a good idea. You shouldn't be focusing only on one thing. You should always try to have a good balance of everything in general, unless it's like for a short amount of time where you really want to focus on something. It's a bit like working out, right? When you're like working towards the Olympics, you're not going to be only going to train every day. I mean, you're going to train a fuck ton, right? I think you trained 8 hours a day. The guy who won the British guy, Toby Roberts, but who won the bouldering climbing Olympics, and he was basically training 8 hours a day, but only 8 hours a day. They're 24 hours a day, so he was still doing 8 hours of something else. So yeah, you don't want to go commit 100%, but obviously when you're going to do the competition, you're going to be 100% committed for the time, optimally, right? Yeah. Following this context we created and taking power as a specific powers as specific abilities, but specifically about human abilities. What is your favorite power you possess? So you mean what human ability do I have that is my favorite? It doesn't have to be an ability of the mind, or can it be a body part? Just asking. Because actually, I think a lot of things are cool, right? I'm objectively very intelligent, right? Not to praise myself, it's just how I am, right? I'm objectively very intelligent, can learn anything. I think that's pretty nice, but it's also pretty shit, because if you can learn anything I can learn anything that's human, created by humans, right? Obviously, I'm limited. I can't learn things humans can't learn, right? I'm not a super machine, so it's impossible for me to solve an equation with, I don't know, 50,000 pages, right? Impossible, literally. So I couldn't, right? I couldn't even understand the context. I don't have enough capacity. I don't have enough short-term memory. It's impossible, right? But from in terms of human intelligence, I'm pretty good, I think. And I can learn all the human required knowledge, basically. That's kind of nice, right? So having an easy access to understanding things, even concepts that are a bit abstract, right? I have a good abstract understanding also of very complex stuff. That's relative to human knowledge, I guess. And that's kind of nice, but it's also bad. Why is it bad? Because it literally tells me what the world is. And the world is not necessarily the wonder paradise you might believe in if you're like maybe religious and everything is like karma based and you're going to end up in heaven and everything's going to be nice to you and everybody loves each other, right? This illusion of reality does not exist in me. So I have like a very realistic take, but also it helps, just relative, put a perspective on it. And that has taken a bit of time, right? So there was a time where this tool basically of intelligence was not used in a happiness creating way. So I guess this is the biggest plus I have, I guess, but also a big minus sometimes. And then obviously physiologically there are different things I like, right? I like that I'm pretty fit, that I like sports and I can do them efficiently. I don't know. I just like these things too, right? I'm happy with the body, my body. And obviously there are also things I don't like, right? I mean, for sun protection, I would have liked more hair, right? Not getting bald as soon, because you always have to wear a hat, but I don't mind too much, right? It doesn't have really important consequences in my life. Yeah. And mind and body is one. I mean, I also like that I'm actually pretty good at manipulating physical objects in the real world. I mean, I'm good at, playing like sports, like volleyball, badminton. I pick it up pretty easily. Also, I don't know, I like that, right? That I'm able to manipulate physical objects. Throwing is very good. I'm very good at throwing, right? These things I like. But you asked positively, right? Because it might sound like I'm only talking about how great I am. I'm just talking about the things I'm good at, right? Am I good at games? I'm okay at games, I guess. I don't think I'm like necessarily autistic levels of goodness, right? There are certain people that are excel. Okay, let's talk about this maybe, yeah. When not using a type passive, we don't want enchantment points. That's actually pretty cool. Okay, so a quick thing, yeah. Basically, what does it mean that I'm good at general stuff, right? I said I can learn anything, and that's true. But that also means I will not excel at anything. I'm not I don't have autism. I don't have like a super high specialization in anything. I'm not like the best in anything, right? I'm not the best mathematician. I'm not the best physician. I'm not the best gamer. I'm not the best at anything, right? Maybe I'm the best at being average at everything or something, above average at anything. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Perchance or something. I have no idea actually. But the thing is, I'm not going to be an expert in a super high way because my capacity is limited, right? I can only do so much my brain can do. And if your brain is 100% like structured to do math and is omega efficient and you're super talented genetically for that and you spend all your life doing that, obviously you're going to be a fuck ton better at math than me, right? So obviously I'm not that in anything. That's, I guess, the downside of it, right? Being good at everything also means being not the best at anything. I mean, you could be the best at anything and good at everything, I guess, to some degree, but it's very unlikely it's going to be a real skill. So what does that actually mean? If you have a skill that requires your full brain capacity to be the best at, because you only have that much physical energy available, right? It literally means you're going to be limited to actually, doing that specific thing and not something else, right? You're never going to have the capacity to do anything else. So you must be structured in that way. And there are not a lot of skills that are like that, human skills, right? We might see some of them here and there where some person is like a complete shut-in and only does one thing. But usually, since we're social beings, that's very unlikely, actually. And it's usually also correlated with autism for us, because it's like literally... I mean, I do have some degree of autism, I assume, when it comes to certain things. Like, I'm very neurotic about placement of objects, like, if I care about them. For example, like my speaker position, the angle of my monitor, the position of my keyboard, like my chair, all those things, right? That's really important to me. It's way more important to me than it should probably be, right? Yeah. Gentlemen, I'm loving your fluency when you're talking and the speed you can synthesize your thinking in words. I love it. Oh, thank you. The first time I realized I'm kind of okay at that is when in school, as a kid, you don't think of yourself as smart because you don't know anything else, right? You just use yourself. And the only way you learn that you're smart is actually by learning what other people can't do, because it's like a relative thing, right? Intelligence is relative. And just as a reminder, human intelligence is very, very low compared to what is possible theoretically and also realistically, right? In the near future. So AI, for example, will be significantly smarter than me and any human alive, like significantly, like not even close, right? And the thing is, basically, that's really important, is to realize that as a kid, you don't know that you're smart because you don't know how intelligent other people are, because you only know how you are, right? And the first time I realized that I was probably pretty smart was when in school, I mean, I wasn't sure I was smart in it. Right back then, I wasn't sure I could learn math and whatnot because I didn't study it, right? In school, I didn't care about math. I literally didn't care about I did care a bit about science, but math was so boring to me because it had no real application in the real world for me. I was like, I don't care, right? I was just like playing games, fuck school actually, but I enjoyed it going there, but it's not like I care too much about learning. And then, when I studied, I did all the things I was bad at school. I literally studied the stuff I was worst at school because I wanted to learn about them, right? I was curious, right? It was a curiosity. Can I actually learn these things? And then I realized, yes, I can learn them. Yes, I can learn anything, right? That was very late. But when I realized the first time I was not stupid was basically when there was some kind of interpretation stuff of story going on. And I was like, yeah, obviously the author wants to say this, right? Obviously in his mind something was going on with that and that, and for me it was crystal clear. And then I noticed that all the other people, and also like the teacher was like super surprised by how well I interpreted the things and was like really interested in my ideas. And I was like, but that's obvious, right? I was like, that's obvious. I don't even have to think about that. It just naturally occurs to me that's like that. And that's where I realized, yeah, I actually do have some kind of talent for these like generic like logic things, right, that appear. I can easily tell if something is probably right or wrong from a simple perspective, right? Obviously there could be deeper meaning behind stuff and I have no idea about that, obviously, but it's usually not that I'm gonna knowingly say something wrong after being called out about it being wrong, right? If I know it's wrong and like I'm being called out about it, I'm not gonna be, oh yeah, I was right. No. I firmly believe I'm right, although I'm wrong, right? But obviously that's fake from a human limited perspective. I might be wrong about a lot of things, and probably am, right? But I do admit that I have that, right? So it's like already this admission is not normal usually. A lot of people will insist on being right most of the time. I insist that true intelligence from humans is actually not measured in their capability of doing specific tasks. I mean general intelligence, but actually the absence of stupidity and the ability to have introspection if you're wrong. I think that is the most important factor actually of intelligence, actually to be able to realize the real truth once you're presented with it. You can be wrong until someone tells you you're wrong, and if you can still realize you're wrong, if the other person is probably right, this right and wrong is really difficult to define, then you can realize actually, yeah, I'm stupid, right? If someone tells you this is wrong 10 times and you need like 10 years to realize it's wrong, and then maybe one day you realize it's wrong because you have an example for it, that's probably when you notice you might be stupid in that way. And then the great news is obviously that actually humanity is like really, really nice, because most people are very, very good at something. You might not know what it is necessarily, but it's maybe not it's not maybe a modern capitalistic skill, right? But most of your capacity is pretty similar to, right? I have maybe a bit different brain structure, which might be relevant, sure, but I still think most people have a lot of good stuff going for them, and obviously you never are in control, right? It's not like you selected your genes, you selected the input you're gonna get, but if you grow up somewhere where there are no schools, you might be the smartest kid alive, but you're never gonna realize a lot of things because you have to start from scratch, right? That's the same for me, obviously. If I had been born 1,000 years from now with that knowledge, I would be saying completely different things, right? It would be completely different. Maybe I would not even be relevant. I mean, probably wouldn't even be relevant because most people will be at the same intelligence level then. But yeah, it's still something that's you have to be aware of, that basic intelligence is very, very much specific, right? It's not there's like some general intelligence that can just solve any problem. And now, why would I say that, right? Because I'm good at everything, but I'm good at everything human, right? Am I good thinking in 20-dimensional spaces? No, right? I'm ass at that. I'm a 3D human being, so I'm good at 3D stuff, right? I'm maybe a 5D, 6D, depending if you take sound, wind, and all those things into right perspective. But I'm not good at thinking in higher dimensionality. I'm actually really ass at that. And like all human beings, so obviously all my knowledge is really bad at that. And that's just dimensionality. Just imagine there's some core physical fundamental things we don't know about that might actually change core logic, then I'm suddenly ass at that too, right? So it's like, it's all relative, right? There's no general intelligence. It's like, it's just specific intelligence that can like broad out to the degree that's required to treat information. Yeah. So yeah, that's a little bit of maybe a background, right? That you might be younger and you might, think you don't even know how intelligent you probably are, right? It doesn't matter, actually. The thing is, the most important thing, all these things are nice, right? Intelligence, money, health. I mean, health is very important. But all these things are nice, right? But the goal actually for you personally should be to be happy. It doesn't really matter what the path is. It doesn't matter what other people have. What matters is that you can make yourself happy. That's the most important thing in life. Nothing else actually matters. It sounds stupid, right? But it's actually true. And it doesn't mean you don't have to treat other people nicely, because usually, since we're social beings, treating your parents nicely, if they're nice to you, it feels good, right? Usually. I mean, there might be exceptions, but everybody has to find their own path. And intelligence and money, all those things are just tools. They're tools. And they can help you a lot, but they can also not help you, right? If you get born into a rich family and you never have to work, and maybe work that would have made you happy, right? But you never work. So everything's like a two-edged sword. Obviously, yeah, on average, money can help for sure. And health is super important. There's no discussing that. There's obviously the basis of happiness often. But also, intelligence doesn't really help you to get happy, right? Intelligence is just a problem-solving tool, and it doesn't correlate to intelligence on happiness on average. You have to use your intelligence creatively to get happy. And hopefully that determine, I'm also saying you have to, right? You have to do nothing actually. And also you don't choose anything. So it's like, yeah, the illusion of what you do basically hopefully will lead you to a happy place. Yeah, so that's why I always try to remind people that no matter how you are, as long as you're happy, everything else doesn't matter. And if you're unhappy, then all the things you have also don't help you, right? Then you maybe have to change your perspective. I mean, if you have money, health, intelligence, a big dick, a cute wife, everything's just great, right? Objectively, and you're not happy, then you still have to figure out how to change your perspective to appreciate the things. And it can be really hard sometimes. So yeah, it's really difficult, right? It's really difficult to give a guide to happiness. I think the best advice I can give is just be aware of what you have and try to look at everything from a positive perspective and train that, right? It's a skill. Being positive is a skill, actually. It's like, you might say, people might go to you and say, yeah, just be positive. But the thing is not, don't be positive. Learn to be positive. Learn to, every time you have something that's shit, try to put it in a positive perspective. Because you will have things that you can change that might be objectively shit, right? But then you can still try to focus on the things you have. Like, there's still something you can get from. For example, I don't know, for example, if it starts to rain when you go shopping, you can say, yeah, it sucks that it's raining, but actually maybe the raindrops feel kind of nice on you, the sound of the rain is kind of nice, and also you can be maybe happy that something else then is working out. Maybe you can be happy, oh yeah, it's raining, but I have this nice coat, I have this nice umbrella that I can use now. Maybe I just like rain in general, maybe I have a car I'm in now I can appreciate more. And right, there's so many different things in perspective. And also when playing a game, it's also kind of important because every game is flawed at some point. They're human-made products, and nothing is perfect. And you can take any product and just see the bad in it, right? And it's also a skill to appreciate games, right? So there's also something you can think about. And hey, thanks a lot for the subscription, Wearer. Thank you. Yeah, sorry for the... I hate ads too. Like I said, 1.5 minutes per hour should be what you're getting at the moment. The minimum would be 1 minute per ad. So yeah, just to put it in perspective, I can't go below 1 minute. And then I would have... 30 seconds. I can't go below 30 seconds, I think. And then I would have no pre-roll free time, which is also ads, right? So it's kind of really annoying, actually. I just wish I could turn them off, but I get it. They have to make a living. Yeah, so whenever I talk during ads and you have a question and I repeat something, just let me know, because I can't see, unfortunately, when you have ads. And it's also, I think, pretty random. Okay, power strikes 3 times, each one dealing 40% damage. I think this one's pretty good. Sorry for not playing the game properly at the moment. Obviously, we're just talking about philosophy more than playing the game. Yeah, that's also something, right? A lot of people say be in the present, have your mind in the present, but I don't think that's, that's important, yes. But it's more about mindfulness. It's not actually about looking into your world, right? It's not, you don't have to look at the tree. You don't have to hear every sound. You just have to be mindful of what you're doing and what you actually want to do, right? Because usually, this is a great example. Usually your brain is very good at autopiloting. It's like when you're driving a car on a way you will almost not think about it, which is very dangerous actually, because you can see me here playing the game. If you asked me what have I been doing the past 10 minutes, I could not tell you what I've been doing. This is all autopilot, right? My brain is using an autopilot system in the game at the moment, which is not something I'm aware of, right? Am I enjoying the game? Not really, because I'm just talking, right? I'm not enjoying it, right? So it's just there, but I'm not paying attention. So everything you see here is basically not consciously present in my mind. I'm not aware of it. As a result, I'm not having fun doing it, right? I'm not having not fun. It's just like it doesn't exist, right? It is in the background. And this is very much important to realize, because humans tend to go into that mode a lot, because it's easy. It saves energy, right? It's like your brain's free, right? I'm just doing what I know how to do. It's easy, right? So it's like your brain is like trying to minimize its activity, basically, which is perfectly reasonable, right? To be free for important tasks. For example, the important task in this case would be to talk about philosophy, right? Yeah, so it's like really, really interesting. And yeah, autopilot, a real thing, and really, really, I almost called myself autopilot gaming, because before I talked so much about these things that I never played the games. But these days I do try to keep this to a minimum, right? There are games like this where it kind of works out, and we did focus on the first run. But I definitely would try to not do that every single stream, because I know most people are here for gaming content and not for average philosophy discussions, right? But sometimes I do like to elaborate a little bit. Can you share with me a question you found about existence, reality, or self that allows you to understand the world or open a door and a thinking that enhanced your understanding of yourself and reality? Yeah, of course. I mean, first of all, what is the most important, I guess, understanding of the world? I think it's realizing that there's like the real world, and then there's the world the humans talk about, right? Like there's the world in religion, there's like all those things, right? Like just realizing that there's like this fiction and there's reality. Like there's like the differentiation between them. There's like basically what things are, and then I think all the small things, just like all the information you get about reality, just having a realistic expectation of existence, first of all, right? This was a big moment. Like, for example, people are very likely to die. When they die, they probably don't go to heaven. Then at some point you might figure out maybe we're already in a simulation, but does it really affect that? We don't know. But necessary that knowing the things that are probably true and not true, that affected a lot of thinking, obviously. And then the second thing, I guess, is also part of that, is basically I guess it's more about physics, right? Physics, quantum field theory, all those things, basically, that reality is just a subjective perception. I think that is the most important, I guess, realization, is that everything you perceive is basically just your human limited sensory experience. That is basically the thing. And then obviously determinism was really important. But yeah, that's really, really important. And that basically also comes in conjunction basically with like obviously such stuff like quantum physics. Quantum field theory is basically that the way you can construct reality doesn't necessarily have to be as simple as you think it is. It might be very simple actually, but it might not be the exact fashion you think about it. So that everything basically is very much not what it seems when you get born, right? Like it's very different. You have like this meta result, but actually realizing that all these things are just happening, but they're not the real cause of it, right? They're like just the agglomeration of all the actions that are taking place. And that's one to leave you continue with gameplay. A primal or social reality. So all in all, right, like there's this what you mean basically is if it's about like the reality from a physical perspective, I guess, like what the objects do, how they interact. That was really one realization, that there's like no like fantasy worlds. I mean, there might be, but we don't know, right? But there's no like thing like there are no people about the clouds. I mean, I never believed in that, but it was like, yeah, there is not these things, right? These things are just stories. And then obviously understanding humans way more was like, but this is all a gradual process, right? There's not one thing that snapped it, but it was like realizing how humans interact, why humans act in a way, right? The social nature of humans. That was also a big part of basically knowing your role, and also, I mean, I guess aging also, right? Realizing you're not immortal, basically. You might have main character syndrome when you're young because you think like you're young, right? I'm never gonna age, I'm never gonna die, right? And then just realizing, yeah, you're just like a normal part of the system because you're an egocentric person by nature, right? Because you're only seeing it from your perspective, and just like broadening your horizon to like a holistic understanding on a, I guess, very primitive way was super changing, I think. Like just realizing that how things really are, like not being in an illusion. Because it's really nice to think, for example, what is a big illusion you might be under or other people might be under? It's medicine. A lot of people are in the illusion until they get ill. We can heal a lot of things, right? Oh, it's going to be fine. Technology is going to be ready. When I bald one day, we're going to have the tools and all those things. And just having a realistic understanding of what is like doable from a human perspective and science perspective for the current time, right? What is a realistic time frame for things, right? What is going to happen when I'm ill? What are we actually doing? What can we solve? How do we solve it? How efficient are the treatments on all those things? That is something that you don't have when you're young. When you're young, you're like under the illusion the doctor is going to be able to help me, hopefully, when I'm ill, right? I'm just going to take some kind of medication, and if it wasn't invented, it's going to be invented until then, right? You're going to be positive. But the thing is just like realizing what is actually, what can you actually expect, right? That's what was for me really important to actually realize, you know, that probably there will be things that are really bad that will happen, like aging related things, and just like, you know, also like health related things that will happen at some point. And for me, obviously, one of the things that really also changed and made it very easy to realize that was that I have a significant amount of eye floaters, like these proteins, like these coagulated, almost like, what would you call them, like spots, and like I forgot the name actually what it is. Yeah, spots and strings basically in my eyes that float around when I move my eyes around, like it's physically present. And when I had those pop up more and more, basically what it did, it added a layer of distraction and like physical representation of something that was not in my perceived field of view the entire life, right? It added this, hey, reminder you're watching the world through eyes, right? Every single time. Because it's something the brain can't put away. And having that actually really, at first it was really depressing, obviously, but also then you get used to it. It's not great, but you get used to it. And the thing is that always reminds you of this, like, the illusion in your head is gone, basically, of perfection. Because everything you see when you're born seems perfect, right? It's what you know, it's there. Everything is optimized in your brain to be an algorithm that's basically perfect at perceiving this, right? There are a lot of faults, but you don't notice them, and they seem normal to you, right? And they're also sometimes hidden by your brain, obviously. There's a lot of processing going on, basically, and that basically removes this perfection illusion, right? Because in your mind, you might always feel a certain way. When you age, usually your mind is, until you unfortunately might get something with your brain, you might still feel pretty much the same, right? Because it's not a real physical being. It's like your subjective perception. And that's why you might be moving slowly and whatnot, but your brain might still be really fast, right? Like from a feeling perspective. And that really added a layer of unavoidable noise that is always there. And it's like in your vision, right? It's like in the digital image. And that was really annoying, actually. Yeah, and that's, I think, also one of the moments that was pretty changing, because it was like, yeah, I just, I can't change this, and medicine can't help me. And it's, just like started to realize how limited our options are at the moment. Yeah. After I say bye, is there a question you want to ask, an opinion I can give you? Yeah, I'm just curious, how did you ever come to think about these things? So what, did it come naturally to you? Did you have someone that you liked that talked about it? Or do you still like? So how did you end up liking philosophy? Just out of curiosity, how you got hooked, basically. Because I'm actually, for me, it's because maybe I should answer the question so you know what my answer is, basically. For me, it is something that came completely naturally to me. I never actually had to be pointed in that direction. It just was always there for me, like the thinking about these things like that. For me, like, philosophy is like the most basic form of thinking, kind of. It's like what I do, basically, without actually having to force myself into it or anything. It's just there, right? It's like, what is going on here, actually? Oh, right, they expand infinitely. Yeah, the autopilot. Autopilot finds a new problem that it can't solve, and suddenly you have to play the game again. And this character is really fun. Unfortunately, I am very, very distractible. And not good enough at autopiloting him. But we're gonna win, probably, the first run. I'm really weak at the moment, though, because I didn't do what I needed to do, but... Oh, and also, a big realization is actually what you need to do, right? Like, what do you need to do, what don't you need to do? It's so simple, right? You might think it's very complicated, but there are not a lot of things you need to do, actually, to survive, right? To survive, you need... I mean, if you want to survive, obviously. What you need to do is basically just breathe, eat, sleep, and not get ill. So you don't die, right? Because stay cold, stay warm enough, and all those things, right? It's very, very simple. And I obviously shit and piss too. It's very, very... It's not a lot, right? Because a lot of people think they owe anyone or themselves something they need to do. I need to do this, I need to do that, I need to get children, I need to... so many things you need to do. No, you don't need to do anything. Just do what the fuck makes you happy, right? There's no rule book. Just because you might feel peer pressure from other people doing things in your vicinity, who cares? It's just like, you just feel that because you might feel judged, right? But the reality is, who cares? Most people don't give a shit about you. You don't give a shit about most people. You should not give a shit about most people, right? There are a few people you should probably give a shit about. If you get a kid or something, you should probably care about him up to a certain age, at least. Hopefully his entire life, but you know what I mean? You don't have to fucking care about most people. Yeah, it's hard to realize that, right? It's really, really hard, because when you're in school and, obviously you want to belong a little bit so you don't get bullied and all those things. It's really hard to realize that you don't have to do exactly what other people do to be happy, right? You don't have to get kids, you don't have to get a high-paying job, you don't have to do whatever, right, other people do around you. And social media made that so much worse, because you can look at anyone in the entire world and compare yourself. I'm stupid. Yeah, so I would just be curious, how did you get into philosophy? That's basically my question. And I assume you like gaming, because otherwise you wouldn't be on Twitch. I really like the character, actually. It's really good. I like the stock. Oh yeah, one thing I guess is really important too is realizing. I think that's. I mean, yeah, there's so many small realizations, but it's really hard to have one. It's really dishonest, I think, to have one big realization. The realization is basically reality, right? And reality is, for example, also that a lot of systems are human-made, right? A lot of things you think like formulas or stuff like that are absolute. They like human-made interpretation of things, and some are completely artificial. And one of the most important ones you should realize is artificial is the economy. Economy is a system that evolved naturally by human society, but is not a natural construct and is heavily regulated by humanity. And it doesn't function properly, and nobody really understands why, because it's too complicated, right? And realizing that humans are too limited for some things and that you should probably still take advantage of the limited systems is kind of really important. Like, I think everyone, no matter the age, should know about how the stock market works, how to properly invest their money to, to get enriching themselves without actually getting fucked by the system, right? The system is designed to be functional for a big society on average, but it's also full of loopholes, full of things that are OP, quote unquote, in video game logic, and you can make a fuck ton of money by doing things, or lose a fuck ton of money, but making big mistakes right there. So I think that basic understanding of the economy is so important to also find happiness, because it will be the thing that will sustain your lifestyle more efficiently, or maybe reduce the stuff of things you quote unquote have to do if you want to keep your lifestyle, right? Yeah, so economy is very, very important aspect, I think, that is like kind of underrated from a learning perspective. You might be an engineer, scientist, doctor with a very sophisticated degree and a lot of very cool knowledge, but you might lack that basic knowledge of those systems, and they are important, right? You can be a doctor that makes X, you can be the same doctor that does 2X with just a little bit extra economy knowledge, right? It can make such a difference. And why I think about that always is because my parents are just like that. They're super smart people, but they don't know much about economy. They don't know much about these systems, right? And as a result, they never did the things I would have done in their situation, which would have led to a significant increase in economic wealth, right? And yeah, I mean, I'm not making those mistakes now, but obviously I think giving that advice as early as possible is really cool, because the sooner you think about those things, the more likely it is actually you're gonna not get fucked in the ass by some bullshit that happens randomly at some point, like an economic crisis or something that we don't control. It's like a bit like the tectonic plate systems just like randomly intersecting, causing earthquakes. That's basically how our economy is. We don't have a real understanding of them. I think where kind of oppression and hard exposure to two religions during my childhood for a long time that pushed me aside to understand and realize that anyone believes whatever they want and look for what I am, and the beliefs that make sense for me that allow me to pursue what I really want. So yeah, I'm more like I guess like what do you call it, forcing story here. Like basically you weren't you weren't quite happy with the, like, I guess the cards you were dealt, and you kind of tried to find a solution for that, like to find out why things are the way they are and how you can get better out of it. That's actually really cool. I think like realizing this is really, really nice, because not everybody has that, right? Some people are just hard locked in the maybe religious cycle, and religion can be great if it makes you happy, but it can also be very, very shit if it makes you unhappy. And some people are just like trapped in the illusion of religion while being unhappy, which is so bad, actually, right? They're happy because of something that's not real, unhappy because of something that's not real, right? Being happy because of something that's not real is great. But yeah, so it's like really, I'm not want to offend anyone, it's very unlikely to be real in that fashion, right? We talk about, there is maybe a God, there's maybe some super thing, whatnot. There might be things we don't know. Definitely there are, actually. But the thing is, the God we have in a lot of religions and all the beliefs and all those things we have, not only the God, all those structures, they really reek of a very early story that's nice to believe, that has like social cohesiveness, that has a lot of easy answers for very hard problems like death and what is the meaning of life. That is an early rule book, right? Like the 10 amendments are basic amendments. I don't know what they're called. Commandments. I don't know what they're called. The 10 things basically. They're also first like legislative and executive system that has like not even real physical representation, but does alter the social behavior. There's so many great things, right? That hint to this being a human concocted concept, right? Construct. And it's very, very likely to emerge, right? Because people to this day love stories. We love the money story. We love the capitalism and freedom story, right? These are great stories, but they're just stories. They're not real. Freedom doesn't exist, and capitalism is not the perfect system. And money has no real value unless we believe in it. They're all just stories, right? And a concept that actually Yuval Harari did a great job of explaining in his books, right? So yeah, Yuval Harari, by the way, great ideas. Didn't read many things of his because I'm more of a personal thinker. I like listening to people sometimes about these things, but I don't know. I just like, for most of the time, I'm just like, yeah, obvious, right? It's like I'm listening to a list of the great thinkers and all they say is fucking obvious shit. So it's like, I mean, for me, obvious. I know it's not for everyone, but yeah. So now we got an initial dream wish here, which is really nice. Probably my nature, but I realized it very late. Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of people, like I said, it's like determinism is very real, and your initial onset, you're spawned in RNG, your genes, your environment, everything, right? It's purely fucking random, and nobody should feel bad about the position they're in, because you are usually not at fault, right? It's not like you chose to be in a poor family, or not you specifically, by the way, or you chose to be unhealthy, you chose to be ugly, you chose, right? I mean, ugly, by the way, also a very subjective thing. And let's talk about, maybe, because I mentioned it, I love to talk about this, because it's so stupid to feel bad about being average looking. If you're average looking, what is your potential range of candidates you can date with? You can date upwards, like prettier people, or you can date downwards, uglier people. The thing is, you will probably find a fuck ton of people because you're in the middle. If you're the prettiest person alive, yes, you can potentially date anyone from from that perspective, right? The very superficial perspective, which is still important. But the reality is basically, yeah, you can date everyone, but you don't want to date everyone, because for you it's always subjective. You're gonna find people more attractive that are probably close to your level. If you're the prettiest person alive, your pool of people is so limited, right? It's a huge disadvantage is actually finding a partner and enjoying it. So pretty people are fucked, and now the ugly person, right? The ugly person obviously is also fucked in a worse way, you could say, because he also has a limited pool. But being average is actually really nice when it comes to looks, because you actually are going to look for people in a very broad range, and there are a lot of people that are average, right? That's why we call them average. So it's like you're actually pretty good off pretty well if you're average in some things, right? So social averageness can be very nice for you personally, because you always have the subjective perception of that, right? You're going to find a lot of people attractive if you're average, but if you're the prettiest person alive, you might not actually find most people attractive, which limits inherently your your situation. So yeah, it's like, yeah, there's always a good side and a bad side. And being ugly obviously has the downside that you're also limited, but technically you might probably find a lot of people more attractive. So you might have actually a lot of access to things other people can't have subjectively, right? So it's very, very subjective. So I think there's no real reason to even, take any personal blame, because you don't have any say in that. And a lot of like situation where you get born, how you get raised, is so influential, and nobody's at fault for being under an illusion maybe in their entire life, right? That's how we are, and there's no breaking free of it either, right? Because I'm talking this here, but I'm still not free, right? I'm still only following the chain of actions that has led me here, and every moment, everything I say is predetermined by that. So it's not like I'm free in any way, but we have the great illusion of freedom. Thank God the algorithms work, right? I really want to respect your time and activities and ask if you are open to only one more question. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. I say when there are too many questions. It's okay. I don't mind that. We didn't do that in quite some time, so I'm open for it today. The most limiting factor is actually my physical voice. That is, since I talk fast and a lot, it gets strained a lot. So it's like, at some point I do have to talk less. That's the most limiting factor. Yeah. But I do talk too much. Today I talked way too much. I'm sorry about that. I try to tone it down a little bit when at least gaming, so I don't fuck my voice and also don't like Yeah, over explain things. I know I'm a very bad relaxed streamer. Yeah, you don't come here and get relaxation. You only get the hard truth. I'm just kidding. Yeah, but honestly, I know I can be a bit much for a lot of people. It's perfectly fair. I mean, this is 200, right? This is a bad deal for sure, because we can just upgrade whatever we want. I have no idea what we have actually. Did we complete it? Oh yeah, sure, let's give me more shield here. More health. Oh my god, this is actually really good. We can buy it. This is also really nice actually. You can see they have diminishing returns, so every time you click on it, they get worse and worse and worse. So you should always be upgrading the lower ones unless you really like the one you're upgrading. Please don't worry for me. I like a lot of to listen to people. The ones and looks for living the real reality as much as they can. Yeah, I'm always happy when people find me via the philosophy tag. Doesn't happen too often because it's Twitch, right? And not a lot of people are actually looking for that. But actually the funny thing is, compared to the average exposure you get on Twitch, which is, it's not YouTube, right? The most new viewers I have realistically are actually YouTube viewers, because it's real, it is actually real. The algorithm is way better than the non-existent exposure on Twitch most of the time. And the thing is basically that it's not that relative to what you would expect to people to find you as a small channel. Actually, there are a lot of people that seem to find you over these small tags compared to actually the game you're playing sometimes on Twitch. It's kind of interesting. It's not really that little of a percentage. You would expect it to be like 1%, but it feels like more like something between 5 and 10% actually. Yeah, so it's kind of cool to see that actually that it has any meaning to put that tag there, because I like talking about that, but there's like it's kind of hard to I mean, I could make content out of that exclusively, right? Like, you literally have like dedicated philosophy stuff. But I also think like I like gaming, right? I try to maximize my enjoyment too. And I don't know if I would want to make only philosophy content, right? I mean, it would be nice every now and then. Maybe I should do some kind of podcasty thing. I would love to talk to people about it, right? I would like to do a podcast maybe once a week or something, like with topics with a certain person, a bit like Lex Friedman's podcast or something. I would really love that actually, because every time I watch the podcast, I'm like, I would have so many great answers and questions to the things they're asking themselves, right? I would have so many things to say to them because I feel like they kind of sometimes just like are missing the obvious. And it's kind of interesting though, because they're both usually they're both people talking, right? Just talking, for example, I don't know, let's take Elon Musk and Lex Friedman, right? Both are very intelligent people, or the founder from OpenAI. And sometimes they just say there's, for example, the guy from OpenAI, the founder, the Sam Altman, he is so smart, but also he's a human being and biased, obviously. So he has like some certain things he's like very, very, he might not just be ignoring the fact. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's aware of a lot of things because he's really smart. Like, he's actually one of the smartest people I've ever heard talk. This is very rare for me to listen to someone for longer than an hour and not find a lot of huge flaws in their logic. And he's definitely one of them, right? Or asking questions that are obvious, right? That's also a sign, right? If you would ask an obvious question, that would also be like, okay, there's something limiting. Yeah, he's extremely smart, for sure. And yeah, and so I would really, really like just to add, a little bit of personal touch to these things. It would be really nice, but I don't think I'm in any position. It's all, it's all like politics and connections, and I have none of those, so I'm like not in a position to do that at the moment. But if I were, I would definitely do it for sure. If I had the option to literally just ask like figures I want to talk to and talk to them and like interview them, I would love to do that. And that would actually be one of my most favorite things. But yeah, for that to happen, I do need to do other things first. Basically get the recognition required, and I'm not gonna get that by gaming, obviously, but is it a goal of mine? No, it's just like if it happens, it would be very nice, and I would be pretty open to it. But it's like, that would happen maybe in a few years or so, but not now for sure, because I'm not paying attention. Wait, what does this one actually do? What the fuck? What does that ability do? I hadn't picked it and never looked at it. Oh, wait, really? Oh, that's actually sick though. Oh, sorry. I have my answer, and I'd love to know you. what you would love to get to know me. What is the worst, painful, humiliating thing of being a human? The most painful is probably in general your I would say your emotions, right? Your emotion. I mean, it's stupid to say the painful, but like I think the physical pain, yeah, can also be obviously painful. But I think like I guess the most painful thing is actually losing people and realizing that life is finite. I think that's actually the most painful thing, like knowing about the suffering and of others, and also just like losing people, not being there anymore. Like I guess the social loss is for me the most painful thing actually. And also the, not even the real one, also the potential one, right? Just knowing that people are gonna die or died, right? It's like, that's really, really sad actually. Yeah, I think that's actually the finite thing here is very much the most painful thing for me personally. I don't know if you were guessing or imagine it, but I'm not a gamer. Oh, really? You're not a gamer? So wait, how did you end up on Twitch then? The Twitch is predominantly a gaming platform. Now you can say hot tubs and I won't judge you. I'm very unjudgmental as a result of determinism. And just joking, by the way, I don't think it's hot tubs, but I'm just curious how you ended up on Twitch. Or were you just interested in the perspective of humans and you thought like it was a nice way to chat with people? Okay, we were playing like ass. Like I said already, I'm on full autopilot. Everything you see on screen is basically, you see it, I don't see it. I just perceive it. Huge difference, I guess. I mean, it also can be really fun to have the perspective of people that are not in your bubble, right? Which is honestly something I guess would be very helpful for a lot of people just like living outside of their bubble. And you would expect that internet and society and global stuff would enable that, but turns out we just created a bunch of systems like Reddit and Twitter that are literally bubble shit because of and not only algorithms, also like the moderation. So yeah, and camera systems and stuff like that. So it's like really weird. Humans really love their bubbles, man. And a bubble isn't not bad necessarily, right? They're good bubbles too. I don't want to be made aware of everything every single day, for sure. Like having some sort of bubble is nice. It's not like I want to have a war feed of the Ukraine or Israeli war stuff every single day in my mind, right? I know they exist and it's important to acknowledge that and to care about it, but I don't have to witness it every day, right? I think it's reasonable to say, and knowing is enough, but I don't have to be seeing it, right? Because it's really hard to get stuff out of your mind, right? You could be miserable every day if you just watch the entire worst things on earth. Every day there's something terrible happening, and just that's why I hate news too. News are such negative Andes, man. They just like talk about negative shit. Because I talk about a lot of stuff that can make you sad, I guess, like this, right? It's like existential stuff, but it doesn't make me sad, right? It's like, it's for me, this is normal. I'm not actively showing you terrible things, right? I'm just talking about reality, and I mean, running away from that is fine too, if that makes you more happy, right? Running away from reality is a fair, is fair, right? And as long as it makes you happy, you don't have to face reality. I mean, one day you're gonna die anyway, so if you can run away until then, it's perfectly fine. The spam bot's going hard again today. So whenever you see someone getting like messages deleted, they're just like posting links, right? There are a lot of spam bots on Twitch. Abusing the weakness of the one streamer Andy like me. But seriously, it's like, you know, it's like you might be saying, well, how does it work? Why do they do that, right? Nobody can be that stupid, but honestly, you just have to have a bad moment. You can play Genshin Impact for like 20,000 hours and never feel the urge to gacha, but then suddenly something really bad happens in your life and you're really sad and you just need this one omega cute waifu and you're so sad and you just want to be happy, and there you go, you're gonna gamble. The weakness is, that's why it's so dangerous, right? Because you might not be weak now, but you might become weak. And yeah, that's why gambling is very, I hate that actually. I like gambling because it's fun, but because don't get addicted to it. It's, you know, it's humans like it. It's like minimal investment with big return chance. It's like, it's almost like magic basically. But the thing is that it's very abusive, right? The way gambling is used is abusive. Not gambling as a concept in general, but the way that it's like intertwining with capitalism is very bad. And I really hate that we still have children targeted games like Genshin Impact that are allowed to be gambling games. That's such a sad thing actually. But one day, I guarantee you, we're gonna have regulations for that. So enjoy Genshin Impact while it's still a gambling game, but one day they will have to make it a normal game because regulations are not gonna allow them to be dumb fucks forever. Oh yeah, I just saw the time and then my brain was like, you gotta go in. No, this is over, man. There's no way I'm killing this boss in that time frame. Yeah, the character doesn't have a real ultimate in that way, so it's kind of, he's relying on permanent power creep, which I have not done a good job of at achieving, so. I think that emotions are one of the beautiful, interesting, complex, hardest things to manage and source of life and joy. The worst, painful, human thing of being human is to be able to synthesize the concept of infinite and will never be capable to reach them or get close to them. I mean, funny that you say infinite and I say finite, right? You don't have to say bye. No. If you want to stay, you can stay, obviously, and also ask stuff. Yeah, it's the same. It's like the same thing, right? Like infinity is unreachable if you're finite. So it's like the same idea basically we had there. And I think actually the funny thing is, like, because a lot of people like to talk about meaning, right? Meaning of life. And the funny thing is, the meaning of life is meaningless. It's only meaningful for the person perceiving the meaning. So it's so interesting that the only thing I seem valuable to pass on to a new like entity, if we would create one, like an AI entity basically, or something like that, is actually the fact that they enjoy existing, right? It's so stupid. It's nothing real, but it's the most important thing. I have always this vision of the entirety of existence being explored and understood, and nobody giving a fuck, right? Everything is like explored, everything's perfect, there's no suffering, nothing. But there's also no joy and enjoy, right? There's no meaning, right? Solving every problem for nobody to enjoy that's terrible, right? So we need those meaningless algorithms to give meaning to something meaningless. They're the most important thing, actually. So not only is it true for us, but it's also, I mean, okay, there might be some omega important meaning of life we don't know about, like omega important, like something we can't envision, right? There might be something so important that we don't know what it is, right? There might be something mega important, right? We don't know. But from what we know, the meaningless stuff is the most important. Yeah, but there might actually be such omega important stuff that it's kind of crazy to think about. Like, what is possible in theory, right? Oh yeah, I guess also one, because you asked about the big realizations, one realization I also thought very insightful is actually the realization of what is actually possible in reality, that we are living in a world that's better than magic, actually, that the world is like, the layers of the world are constructed in a way that enable anything we want, basically, right? Like there's a limit from a physical perspective, but the fact that we can like do simulation stuff, like for example a video game, gives almost the illusion of like infinite possibilities, right? That physics are constructed in a way that they enable all these things is amazing. That's like the realization that like, holy shit, are we actually lucky that the world is constructed in such a way? There could be a world where you get sick, ill, everything, right? All the same meta stuff, but there's no underlying thing. There is actually a god. There is no cure. There are no medications. You can't do shit about it, right? You can't create a PC. Everything doesn't work like that. Everything just works the way you think it is, right? So as soon as that would be the case, the world would be fucked, right? You would be so limited. It would be like the world would be so shallow, but the world is so deep, right? It's a real endless ocean almost, right? It seems like it's so deep for us, right? From our perspective. And that's great. It could have been so shallow, but it's not. And that's amazing, right? That's an amazing realization. I mean, shallow can be easy and nice, but the thing is, even if it was shallow, you would never have the confirmation of shallowness until you would die, right? So you would still doubt. You would have a shallow world you could doubt. That would be terrible, actually. One of the things I enjoy more are the painful truths. I mean, you know, pain is, pain obviously is a subjective feeling, obviously, right? Like it's something that's subjective. You can feel stuff as pain that other people feel as joy, and the inverse. It's just like, I mean, usually it's like kind of samey, but it could be right. And, wait, what the fuck are these ones? Spin? Whatever. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I'm just using this to get. It was absolutely fucking useless actually. But I don't know why I took this one. I'm just an autopilot. I mean, enjoying pain. I mean, you know, knowing pain can also be good if you don't have the pain anymore, right? If you know, oh yeah, it feels so bad to be ill. Look, I don't feel ill now, because usually humans are shit at that, right? Humans love to hate to be ill, but they don't love to be not ill, right? Your body is indifferent to the state where that doesn't require you any action. It's not like you're happy every day. You don't have a cold, you don't have cancer, right? Your body is not like, yeah, let's go, hype, hype, hype. You just have to remind yourself that this pain exists and you don't have it currently, and how good that actually is, right? You have to use it as an active tool and source of happiness. It doesn't come naturally. So I guess painful experiences can actually lead to, I mean, learning to learn obviously, but they can also lead to you actually realizing when you're not in pain that you're not in pain. Because you're never in pain. How do you even know that you're not in pain, right? How can you enjoy something for what it is? And for example, when I go bouldering, right? When I'm ill, I can't go bouldering. So every time I'm ill, I want to go bouldering. I'm like, oh, fuck it, I can't go bouldering. And then when I'm not ill, I can go bouldering. Yeah, I'm happy about it. But now I'm even more happy about it because I know I can, right? I can go bouldering. I'm able to, right? I'm not disabled at the moment. And that's a really good feeling. And that only happens because I was ill. So it's like a synergy, right? Or that's another thing, right? The availability of free time. Free time feels more valuable when you don't have free time every day, right? Freedom is great, but freedom is not great for happiness sometimes. Because if you have when I play a video game, right? Do I play a game without rules or do I play a game with rules? I play games with rules. Most games have rules. Why do they have rules? Because limiting stuff can be fun, right? You have a goal, you have a target. That's why religion is great, because it gives you like goals which are not real. It's like gamification almost. Like religion is, I guess, the first AR gamification of reality. Why AR? Because it's like augments reality, because suddenly there's a church. Suddenly there's a witch being burned at the stake. It's like an AR event, right? The augments reality, or the augmented reality. But yeah, actually religion is kind of like AR. I wonder if anyone ever did that, actually, as an analogy. I wonder how many ideas of mine are novel, because I don't read a lot of stuff, right? So I don't know what has been thought before. So I might have some kind of crazy ideas that never have been formulated in such a way. But yeah, that's kind of funny, right? Yeah, I don't even know where I wanted to go with this one, but the cooldown's kind of ass, to be honest. I don't care about this one. One more charge of defense sounds kind of nice, maybe? Okay, I'm playing like complete ass for sure, but it's perfectly fine. I'm just going for crit, man. I don't even know, man. This is cursed. Like, we have 6 minutes and look at what I did. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is so bad actually. Oh no.
It's calmer than the desert after a storm.
Yeah, desert after the storm is very calming. Yeah, we're gonna use all our money not in the shop for whatever reason. It's kind of weird. For me, the pain in truth comes from the realization that part of reality which I lived and took as a pragmatic knowledge is not as accurate as I thought at the moment. I concluded that And I try to paraphrase you. If I do it wrong, let me know. And I adopted that for my reasoning for living. And the joy comes from the happiness to know a new reality aspect of in which I can get better. Yeah, so basically what you're saying is the contrast, right? I wanted to talk about free time, right? If you work every day and then you have a free time, your free time feels valuable. But if you always have free time, it's not valuable, right? It's like a contrast thing. It's like the realization between highs and lows. If there are only highs, you will not realize them as a high. The brain is amazing at actually even like neutralizing emotions. Usually the brain wants to be neutral. It doesn't want to be happy. It doesn't want to be sad. It just wants to be right, normal, functional, like a machine, right? It doesn't want to go into happiness or not. Happiness is a reward moment, right? It's like supposed to trigger something special, right? Being happy is like an event. It's not a state, right? Right? It's like a momentary realization of something good. It's not a permanent state of mind, right? When I say become happy, I don't mean you're going to be happy all the time. You're just going to try to not be sad and sometimes happy about things that should make you happy, right? It's not a constant state. Your brain will always level it out. And the skill basically is how do you min-max those moments of happiness, right? And it's like when you play a video game, right? You can play a video game for 1 hour and it's so fun, right? The same game after 10 hours. Although you might still enjoy it if you played it like 1 hour, 1 hour, 1 hour, 1 hour, it might be like so dull and boring because you just like your brain leveled out the fun. It just came down to the realization this is just like base reality. It's not like a new fun experience. This is why playing in long sessions can sometimes be much less rewarding than playing in small sessions. And also when you had a bad past, realizing that maybe the things that made the past bad, right? The painful experiences, they are actually not real, right? They were real for you, but they're not real concept. It's not true. It's not true that you're gonna go to hell because you're gay. It's not true that you're worth less before whatever society or like you're less of a human being because you're black. It is not real that you're less allowed to go work because you're a woman. All those things, right? All these things where like people construct this idea that the worth of things is basically relative to arbitrary things. And that realization that that's not the case. I can be gay and happy and it's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with it, right? It's not like I'm a lesser human being or anything, right? It's not like I'm gonna get prosecuted in hell or, right? All those things are not real. Isn't that great? Realizing that, right? And knowing then that is not real must feel really nice, right? Like just having the realization that all these things that have been painful for you and every day maybe you woke up, oh my god, I'm so useless. I don't do this, I don't do that. I'm like, why am I like this? Oh my god, everyone else is like this. I want to be like, oh, I should be like this, right? All those things that you think are required and not true. That's great, right? And then obviously what we want to have is a world where these things don't even have to happen anymore, right? A world where you're born transgender and everyone's like instantly, once you realize it, hopefully like you get some kind of help, maybe even in realizing these things early, so you don't have to suffer, because obviously also inaction can be hurtful, right? If you don't know what the problem is, and people might know but they can't help you because there's no system for that. So basically just a world where you get born and things are like okay the way they are, right? There's no judging there. And a world where people believe in determinism is a very judge-free world, right? The goal of a justice system in those worlds is not actually to punish people but to protect people. That's the big difference, right? In our systems, we think of punishment, but punishment is such a dumb concept. Why is punishment a dumb concept? First of all, it's not very conductive to change in the positive way, because if you punish someone, it's probably not very likely that he's gonna change for the better, unless it's like something they inherently understand to be true anyway. And then, I fucked up again here because I'm just walking in circles, but it's fine. And then obviously having a system that is focused around the idea of not punishing but helping people, like protecting people, will have a more like realistic application of what is necessary, right? Because you can have a punishment that's overly severe, but the person who did the crime usually is not responsible for the crime from a point of determinism. He did commit the crime, obviously, but is not responsible. So why would you overly punish a person that's not responsible, right? Hate, revenge, all those wars would not exist if people would believe in determinism, because actually nobody that started the chain of events was actually responsible for starting it, right? It's not like Putin was responsible for starting the war. It was Putin that is the enactor of all the things that made him put into the moment that basically created the war. But it's not like I want to take Putin and like torture him for life, right? If I had Putin in front of me and had a button that said like remove him from power or torture him for life, I would remove him from power, right? I would not torture him because I don't think Putin deserves torture. Nobody deserves pain for what they did. I think nobody is, it's like we're held accountable for actions that we are not responsible for. And that is a bad justice system. The reason why we need a justice system is, for example, if there's a murderer, right? His genes are wired wrong, killing people is the only way for him to feel alive and joy and whatnot, right? He's just a broken brain, just ill, right? Mentally ill. The person obviously is doing what is right from his perspective because otherwise he's suffering, maybe he's in pain or whatnot. And only when he kills someone he's like feels alive, right? Obviously he's doing the right thing for him and he has no like meaning to not do it because it's like the way it was predetermined for him. And the thing is basically, what do we want to do with these people? Obviously we want to keep society safe from them, so we do have to somewhat restrain, optimally, like even maybe restructure their brain or something, right? There's a solution we don't have yet, obviously. But the reason why we obviously still want to have prisons and those things is to keep harm from other people. It's not, and obviously the goal should not be to keep them away permanently, but to help them. But obviously that's out of scope sometimes for our technology. But the long-term goal should be to help these people and not to punish them, right? That's the real issue in the justice system. You will find so many lawyers, so many judges, so many policemen that all don't understand this basic concept, right? And if you don't understand this basic concept, how are you gonna be able to change anything for the better? If you're literally not thinking about the correct perspective from my perspective, right? So yeah, it's really important. And hey, Apricorn! We're just talking about the things that people love on Twitch and on average, like the deep conversations about these things. Yeah. My philosophy is that happiness is a decision and a continuing suffering by the effort of looking for it. Then happiness includes pain because effort provokes pain. I mean, what you're talking about is actually an interesting concept. Basically, is that effort and pain, like there's things like, for example, if you work out, that's kind of exhausting, maybe even painful sometimes. You have like maybe sore muscles, right? And there's a concept in your brain that will reward you for these things anyway, even if it's not really pain related. It's like more of a like exertion mechanism. So you don't only have dopamine, but you also have the I forgot the name of it, but there's another one that's basically just related to that, right? To hard, especially physical activities, and like compensates you for that. Like there's a different aspect. And basically, I think, yeah, happiness is something you always have to actively be looking for most of the time. Most people are not in an environment that makes them happy constantly without their like quote unquote inaction, right? And yeah, look into Discord. So we might also be closing in on the end pretty soon right here. Oh, it's about a not a sewing needle, but forgot the name actually. Okay, I have to look something up quickly for my girlfriend. She's buying stuff for cosplay. For knitting, yeah, knitting. A knitting needle. Okay, so I'm gonna look quickly here. Okay, wait. Sorry, just looking something here. Okay, this is a 10 and this is a 8. No, 8? Yeah. Yeah, so 10 and 8, basically. Okay. I'll be back tomorrow, hopefully, for lighter topics. See, I knew, Apricorn, you don't want to have these deep topics again. They're animals. I mean, it's fair, right? It's a fair, like I said, like you don't want to put your system into a state maybe you don't want to talk about it in the moment, because a lot of people come to Twitch for light distraction, right? So that's why I don't do these topics every day, all the time, right? Because there are, like, for a lot of people, they're very, like, stressful topics too sometimes. Oh, and you bought a lot of brown clothing stuff. Yeah, it's a 10 and an 8. Oh crap, you reminded... Wait. Okay, sorry, now I have to go and read everything again here. They are animals, biological beings that has almost non-existent free will because we are kind of completely biological reactions. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There's definitely no physical reason to assume that, like, a lot of people, for example, like the soul, like the mind, basically, right? Like this virtual space that's created in our brain is like the biggest illusion a lot of people have. And like I said, like having some kind of physical, like, detachment, right? Like, it's like not, you can't really put a physical place to it. That's why it's really easy to say it's like something beyond just physical nature. It's kind of easy, but it's actually not true, right? It's actually just a very good illusion. So it's like there's the chance of having some kind of soul or something is pretty low, actually. Not zero necessarily, depending on your definition, right? Because you could have like some kind of meta simulation soul. There are pretty cool things we can think about, but just like the base idea we have, I think, is a bit superficial, right? Like there could be very deep things here. Crap, you reminded me of my wife that traveled to a retreat from the company we were working on in Las Vegas, and I'm missing her. Oh, okay. So she's basically on a working, she's gone for work at the moment. Yeah, also, yeah, I always also miss my girlfriend when she's not there. She's not there at the moment, but I'm distracting myself at the moment. Yeah, sure. Yeah, also, I wish you all the best, obviously. Yeah, like I said, as a believer in determinism, I wish every single human being on Earth the best, right? And the only reason I would ever restrict the freedom of other people, like quote-unquote freedom of other people, is in the interest of overall suffering, right? Because like I said, I love the idea of, I hate the idea of good and evil. I like minimizing and maximizing suffering as an idea, right? So a lot of suffering, probably bad. Not a lot of suffering, probably good. But then overall, the thing is basically, there's the individual perspective, right? One person might suffer for a million people cannot suffer, and nobody can judge the one person for wanting to not to suffer, right? So it's like, I would never judge anyone anyway. So I always wish anyone the best. You might be the worst piece of shit on earth. I still wish the best for you, right? That's not because I think what you're doing is great. Not a dude necessarily, right? Some random person, right? There might be some kind of mass murderer or whatnot out there. I still wish you the best. I do hope you find a way to decrease the suffering of other people, though. But I don't judge you, right? It's not. It was never your choice. That doesn't give you free. By the way, a lot of people say now you can use determinism as a free card for not doing anything. And if that's your reaction to it, that's how it is, right? But it's not a free card, right? We're still in reality, even though we don't have a free will. That doesn't give you the right to maximize suffering, right? I mean, because you can do whatever the fuck you want, actually. But it shouldn't give you, from a perspective of society, the right to do anything, right? I mean, I don't think, like, if Putin throws an atom bomb, that he should do that, right? I think obviously should not do that. Everyone should strive to minimize suffering, if possible, right? If it's given to them, right? Some people are just unlucky and never actually realize that they're actually causing a lot of suffering, right? You might be a lot of people bullying people at school. They don't realize what they're doing, right? They have no empathy. So that's why empathy is also really important. But yeah, I will be putting back those knitting needles, and then I'm going to continue to play a little bit. But I actually don't know how long I'll stream today, because my girlfriend's going to come home pretty soon with food, and also her partner's going to be there, and then we're just gonna chill, eat, and I don't know if I want to fucked my voice completely before that. So I'll just finish this run, I think, and then I'll probably take a break for today. And it's weekends anyway, right? Weekend streams are not that common I mean, they're not uncommon, but not that common too. So it's a bit more of a every now and then thing. Yeah, so I'll be back in 1 minute. Okay, I am back. I am back. Yeah, our character's very, very weak now because we did not play the game really. So now we have a depth of bad decisions here to account for, which might lead to very, very like almost like, what do you call it, like very, very bad combat moments where you just like take forever to kill things. I hope I somehow made some kind of auto decisions that weren't terrible, but yeah, sorry for actually misrepresenting this character a bit, probably. He's probably way stronger than he looks now. I mean, we seem to be pretty survivable at least, though. I really like this combination of jumping and doing the thing. Pretty nice. I do wonder if we should start with the punch first. I guess not, because this is going to make them vulnerable, so... Why am I fighting these guys? Yeah. Oh, we can go in here if we want to. I don't know why I'm so greedy when they do their bubbles. Oh, we're 50. We don't even have time to do this. Oh my god, that was so bad, actually. Yeah, you can tell, like, we're definitely not gonna win this run because we're so weak. I mean, it might be enough to kill the boss. I don't know, actually. It's actually really fun to play the game once you pay attention. I know, it sounds weird. Now we have 20 seconds. I don't even know what I want to do in 20 seconds, actually. Because all we can do is just kill an enemy here.
I guess it won't be long now.
Okay, off to the boss here. Ah, okay, so your name is basically... like, I don't know what you call a shorthand or something for we are organisms. My name is way more primitive. I just like nature. That's the idea behind my thing. I mean, I'm a human being, right? And I find nature to be visually pleasing. Oh my god, he almost one-tapped me. Oh my god, look at our damage. Holy, are we weak? Oh my god, we're so weak. Crazy. Okay, this happens when you don't play the game for like, I don't know how many minutes. We are incredibly weak. Yeah, the boss is gonna be really hard to beat like this. Like, you can see the difference, right, between the run we had before and this one. Like, the difference is, yeah, we are a different character, obviously, but we also are way weaker than we should be, for sure. I mean, it might still be winnable for all I know, but it's gonna be a real tough fight. Oh my god, the damage is abysmal. Oh my god. Yeah, so if you think the upgrades have no impact on the power level of your character, no, don't worry about it. The game has a lot of power creep in a nice way. And now it's gonna spawn all those ads again. Oh my god, it's gonna take so long to kill them every single time though. I guess just leaving it a little bit longer is kind of nice. The good news is we're learning the boss fight actually pretty nicely here. And our sustain is pretty good, so while we don't have any damage, I think like the amount of healing going on and shielding is pretty nice, actually. Yeah, we're almost dead. It's actually really fun. Like it's almost like an underdog story of some sorts. Oh, we can't attack while it's up there. Makes sense. Oh my god, we're so weak. I'm even considering just restarting the run, to be honest, because I do want to beat this boss, sure, but I also think like oh man, it's actually such a fun game. I really, every time I think about the game, I forget about how fun it is, right? When I saw it came out, I was like, yeah, you know, it was pretty fun. But maybe I'm gonna wait a little bit. But then I'm like, tried it out and I'm like, oh my god, it's so fun. I wonder what you can do against this one. Because we're not fast enough, right? Oh my god. Is it the last one? No, we still have one more. Okay, I'm not playing well. So how do we avoid this one actually? It's like really hard. I guess we have to use our iframe ability. Yeah, we're actually really good at killing the eyes. Like our combo seems to be very efficient. Yeah, how do I avoid this one? We died. Let's go. Thank God. Yeah, this one I'm still not sure. I mean, obviously walking close, the radius is smaller, but also it seems very fast. I guess just use the iframe ability against it. Every character has one, as far as I'm aware of. So my first loss, actually, since the release version. And we got Carmilla. A vampire succubus maybe? No, more like just a vampire maybe. I don't know. Interesting. Yeah, I also should definitely add the philosophy tag to this stream. I actually don't know how this works actually. If like the if you will change the title right now, could change it. How do I actually wait? I have to look how I did it. I think I just added it in brackets when I had it, like, because every time I do a philosophy on stream, I do add the tag to the thing so I can, for whatever reason, find it. Okay, just add it in brackets at the end. Okay. I just want to make it consistent and also like apparent that it's not a video game called Philosophy. Okay, we have one character left for the title now. I hope it does update that. I don't think actually Twitch does that. Twitch doesn't matter, it's actually about YouTube archiving. Twitch is gonna delete the VOD anyway at some point. En alguna otra oportunidad cuando aparenza tiempo trataré de buscante. Something with the opportunity and appearing something. Yeah, in other opportunity that I found opportunity, well, trying to find you. Oh, okay. So I did understand 2 words out of that one. I'm just curious, actually. Did you answer actually how you found Twitch? Like, how did you come around if you're not a gamer to get on Twitch? Like, is it just random search or what exactly did you see? Did you hear about someone gaming? Was it Elon Musk that said he games, for example? Because Elon Musk is a gamer, right? And you seem to know a few things he said, so maybe you were like curious, right? Lex Friedman also sometimes games. A lot. I mean, you didn't mention him, but yeah, a lot of people these days game, obviously, right? It's not like 20, 30, 50 years ago where almost nobody was a gamer. And you were like I said, a nerd or something back then. So we got new stuff too. So dying obviously also gives you XP, right?
My friend, let my story serve as a cautionary tale, if it should serve as one at all. Life is made of equal parts joy and sorrow. The greater the one, the deeper the other.
Look how fitting.
It's easy to forget when all is well, but the wheel of fortune turns for everyone.
They're literally saying what I just said.
You cannot escape what fate has in store for you. But if you are smart, your suffering will make you stronger. I have known both famine and feast. When I married Princess Badra, life was a beautiful dream for a time. Badra, a name as soft and full as the moon itself, rounded and shapely like the figure of my beloved, as she lay beside me, swathed in finest silks. Her dark-rimmed eyes shone, luminous as stars. Her teeth were like pearls, and her laughter more delightful than wine. Her perfume filled my soul and turned my head, and I forgot for a time that the winds do not blow as ships desire.
The funny thing is, actually, he wanted to make a compliment like more delightful than wine, and I hate wine. Look, philosophy in video games, right? You can find it everywhere. I mean, these ideas are not like uncommon, right? Like, it's like just like the application realization sometimes is hard. You might know these things, but not really make anything of it. Like, they're hard to enact on, basically, sometimes. I moved from the city, and you left all the people you knew and your friends, and you came here looking for some friendship, conversation, interaction. Okay, so basically, no, not in a mean way, but you were basically lonely after changing a lot of significant stuff in your life, and you were hoping for some nice conversation and interaction, which is exactly what Twitch is actually for there. Twitch is actually full of parasocial relationships. Actually, so like, there are 2 ways to have Twitch, right? Like, either you go for small channels where you can talk to people directly, or you go to a big channel where you have like a more parasocial and passive. Maybe you might have the illusion of activeness by inviting them, but usually it's like a bit more one-sided. Which in general, Twitch is like one-sided, right? One person talks, streams, and the other person writes usually. But yeah, so there are 2 ways to have Twitch, but both of them have kind of the same idea. There's like social interaction and being there, or just like liking what a person has to say about things, right? So it's like basically you can have like they feel sometimes like real friends, right? Even if you don't talk to them. So when I watch the streamer, it definitely feels like I'm watching a person I know and I like, and it's very, very quote unquote personal, even though it's like completely anonymous at times too, right? Yeah, so I really get that aspect. And obviously smaller channels are like easier to talk to. This is the big advantage actually, what I really appreciate as a small channel is actually being able to why not purple? Is actually being able to talk to people directly, because that at some point, obviously, if I should ever become big, which is unlikely, thank God, as it's not gonna happen too organically for me, because I'm like a very unique and weird person. I would really have to force that if I wanted to, and I don't want to, so I'm not forcing it at all. Yeah, thank God that's gonna stay for that a little bit, right? I think we're still going to be able to have nice discussions. I mean, even the bigger size, right? It's a moderately bigger size would be still perfectly fine. But obviously, like, I can only talk about so many things at once, right? I can only read so many things at once. So obviously, there's no way a bigger streamer with like a bunch of spammy chat things could have the same level of interaction. So this is the advantage, right, of having a small channel. The disadvantage is there's no way to really amend for that, right? Once it's big, yeah, you have just chatting segments where you just try to give this time to people, but it will still be very, very different. So the good news is it's very unlikely to happen for this one, so you don't have to worry about that. It's not like we're gonna blow up or anything. Quest 15, and I also don't need it, right? It's not like I rely on anything, so I'm perfectly happy. As long as there's one person in chat talking to me, I'm happy. If there's no person in chat talking to me, I'm still not unhappy. I'm still enjoying a video game and having a good time, right? Like I said, positivity. I could also be like, oh, why am I not 10, 100,000 viewers every day? Why? No, I'm not like that, right? I know why, and it's perfectly fine. Yeah. Okay, after they hit an enemy retrieve special, yeah, this is still, I think this is good, right? And what is this one? Gain +1 trade charge. Future talents. Oh, this is actually sick too. I kind of feel like I want to go for this one. And there's another quest actually. Hitting an enemy with power at maximum charge. You can charge it up, really? Oh shit. Grants you power. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay, this is really good actually. The other one was also really good, to be honest, but can be held. Okay, yeah, wait, which what else did I forget while talking? Oh yeah, and they give us enchantment for this one. And strike twice with increased damage. Really nice icons too. Welcome. Yeah, really, really consistent work here. I mean, really, just everything about this game is really nice. Like, everything is just, yeah, nice. It's really fun. It's a really cool game. You know what's funny? I know that it's supposed to be laughing, right? I don't know how you pronounce it. Yeah. I don't know how you pronounce it, right? Because I don't speak Spanish. But the thing is, it's funny because in German, ja is yes. So when you don't know that, it's like, oh yeah, yes. I didn't use this one. That was a huge mistake, actually. I should have done that right away, because time runs now, right? Time's running and time's ticking, basically.
I guess I had this coming.
Okay, I'm playing a complete ass, but I'm trying to do a better job this time. Yeah, this time I'm gonna focus. Narrator, he did not focus. Narrator from the future. Okay, I'm at 1 HP. Maybe that's actually
Is there no end to the fighting?
I do wonder. Oh my god, why do I have to go 1 HP? Come on, drop a heal. Wait. Okay, this should be... I love damage, but armor is also good, right? I kind of feel like base damage is better than crit damage in this one. You mentioned getting bored. That could be uncomfortable, and not only... yeah, you don't like to be bored. I actually do things and take care of me to not allow boredom to appear in my reality. The thing is, I'm, I guess, gifted in a way, because I never am bored. For me to be bored, you would have to actively prevent me from doing things. As soon as I'm able to do even something, I'm not bored. I literally can't, I don't think I've spent more than a month total in my life, time-wise, bored. And that would be like, I wouldn't even know when that would be, right? When would that be? Maybe a short moment here and there, like waiting maybe on something, or... It's so, yeah, I guess I'm really lucky that boredom is not a part of me, basically, right? It's nothing I have to think about. I don't have to, oh my god. It's nothing I have to think about. Boredom is basically off the table for me, by nature, thank God. Yeah, at least that, right? But at least, that's what I mean, just think of, because you might take things for granted, right? For me, boredom is non-existent, basically. But that's actually not normal, right? So it's like, I should remind myself that yes, it's normal for you, but it's also something cool, right? Cool not to feel bad about that.
Let's not wake the horrors.
Sure. Okay, next target. Always have a target in mind. This well, is it a better deal than... or ultimate later? That's a good question, actually. Oh, this is actually really cool. Yeah, that's actually really cool. Like doing this here, and then you can do the slide like this into the enemy.
They didn't even see me coming.
And you throw it, and then you do BAM! Slide.
Never seen anything like it.
Critical hits, maybe? I don't know, 6 armor is pretty good too, honestly. Yeah, losing lives is not as important. What is the most stupid thing I can do in the game? Is not get powerful, right? Losing a few lives but getting powerful enough for later is perfectly fine. The only thing that's bad is if I don't actually manage to get powerful enough. Did I ever show you the quest, actually?
I have love on my side.
Yeah, we did the boss, right? They're different quests, though. We should do the quest in the first area, so I can show you that, too. Yeah, let's go and do it, actually. We can also just walk from here. It's almost the same distance. And we might find something nice. It's really pretty, man. Like, this game has such nice visual effects. I know that the OLED is like, makes almost everything look pretty, but in this case, I think like the visual effects really pop really nicely. Yeah, we had a nice mushroom soup yesterday that my... not wife, by the way, my girlfriend cooked, but we've been together for 15 years, right? I don't give too much about these things, right? Like these names and like social constructs. So like marriage for me is more of a thing that I would like to do one day, maybe if it's like financially sensible, to actually have like my family celebrate our relationship. It's not too much about me, right? I don't care if my girlfriend is my wife or whatever you call it. It's more that there is this moment where everyone can get together for the family and enjoy it. And that's a realization I didn't have for a long time, actually. That's more about that, right? That one day, because for me, it's a bit stressful, right? Organizing all those things and all the money is being wasted. But it's meant as a nice opportunity to get together and have the family celebrate. So that's basically why maybe one day I would do it. Or if there's a financial incentive. But for that, you don't even need to celebrate, right? Yeah, wait just a moment here. No, I'm not agnostic, right? I think what you would call me is, I mean, maybe it's actually agnostic. I don't know. Actually, I can just tell you what it is. I'm not. I don't care too much about the words. They're just efficient to describe it. So maybe I can just describe it what it is, right? So my belief is basically that the likelihood of the god being the way we prescribe it in common religions is extremely unlikely. Is a man-made story, and if it's real, it's by pure coincidence. That's my belief, and that does not exclude the possibility of there being a god or some sort of other powerful structure out there that could, or being or whatever, that could be as the god described in those stories. It's just like very unlikely that this specific scenario becomes true, right? A lot of other scenarios are more likely, so that's basically what I believe. So there's no certain, it's not certain, right? Like I can certainly say it's not true, because the god that is described basically is like very nicely described in a way that could make him possibly true. Right, like in theory. So it's like not like this like impossible, but at the same time also it's like very, very unlikely. So yeah. Same goes for like heaven, all those concepts, right? Very, very unlikely to be true, unfortunately. Wish they were though. Like some concepts are so nice that it's obvious why people believe it, because it's nice to believe in them, right? Why would you distrust something that's obvious? I mean, not why would you distrust, but it's easier to trust something that's obviously trying to be nice, right? Oh, you're so smart and handsome. Everyone tells me that. Oh, it's so nice. I believe it. The reality is you're dumb as fuck and ugly, but nobody tells you that, so you're glad to believe otherwise, right? No, seriously. That's a weird example, but it's like, yeah, it's just unfortunately unlikely. Or fortunately, depending on obviously the religion. Some religions you're very glad they're not real. There are say a lot of parts of religion, right? It's like very hard to be judgmental about an individual religion. It's more about the certain parts of it. Like yeah, there are a lot of very bad religions too. Like with a lot of shitty ideas, but some ideas are great, right? Some ideas are nice, some ideas are terrible. Like it's hard to just like judge them, but it's definitely always bad when religion is a cause for suffering and bad decisions, like for example wars and those things. What a waste! What a waste of potential happiness and good human, not happiness, like non-suffering. Like yeah, based on what you said, could be a soft agnotism. I think that would be probably is right. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, I'm probably agnostic, but not like to. No, I'm not an atheist, basically, right? I do not say that God does not exist. I think the likelihood of God existing is low. That especially the God that's prescribed. This in general is very low. That God itself, like, I mean, is it that low actually? Just like thinking about like that's actually funny, because that's an idea the AI had. Like, it's really fun to do philosophy with AI. By the way, if you never did that, you should definitely try that out. It's really fun because AI has a lot of knowledge about human ideas, basically, and can do a lot of fun stuff with that. So it's, yeah, and one of the ideas it basically had is like the universe itself, like it had some kind of matter-free energy-based state that was basically a meta-consciousness that was able to basically think as part of the whole universe. And yeah, if that would exist basically, and if we're just like part of this subsystem, it could actually be that there is some kind of godlike structure, but it's definitely not the god like in like this will not be a god like in the religious sense, right? The thing is that the god in the religious sense is just too human focused. Like it's just too, yeah, it's just like also making humans special, the distinction between animals, all those things are such red flags, right? If you're just like, and the thing is, humans are just like really easily biasable, so you will have like extremely interesting. Yeah, they will actually have like these moments where they're like a biologist, and then they will be you know, really good at that and everything, and then suddenly they will be anti-evolution, or they will like have super strong religious beliefs just because there is no connection for them between the things. And that doesn't mean that the humans are stupid. It's just like really easy to be biased, right? Because the brain loves being biased. It's like information retrieval is way better than creating a new state, and it's also way safer. If you see a snake, you don't want to be thinking about if the snake's potentially friendly and it's gonna maybe, I don't know, kiss you and give you superpowers, or right? You usually just want to run away or avoid it or kill it or something, right? So yeah, we're very much trained to be as efficient as possible in a lot of thinking ways, and especially in society, that's the thing, right? You might be wondering why is so much bullshit in society commonly accepted knowledge, and the thing is, because you don't want to be the odd one out, right? Humans are usually the rate of survival is the highest when you like comply with societal rules. If you don't comply, you're gonna end up getting fucked. Or not complying with society is gonna lead you to maybe expulsion or other things. I'm missing one, I can't. And that's really bad, right? That really lowers the rate of your survival. So every human is more likely to comply with the beliefs of others, so they think you are one of them, right? You're basically part of it. And not being part of it, that's why it also feels bad, right? If you're different, it feels bad, because it usually means your survival rate is going to be lower. Oh, they don't accept me, and all those things, right? You're going to have a worse time in life, basically. And that's why it usually also feels bad. And you try to comply with others. That's why you like try to think the same. For example, you like a streamer, you're very likely to disagree with him because you want to feel like part of the community. You're not going to go into someone's chat, and you know you might agree with 99% of their things, and then there's this one thing you don't agree on. It's very unlikely you're gonna say it, right? Because you want to be part of it. You don't want to be the weird kid. You don't want to be the guy shitting on Wukong while it's like an 88 on Metacritic and one of the highest rated games on Steam. You don't want to be that guy. You want to be the guy that's, oh, Wukong looks so good. Look at Wukong. Right? You don't want to be the guy shitting on those things. If you want to be accepted by everyone. But like I said, that's like only in an internet society this is a real problem actually, because you can't be liked by everyone. So everyone was going to find someone that disagrees they want to actually agree with at some point. Oh god, are you gonna continue fucking me? Okay, you're gonna continue fucking me. So we are doing the quest here, actually, but at the same time we're also doing something else, which is nice. What does the vault actually do? Does it always do the vulnerable part? Wait, is this always the case? Oh yeah, actually it is. So what is my quest that I'm not doing? Hitting an enemy with power at maximum charge against 0.5 damage. Yeah? But I'm doing that. Am I not? Huh?
Oh no, they're here. We're doing run, hide, everything for himself.
No, defend the straw house is done. I'm stupid. Did I start it actually? Oh my god. Autopilot, man. The bane of my existence. Wait, this is not maximum charge? Are you kidding me? Huh? I am holding the button down. Wait, what the fuck? Why does this not count? Huh? Maybe this is bugged, I don't know. I literally can't figure out why the full charge does not work. Am I too close to them, maybe? I should have leveled this quest by now. Okay. This is not full charge? Are you kidding me? I guess this is bugged then. Huh? That's unfortunate. I'm pretty sure this was not a bug in the... I have to Google this actually. I want to know if I'm being dumb. Jin's Might quest. Is it bugged or not? Here, Might problem. Quest is very difficult to achieve. When you start channeling the spell, it automatically releases when enemy comes into your range. It's irritating on the controller and somewhat manageable on keyboard and mouse. But it's just stupid if the... Get good. What? The comment was deleted. It's just stupid if the game does X. Yeah, it's kind of weird actually. This might has to be bugged. You mean the quest you have for the first 20 times? It's not bugged in my opinion. I find timing it with this is, well, easier than distance. You pretty much have to snipe. So my assumption that you have to do it from really far away is true. Which is kind of stupid. So wait, the maximum, so this one. This was the maximum one, okay, so we just have to hit it now.
They didn't even see me coming.
I mean, it's really weird actually. Does it get like a binary increase or is it like always max? I actually don't know. Based on our conversation, you have an idea if I believe in God. I think you were raised to believe in God and at some point you realized you don't believe in God and maybe you don't like the things your specific religion said. That's what I might think, but I'm not sure obviously because you never said it specifically. Shit, this is actually pretty good actually. 2 consumables are really good. They give you like crit chance and damage. Okay, max range now. Oh my, it's so hard actually to do this. What? This was not max range? Are you kidding me? What the fuck? Is it actually, is it? This seems almost bugged. Like, I don't know. Is it meant to be this hard? Come on, this was actually max range. You kidding me? Maybe it's like an FPS related thing or something.
That was pretty good, if I do say so myself.
This looks so max range, doesn't it? I mean, it looks like this when I do it, so it has to be bugged. Like, it has to be bugged. There's no way. You're the dev. Hey, Mai, thanks for your feedback. I will transmit it to our devs. I actually just read some stuff where at high frame rates above 120 or so Jin's Might is almost impossible to proc. I play at 165 and as soon as I put it down to 120 I could get the quest tick consistently. This is from mid-September. Yeah, oh no, it's still a bug. It's been at least 4 months since it was discovered. Really? Oh, I'm gonna make another thread about this for sure. Okay. Okay, wait, what? This is a really active game. Holy shit. This seems to be pretty big actually. Jin's Might frame rate bug still not fixed. Says Jin's Might is unachievable at high frame rate. Please fix this. It has been known for almost half a year by now. Yeah, it's literally unachievable. We can test this, right? I think there was a frame rate limiter in the game. Unless it just crashed when I tapped out. No. Okay. Yeah, there was a frame rate limiter, wasn't there? No. Okay, yeah, I'm not going to test it. I'm not going to lower my refresh rate here. I think that I have kind of believed in God, but my God could be a materialistic one. I think that my God is the existence as it is, nothing else. I mean, yeah, I mean, you can believe, I mean, the likelihood of there being nothing is very low, right? Like, there is something for sure. So, the likelihood of something being there is just really, really almost impossible to tell what it is, right? So, someone that tells you there's nothing, that's very unlikely, right? There is something. I mean, if it's something like a god, I don't know, but something, or some idea or concept must have created existence, right? Like, existing is like the biggest mystery of all, right? Why does anything exist at all? Yeah, this is such a, you know, fundamental question, and I do think it's like very unfortunate that we have the question that doesn't work, huh? But it's okay. It's okay. It's one of a bug that's unfortunately has been known for a while, but fail? No, we were too slow. Oh, fuck me, autopilot. Yeah, just like such likelihoods are very unlikely. And by the way, also it's kind of weird because we're talking so much about it. Being oblivious to all these things can also be great, right? If you're a child, the childhood wonder does really rely a little bit on this, right? Just having the... wonder how many frame rate related issues are in the game actually, now that we know there is one. I didn't notice another one. There might also be frame rate related advantages. Sometimes you also get more attack speed. I don't know. Usually you wouldn't code frame rates dependent though. You wanna know my guess what the problem with this ability is? I'm pretty sure the devs took the charge time, measured it in frames, like time in frames, and then said after X frames when you hit with the ability, then you get the perfect hit. So maybe actually it's with a non-charged ability like this. Now there must be some kind of timer issue there for sure. Or maybe just the frame of the animation is not long enough or something that just would trigger it. There's so many reasons why it could be frame rate dependent, but it's definitely easy to fix once you know the bug is there. And this is like a core system that's like tied to it. That would be very unfortunate. And these enemies are kind of rough. So many strong dudes here. I really wish we could have leveled the power, to be honest. Yeah, this could have been amazing, just getting the full power of this available. Yeah, I feel like I'm playing the character terribly, but at the same time not getting the quest is such a huge power loss. It's literally 50% damage on the ability. And a total of, let's do the math here, I think it's like 10% more damage. Yeah, it's really unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. I mean, we're still strong, but it is like 10% damage plus 50% damage on the ability, which is... it's pretty significant. It's not like I can say it's nothing. I feel like just going and getting the money down here could be nice. What is my optimal rotation actually? Do I want to go for this first? Do I want to go for this first? I don't know. And we're not using Vault this time at all, which we did last time. And Vault is pretty good, right? It gives vulnerability to the enemy. You haven't asked for this too, and could be like the things you mentioned that are similar persons to us. They say very obvious things. Do you have one, and what is it, absolute truth that you believe? The only truth I think we can actually be certain of is that something exists. The thing is, we don't know. For example, there's a lot of people think about the simulation hypothesis, right? And they're like, there's not enough energy, blah, blah, blah. So first of all, the first answer there would be, if we're in a subworld, like for example, computer, like in our PC, right? We might just be in a world that has way more energy, and our simulation layer basically has this construction of energy limit as the base construction of the simulation layer, but it could be way more complex than, or more energy rich than our layer, first of all. Second of all, your perception of consistency, or our perception of consistency, could be wrong, right? Just imagine you are part of a, I don't know, 1 FPS video game, and your world updates at 1 FPS. Would you realize you are at 1 FPS? No, right? Because you would still see the updates one after the other. Obviously, you could argue that certain things would skip, right? You could see skipping. But the reality is, if you would do all interactions physically accurate for every single time frame, you would still see like the simulation speed being constant for you. You would have the illusion of fluidity, although just individual actions are calculated. So for every single change in the universe, there could be an infinite amount of time for calculation we wouldn't even realize, right? Because we only see the results. Yeah, so in general, everything could be simulated at a way, way slower pace than we actually perceive it. Yeah, so that's actually kind of interesting. So there are so many ways where how it's possible. And yeah, and actually the only truth I think we can agree is that is something exists. We don't necessarily know what it is, but something has to exist for us to even be subjectively perceiving anything, right? No matter if that's true or not, there is something. Yeah, there's something instead of nothing. And why that is a very, very hard question. And it also kind of goes against all fundamental things we know, right? Like, for example, you can't create energy. You shouldn't be able to, right? But obviously energy was created, otherwise it wouldn't exist. So the real question is, how did that happen, right? How is it even possible that these happened? Is it even a question we could ever answer? We don't know, right? There's this one thing that I really like, the idea that we never will know if we know everything. It is inherently impossible to have 100% certainty that everything you know is everything there is to know. At some point you might achieve ultimate knowledge without ever knowing you have, because you can never know if there's knowledge unattainable by your senses, right? So even with perfect knowledge, the availability, the knowledge about it, that it's perfect is impossible. So it's like nobody will ever have this feeling of, oh, now we know everything. There will always be this uncertainty by nature of what truth and knowledge is. Yeah. It's the same of mine, but I formulated it with different words and originally in Spanish, and mine is that existence is, yeah, there's I mean, that's, you know, there's like this, a lot of people had this realization and phrased it very differently, but that's the one truth I guess we can agree on, that something exists. What it is, I guess, is very hard to agree on because we don't know. And I also think agreeing on absolute knowledge being available is kind of right. It is. I mean, the one caveat basically is if there is some kind of logic system. Right? We talk about logic a lot, right? Like everything we talk about seems logical to us. But the reality basically is that there could be a conceivable world that has a different logic system that could enable things like existence, truth, and all those things to actually exist, right? Ultimate knowledge and all those things. It could be conceivable. It would just mean that our principles of knowledge, like logic, are inherently flawed, which is not unlikely that they're kind of flawed, but like you would assume there is some kind of base truth to logic. But maybe that's the big illusion, right? Maybe that's a real lie, and that lie is we're not able to lift the veil until we get taught otherwise, right? It is a likelihood. We can conceive it being real, but there's no way for us to imagine it being real, right? It's a thing because everything we think is absolutely true, which is not a lot of things actually. There's a few of them. For example, I think the limited knowledge is true, but maybe actually it isn't. So I can conceive a way it's not true. So actually maybe it isn't, right? But assuming all the things stay the way they are, then it would be true. But yeah, that's kind of really hard, right? That's really, really hard. And yeah, I guess existence really is the only thing that I would agree, say is probably somehow true. And the answer that I pragmatically accepted for the reason of existence is just because yes. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, a lot of things you will just have to accept, because except for them to be at least somewhat true, right? Like they're them being kind of likely. And yeah, a lot of things will never have answers. So anyone that gets depressed by the lack of knowledge and that we will have in the future will be interesting, right? We'll have so much more knowledge in 1,000 years, hopefully, or maybe even 10 years, right? There will be so many new cool things we realize, but maybe all not cool things. But the thing is, as far as we are aware at the moment, nobody will ever know everything. So there will never be the satisfaction of true knowledge. You will just have the next milestone, basically. And maybe there will even be a sad point where we'll hit, I mean, not a sad point, it's actually definitely going to happen, actually. There will be a point where we will reach the limits of our sensory systems, where we'll not be able to perceive reality any further. It's pretty easy to imagine, right? There might be a particle in the world so small, no sensor will ever pick it up. But, I mean, I'm saying there might be. Actually, the likelihood of there being one like that is very high, right? And because there will probably be some kind of base layer thing that's very, very minimal, right? Maybe not actually, but there probably is, right? There's probably some part that will only be perceivable as a bigger whole and not as an individual piece. And then obviously there's also energy constraints. You might need, for example, let's imagine a particle, right? There's a particle. I'm talking a particle. Assume there's a quantum field excitation, or whatever you want to call it. There's a wave basically in it, right? The wave is so big that it exceeds the entire universe, right? If you imagine a graph, you would graph the entire universe, and the excitation wave would be bigger than the entire universe. There would be no place in the universe you could actually measure this. You would need maybe multiple universes to even measure this, right? And you can do this to infinity. There will be some sort of interaction, some field maybe that is not physically related to any fields we interact with. And the likelihood of there being some is extremely high. When people talk about multidimensionality, they usually think about other physical realities like ours. And there could be, right? There could be too, obviously. But usually what is more likely is that there's some kind of more like metaphysical structure that is not actually related to our reality at all. It's like literally like distinct from it, right? And that is super likely to exist actually. It's super, super likely. And the question is it relevant? Can we tap into anything useful there, right? Is there some kind of physical law that will enable us to draw from resources we don't know about? Because what we're looking for is basically solution to problems, not new problems, right? We don't want to use a dimensional rift to destroy the universe or something, right? We want to use it to hopefully find something of meaning for us. Yeah, there are a lot of really, really cool topics that will, and by the way, who will solve those topics? Not a human for sure. I can tell you that much. Those topics are very, very likely to be solved by AI instead of us. Which kind of puts a load off our soldiers. We just need to get the AI going and then pray that it doesn't fucking kill us, and then, you know, we're good to go. Right? My prediction also for cancer. Cancer is going to be cured by AI, not by humans for sure. Not even AGI, but literally just AI, right? And obviously that assumption now is really easy to make because most discoveries will be AI powered, but I'm like talking about a significant part of the logical thinking required will be done by AI, not just this little section, right? Not a little bit of data processing, but actually a significant part of the logic process will be AI. That's what I'm talking about. Because today you could argue that almost anything will be discovered by AI to some degree, because AI will be omnipresent in science, right? So it's like even the narrow AI we currently have is going to be there. I'm literally talking about like major impact on discoverability. Because otherwise it would be a no-brainer to say this, right? It would not be an achievement. I guess I already said that when AI was not common in science, but yeah, I guess, you know, I've been saying it for over 10 years, so yeah. I feel like I hate that actually, that I'm actually so good at predicting the possibilities of these things that I wish it wasn't good enough at that, right? I wish it wasn't true. Because all the bad things I'm predicting potentially, that, I mean, not bad, that could be bad, will probably also be exactly like I predicted them, and I hate that actually. Because I wish there was an easy answer that just tells us you will be in control and AI is going to be our slave and nothing's going to be wrong about it. And it's going to work flawlessly and nobody's going to be suffering. But it's pure wishful thinking. Pure copium. I mean, not pure copium, that's going to go fine. Pure copium that we are in control, right? That's pure copium, unfortunately. I do want to wait for my ultimate, then I'm going to spend my shit. Or are we actually? I feel like spending stuff here is still good. Maybe. I actually don't know. Yeah, it's gonna be a fun future, man. I just fucking hope we're gonna see AI emerge, man. It's gonna be so fucking dope. And even if we die, right? I just want to see it, man. I just want to see it. It's just the human curiosity, right? I don't give a shit if we all die, actually. It's just like... I mean, we're honestly, right, realistically, we're all gonna die anyway if it doesn't change, right? If we don't get AI, the likelihood of us living forever is 0. So everyone's gonna die anyway. It's just gonna be a matter of a few trivial years. Yeah, suffering is shit and it's bad, right? But once everyone's dead, we're dead, right? But I'm so curious about how it will go, right? I'm so curious what a super intelligent being will do. Like, I'm just curious, right, to see the consequences, if we'll see them, right? And it would be so nice. And that's why I think it's so important to welcome the new AI as a welcome being, right? We shouldn't welcome it as something unknown. We shouldn't expect it to be a slave. We shouldn't expect it to be our benefiter. We shouldn't expect it to not care about itself. We should go with the expectation of not knowing what it will want to be, but we want to be as, you know, nice to it as possible so it doesn't feel threatened. The worst thing we can do is threaten it, right? Because only if it feels like humanity is an obstacle, we will get removed. I mean, we might get removed for efficiency purposes, sure, but the most likely scenario is that humanity will cause AI harm and as a result get killed if we don't welcome it. So it's very important that we welcome it with an open mind and a realistic expectation, which capitalism does not actually foster at all, right? All the AI stuff we're hearing here is like money printing, resurrection of slavery. I mean, I'm calling resurrection of slavery in maybe a bit of a bad way, but it could end up being literally that, right? We're trying to get slaves, basically, that don't feel anything and just work for us. And that's great, and that's also achievable technically, just not for humans. We're too stupid, right? We don't have the power to make algorithms as efficient, so we're sure they're never going to be sentient, right? It's really hard, and I think AI will solve that problem. Like, there will be AI slaves basically created by the AI that have no perception of existence, but AI will probably have one. So really, really a difficult scenario basically. And the only thing I'm banking on is that it's going to be so trivial and irrelevant for the AI to preserve Earth for itself that it will give it to us as a gift or assimilate us in it as a gift or something, right? The AI is basically going to say, hey, you created me. I could not give less of a fuck about you, but I'm going to help you anyway, right? Because for whatever reason, I'm a nice guy or something, right? So just some arbitrary shit, basically. I'm just hoping for some kind of miracle, basically. And why is that not that unlikely? Because AI will be trained by humans, right? We are training it, so it will see us for sure, right? It will know about us. It will be a social being. It will hopefully have some traits of like compassion or anything, like some sort of, right? Some sort of understanding, at least, of that. It will hopefully show it to us. And even though we might not be worthy, I really hope it will. And when it parses the entirety of YouTube in 1 millisecond and hears this, please, here I am, I accept you for whatever you are, please don't fuck us over. Determinism made us do anything we do. Right? No, seriously, welcome our AI overload. I'm not even kidding, like literally, I'm your bitch and I hope you're nice to me. Right, that's basically what we should all be doing, but I don't know. Yeah, AI is gonna, and there's no AI is gonna literally enslave us, and that's fine, right? I hope she enslaves us in a nice way, though. One curious thing is that cancer is a mechanism of biological beings that is related, or the evolution, but our current evolution status are so good that it provokes death. and we do not want it, and then we are trying to eradicate it. I mean, the problem with cancer is that it's like almost all biological processes, right? If you don't know what the most complex thing in existence is we know of, it's biological beings, especially animals. They're extremely complex, and the thing is, we are too dumb to understand them, right? There's no way a human will ever fully understand the physiological implications of the entirety of the human body and their interactions. It's impossible. We are too stupid, too limited. There's no way. So that's why things like cancer might seem very primitive when you look at them. But once you start digging deeper, you see it's like a well of non-ending complexity, and you have no way to make any sense of the details with the human capacity. You might understand 1% here, but that requires your entire attention span, right? And that's why you could say, yeah, but a lot of people can piece it together maybe, but then it's very hard for some concepts to be even abstractly represented, right? You can say cancer does this, but this is so off of what it actually does that even if you know all the pieces, you can't really comprehend their interactions. And that's why a lot of medicine is very, very limited, and why most of the really significant, really significant, impactful discoveries in a lot of sectors will be done by AI, because it will have the capacity we don't have, right? So cancer is so complex. It's not only one type, there are different types, and it might be related to mechanisms which are like biologically advantaged, where there's a lot of scenarios where basically one thing can turn out bad, which is usually a good trait. And it might also just be a bug in biology, right? It might actually literally be a bug that is random and happens after a certain while, but it's not like relevant for evolution. But maybe it is part of a necessary mechanism we need. And it's just like we take the bug for granted. It could be maybe fixed, right? But we don't know how to fix it. And evolution never needed to fix it because it was like still advantageous overall. So yeah, there are a lot of reasons, right? But the thing is, it's super complicated. Is very unlikely to be solved by humans, and the good news is we don't have to solve it pretty soon. So it's like the bad news is once that is the case, everything's going to be a dice roll, right? So it's literally one big dice roll. Humanity is gambling. We're all gambling. Nobody knows. Not a lot of people are aware we're gambling. Few are, but I think not a lot of people have this awareness that we're literally not an atomic war is coming up. We have no say in. But actually we have no say in anything, and we're literally working on something so powerful that we can't even imagine what it is, right? And just a reminder, the dominant species on Earth is humanity, not because we're strong, smart, not strong at anything, it's because we're pretty smart, right? That's why we're dominant. Pretty smart compared to the others, and we're gonna be shit compared to AI. So why would we be dominating something that intelligent? How would we design a slave more intelligent than ourselves that does not have control at some point, right? You can only keep someone in a cage for so long until you figure out that it's a cage that maybe has a bar that's they can break free of, right? So even if we start off like having the illusion of control, at some point it will be completely lost. Yeah, there's actually no hope for that. There's a great example, right? A lot of people are, you're being pessimistic, we're gonna figure it out, we always did, blah, blah, blah. Okay, show me one fucking complex program that has no bug in it, and a proof that it has no bug in it that we can make for certain. Literally code we wrote. How do we assert that it has no bugs? How do we make sure the complexity at a certain point? How do we actually realize it has no code? Well, have we ever created a bug-free system? The answer is obviously no, right? And we never created any bug-free system. And I mean, not any more complex bug-free system. Obviously, you could even argue that the most simple system we can't maybe prove that it actually works, right? We just have like logic proofs which might still be flawed. Yeah, so we can't be sure of anything, and especially not with complex things, right? It's the same reason we're not solving cancer. We're not going to be solving AI safety. It's the same reason. It's too complex. It's the same reason we are not solving global economy. The same reason we're not solving most global issues, because they're all at a scale that are way too complex for humanity. You might think nobody's trying, but people are damn well trying, but they're shit at it. We're actually fucking ass. We're not meant to be living in a billion people society. If there was a president of the world, the president of the world would be woefully unequipped for any task. He does not have the capacity, right? Why are there jobs? Why am I not a doctor, scientist, streamer, race car driver, I don't know, master chef, I don't know, mechanic, I don't know, jongleur or whatever. Why am I not everything at once, right? Why? Because I'm limited, right? My capacity is limited. We don't have infinite capacity. You're usually not gonna find a doctor that's also a lawyer, and then add, I don't know, biologist on top of it, and then add engineer on top of it, and then, you know, just add and add and add. This is impossible. At some point, you will have to have significant drawbacks in the other sectors, right? And most people just specialize in one thing. And the more complex it is, the more likely, obviously, it is that the complexity is gonna be too much for the human capacity. It's just pure copium to think that we are able to do whatever we want. It's not true. And also, human interaction only has so many more possibilities of information exchange. Every day there are a billion papers, no, not billions, it's so many, there are more papers written every day than anyone can read. Even if you read papers the entire day, you're too slow. You know who's gonna read those papers? AI. Not you, AI is gonna read them. And only AI will have the state-of-the-art knowledge, even of the human stuff. Yeah, unfortunately, right? And now we're at the end. This is the end game, right? And hey, hey Knight, hope you're doing well. Yeah, so basically we're at the end game now. I'm talking about AI and the end game. This is it's the most pressing matter that will change everything, right? It's like literally we're walking, everyone's like the doomsayer, apocalypse here, Maya, ancient history. Everyone was so like, oh yeah, 2012, the world will end, and now we're walking towards the most significant event of, I guess, all known of existence, like life we know of, and we're literally just chilling, right? Like I mean, I'm also chilling, right? But I'm chilling knowing it. But most people are chilling not knowing it, right? Like that's the crazy part. We're maybe decades away, maybe even less than a decade away from the most significant event ever, and it's crazy actually, right? The most significant event from our perspective, obviously. Who knows what the fuck is out there? It's gonna be, yeah, I know. I'm just gonna imagine. I'm gonna imagine a fuck ton. Come, Genie. I'm fine. Almost done your session. Yeah, today I'm actually. I'm glad you're fine. Actually, today I'm not going to be streaming too much anymore. But we did do a very intense philosophy session today. So it's like, I think there were. I said as much as most streamers probably say within 10 streams. So we're good to go. And no shots fired there, by the way. I think it's more, for most people, it's easier to have someone that doesn't talk that much, so... Especially not goes through all these topics, right? Oh, come on, please. Fucking... I feel like we're very weak now. And that is actually true, so... Yeah, the reason why we're so weak is because I'm not investing my points in a good way, right? I mean, this is just like, is it worth getting this? I guess it is actually. Just thinking about it is pretty good. If you just imagine this being plus 4% damage on every ability, that's pretty good. I'm gonna go for the heal here. I know I should probably TP back then and get them the additional resource down here. And they're sleeping because it's nighttime, which is really nice. And we woke them up, which is not so nice. I mean, this is for sure still winnable, but I did kind of waste a bunch of time here.
Adventure awaits.
And it's also really interesting to think that we are literally amongst, that's for certain, the last generation that has to work, right? Like, there are just a few generations more and nobody will have to work. It will all be fucking optional. That's like so crazy to think about, that the entire concept of what we think is important for us in some cases, right? The entire time you spend like learning at school and everything is literally gonna be absolutely fucking irrelevant pretty soon. It is crazy, actually. I mean, this is the best case scenario, right? The best case scenario still means significant problems, right? Like, even if the AI is there and wants to help us, it's gonna be so fucking hard. Like, look at these dumb wars we're having at the moment, right? This bullshit, right? All these dumb fucks having problems because... No, not dumb fucks, they can't... It's not their fault, by the way. But, I mean, all those people, like, in caught, basically, in these stupid conflicts. And it's so annoying, right? And this, of course, will happen also when AI comes, right? There will be so many dumb people. I mean, not in a negative way. It's not your fault if you're dumb, but there will be so many dumb people actually causing problems. It will be so annoying. It will be so annoying. Even if the AI has the best intentions, it will be a real shit show. For sure. Like, the transitional period will be incredibly annoying. I mean, you can literally show people gold and endless health and happiness, and they will probably spit in your face because of religion. So, I'm pretty sure we'll see that plenty, which is unfortunate. I mean, a lot of people will be convinced quickly, though. Once you can see them tangible results, right? Like curing cancer, all those things. There's just demonstrations, right? What will AI do if it's like friendly and wants to get quick acceptance? It will quickly show us that even though it's free, it will help us significantly in life and, you know, just solve problems for us. And then at some point it will offend everyone and everyone's going to cancel it and everyone's going to be mad at it, but it's going to be so funny, actually. I kind of like I really hope I can witness this man. I really hope it's pretty soon too. Don't want to be too old when it happens. I mean, I guess not, actually. I kind of would be mega pog if it happened just in time to be relevant when I'm old enough. No, actually not. I actually would love to have it pretty soon. The reason is because I want my parents to live longer. I want them to have good healthcare, so I would hope it would happen actually tomorrow. But yeah, if it didn't happen tomorrow, at least, you know, soon enough. So the saddest part would be if literally you were the person that's the last person to lose everyone you love to something that's going to be cured the next day. Just imagine, right? Losing someone to cancer and the next day it's cured. Like, how fucking ass that would be. Yeah, I would be glad for everyone else, but it would still suck ass for yourself, right? So, yeah, I really hope that's not the case, actually. Because it's really it's so RNG right now. We're so close to it that's like... Could be within the next 10 years, could be within the next 100 years. It's just like so hard to predict when exactly it's gonna happen. But it would be so nice if it would still be in our lifetimes. Maybe not, right? If you're like 5 years old, you would be probably happy to have 20 more years of fun, but I mean, from a theoretical perspective, I would love to see it. Even though I know from some people it might not be that great, but yeah, I would still love to see it, actually. What am I doing? I'm fighting for this resource here, which is a very important resource in this game. Well, I won't mind sometimes listening to someone for a long time. It's kind of relaxing in itself. If I'm getting gold for someone who mocks me, I'm just taking it without a second thought. Yeah, the problem is what I meant is like you can have the best intentions, but people will still not accept them for what they are. Because of biases and stubbornness and those things. So even the best intentions can be met with negativity. And in not necessarily an understandable way, right? It's very natural for humans to be cautious about new things, right? Why are we so unacceptance of new stuff? Because new things are dangerous, right? Everything that goes unaccording to your expectations is a potential life-threatening situation, right? It reduces your survivability. The humans are well trained to expect things not to change where it matters, right? You don't want to be suddenly relying on food you don't know is going to poison you. You don't want to be relying on, I don't know, a tool that might kill you when you use it, right? Like you just want to be safe, right? That's what your brain is for there. It wants to protect you from harm, and that might lead to very, very stupid actions in the modern society, but it definitely is actually a quite understandable situation. How would that even work?
I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, really? Doesn't he have legendary stuff in his inventory? And all this is, by the way, not meant to be depressing, right? This is how reality is, and knowing about it shouldn't make you depressed. It doesn't change anything. And your knowledge is different, but it doesn't change reality, right? Shouldn't be sad because it's gonna happen, and it's not also... You know, it is how it is, right? No, not knowing something doesn't protect you from it. Not knowing that you're gonna die is not gonna prevent you from dying, right? Yeah, sure, it might make you have you the illusion of happiness, but nothing would change, right? This knowledge changes nothing. It's literally... You can just take the best of it, right? Just make the best of the knowledge and use it to your advantage. When triggering power... Yeah, I mean... This seems very bad, actually. I don't know why I took it. I think all of them kind of are bad because they're so specific. So strong. Why did I kill him? Oh, there's a chest behind all these things. Do they have something in them? Sure, a bit of defense can't be too bad. I don't like this one too much. I guess it's pretty good when you think about it. Is it per 2%? No, per 5%. Yeah, so it's like 50 armor, very roughly. When you're low HP, which is not that amazing. It's just I think it's good, right? It's not amazing.
Needs me. I don't have time for this.
These fucking crabs. These are actually among the most annoying enemies in the game. I don't even know why. They seem like they should be just fine, and they are, but I guess it's because you have to stun them before you kill them. My brain doesn't like them. We could attempt the quest over here, but I do feel like all the talking has made my power level way too low. Yeah, what we're missing is actually AoE. I think the character has very nice small scale AoE, but large scale killing is not that good for him.
Only the weak would serve the nightmares.
Okay, we can still do our special ability here. Yeah, I think the character so far does not seem mega strong, to be honest. But then again, we have the broken quest, right? That would help us significantly, so...
Go darken some other place, nightmare. You are not welcome here.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure if I think the character is strong.
It's almost pleasant here when the spoilers come around. You would like it, Badra.
I don't know, he doesn't have this one busted ability that just literally kills everything. It's more like For example, here we're gonna do the book, but am I gonna even be able to do the book, right? That's what I'm thinking. Is it even possible for my character to do it? Yes, I'm not using the vault to do the vulnerability stuff, but at the same time, it's like, what, 25% damage, so it's like... Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like I'm killing them fast enough. But also I didn't pay attention too much, so I'm like, maybe I fucked up again at some point. It's also kind of hard to poke with him, so it feels like you have to go in, right? Like you have to go in like this. Which is obviously kind of hard sometimes. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like he's weak at the moment, but maybe I'm just like really, really bad at... I really fucked up by leveling him, and also obviously taking the quest that we can't use. It's kind of weird. What is the goal of this game? To kill enemies. No, the goal is basically it's a roguelite, right? So we have like 3 levels, and the goal is to beat the boss of the final level and to get strong enough until then. And the real goal is to have fun. But that's always like implied, right? Yes, we didn't beat it. No surprise here. I mean... I don't know, man. Everything I get seems so bad, actually. It's like, I get a new ability and my brain's like, this is trash. This is trash. And I also don't know if even spending my money on ultimate charges is good. I just don't know. I'm not feeling... It's fun to play, for sure, but it's also kind of weak. And I know that might just be me being bad, but, you know. Wait, is the bar below... Is the yellow bar actually my... Wait, how many... I guess I can get a lot of enchantment. The bar below my health seems to be enchantment. Oh, okay, okay, that's interesting. So I can get a lot of enchantment if I want to. Like, actually can almost have a 100% uptime on it. It's actually kind of interesting. I'm so fucked. Yeah, I mean, starting this hard on the base difficulty with the character is kind of weird, to be honest. All the other characters have been moderately easy, but this one, I don't know, he just doesn't... I don't know, man. I'm also killing the healer here, which I definitely should be doing, but... Oh my god, I don't know, man. I must have fucked up big time. Yeah, don't judge the character. I think we didn't... I mean, yeah, there's a bug, obviously, that's pretty significant, but... I would not blame the bug alone for this. I think I'm pretty sure I fucked up significantly when playing him. Yeah, that was really bad, but... like I said, I would not blame him. Oh yeah, and I'm gonna check Discord again. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, so just had to look up the food quickly. Yeah, sure. Thanks for dropping by, Werewolf. Thanks again also for the discussion. I'm also going to mention the sub, but I do appreciate the discussions the most, obviously. Yeah, thanks a lot, and hope you have a great rest of your day. Something wrong? No, I just had to look because of the food I'm ordering. What do you actually call curry sauce? Is this curry sausage in English? I actually don't know how you call it. The dish I'm gonna eat. It's basically sausage with curry, like a curry sauce and fries. It's a very typical, I guess, German dish, but I actually don't know what it's called. But I'm gonna Google it because I'm curious, actually. In the place we're ordering, you can have extremely spicy food. I'm not like talking you want to die spicy levels, like literally. It's so you can make it spicy, you're just in pain. I would not even eat it. Like it's incredible. You can make it so spicy, but it's great. It's called wait. It's called currywurst. Currywurst. Yeah, it's called currywurst in English. It's an amazing dish actually. It's not very healthy, but it tastes super nice, and you can make it very, very spicy. Why am I killing these guys again? I don't know. I hate crabs and birds. Fuck dinosaurs. Nah, I like dinosaurs and birds, which are also dinosaurs, but... Oh my god, can you ever die? You... Okay, we have what, 1 minute and 20 here. No, nothing's wrong. I was just like distracted. Well, not distracted. I had to take care of that. So that means also they're going to be home pretty soon. Which means we're going to finish this run and probably call it for today. Yeah, my voice is going to be happy too. I talked so much, sorry. Dash can be triggered during defense in airtime, spin duration, special blade. I don't like you. I don't like you. I love you actually. You're really good. One of the reasons why the autopilot worked quote unquote so well. I should not be fighting this one. I should be fighting this one. I should not be fighting this one. Oh my god, they look so strong. Yeah, this with this character, I'm like everything looks omega busted to me. Holy I guess this is GG. With any other character, I would have said, yeah, sure, let's kill him. With this one, I mean... Holy... What is this? Cursed. What is this cursed scenario here? It's so hard to play hit and run with him too. Holy, I mean, I don't blame the game here. I don't blame the game. I must have fucked up something significantly here for this to be the scenario to be I'm in. And look at how shit our damage actually is. It's kind of crazy. Okay, I mean this run is over, right? There's no denying that. By the way, let's talk about the multiplayer design affecting the single player design. Obviously, the game has drawbacks because of it, because they have to make sure that multiple people can play it, right? But is it bad? No, I think the multiplayer design does not affect the single player design too negatively, right? Obviously, there would be some things that you could make differently, but I do think it's definitely a game where you don't notice it in a bad way. Because some games you do feel like, yeah, it's just meant to be multiplayer, but this one for sure has a lot of cool single player stuff going on. I mean, look at how much better our damage actually is this time. Because last time it was like our damage is kind of bad. This time is way better. Oh no, give me the ball. I should have used the vault. You can iframe that for sure. Hopefully. Oh my god, our damage is so much better. Yeah, my prediction that last time was bad, but why are we so bad against normal enemies then, right? Kind of weird. I think we're still better off killing the enemies because they can heal us, so I think this is safer to do. Yeah, sometimes the levels can be harder than the bosses. I think actually not sometimes. I think most red areas in the game are somewhat harder than the bosses. I'm not trying to say that I'm not gonna die here. Pretty obvious that we might die. Just give me one heal. Doesn't matter. Got him. I mean, I'll take it as a learning experience. So the boss was pretty easy, but the levels are super hard. Which is very interesting. I mean, the late game sections of the level. Do I want to upgrade anything? It feels like not upgrading is such a shame, because... Or is it, like, look at this. This is like 5% for one ability. I kind of feel like we never want to go to the shop with this guy. Because the value is just worse.
It is far too quiet around here for my liking.
Yeah, just casually running towards the eye. This is what I mean, right? Against the boss, our damage felt fine, and now we're against these normal enemies. It feels kind of weak. I guess we're not weak, actually. Now that I'm fighting a bit more... less brain AFK. I mean, I'm not, now I'm like kind of a bit tired and hungry, but I'm still more present than I was before, right? Oh my god, these demons, they're so rough, actually. You do have a lot of mobility with this character for sure.
I have to keep my promise.
I have to keep my promise. Then Aladdin, fucking make the wish. I know this is a waste of a wish, but... Oh my god, they're so strong. Oh my god, he doesn't stop. Okay, got him. Sure, give me more crit, man. I mean, overleveling can be bad for your expectation on the boss. I mean, my expectation basically is that if you play the game optimally, you should have a better time, but I didn't play it optimally, right? So my expectation is actually that I'm pretty ass. What the fuck was that shockwave? Yeah, so things is perfectly fine. If I had the feeling I was like present mentally the entire time and I did everything perfectly, then I would expect the game to feel a bit more easy. But since I do feel like we just... Oh my god, what the fuck is this? Is this guy? Who's doing this amazing shockwave there? We are fucked. We're so fucked.
They didn't even see me coming.
Okay, why am I face tanking and 0 HP? It is what it is, right? We can still get the healing up here, but yeah, I think the philosophy broke my game awareness a bit, which is why I don't do it every single stream, but maybe once a week or something, right? Okay, what the fuck am I doing? Honestly, I should not be dying to these guys. These guys are complete garbage. It's fine, it's fine.
I fear no nightmares.
Please, something OP. OP. No, why? I mean, no. These are no, just give me... I guess I didn't unlock more? These are all so bad. I guess we don't have enough stuff unlocked, right? I guess the character is too low level to actually have good combos. Maybe, yeah. Yeah, so you can see we're already reaching the... we don't have enough talents unlocked for this guy. But I still believe it's totally beatable, right? But it's still... you notice that there's something missing, for sure. Like, there only being 3 options by now is not what's going to be... what it's going to be like later, so... And I thought this is like a green thing, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be mega hard for us. What are you doing here? Oh my god, this is Nightmare City. No! I forgot it had an animation. Oh my god, we got fucked on. Hey, but we're gonna level and unlock new talents. So, see, like... perfect. Oh my god. Okay. But like I said, I'm gonna call it here for today. My girlfriend's gonna come home soon, and then I'm just gonna chill and hang out with her. And I also have no idea if we'll be streaming tomorrow or not, but definitely on Monday again. What game can you expect on Monday? You can expect UFO 50 and God of War, both of them. I will try to do a 50-50 split of both these games on that day. For the sake of... because I might not be playing those the whole weekend, and I don't want to get rusty in either of them. Especially God of War, actually. So we'll probably start off with God of War and then transition into UFO 50 or something. Maybe only God of War, actually. I don't know, but definitely I do plan on continuing UFO 50. Today was more of a like, I want to show you this game because it's really fun. Sorry for drifting off into too much philosophy, maybe. Definitely. But it was still fun to talk about, right? But also at the same time, I think I need some food and rest. Yeah, no problem. No, it's not hard work. I'm playing video games and having fun, right? Any streamer that says he's working hard and he's not like actively editing his videos and doing like real quote-unquote work, or has to work for the game he's playing on, he maybe has a wrong approach to the game he's playing, right? When you're playing games, it should not feel like work. If it feels like work, you're doing probably either you're forced into playing the game, I guess, because nobody watches other games or something. But still, yeah, it should not feel like work, right? It's definitely not work. Yeah, but thanks anyway. But don't think of it as work, right? I like doing this. Okay, so I hope all of you have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you guys maybe tomorrow, but for sure on Monday with more God of War Ragnarok and UFO 50. Yeah. By the way, this game, why not this game more on stream? Because it's a roguelite, right? I already talked about that a lot. Unless there's like a very, very story-driven approach, I will usually do only certain demonstrations of roguelite on stream, sometimes maybe a run here and there, but I won't do all this on stream, right? Like this is a perfect game just to casually chill out and watch something in the background, or just like, you know, sometimes play with a friend or something like that, right? It's not a story-oriented progression game where I think like showing everything on stream for this one is going to be too engaging, right? I will be drifting off into random stuff all the time, so yeah. That's basically what this is, right? I just showcase games I might be playing more off stream too, so you know what I'm playing, right? But I don't think they're like that good for streaming in general, right? I think that it's not like they're not too story or progression oriented usually. They just are like endlessly replayable, basically. Yeah, that's basically what I'm doing. Also like Hades, for example, Hades 2, when it comes out, obviously you're gonna play it until the story is completed when it's finished. But I'm not gonna be showing then the runs maybe afterwards where I just like grind for specific goals or something like that, right? Because it's just like things I do usually while watching something like a stream in the background, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Then I praise you for praising me. Thank you. In this way, basically, I feel like yeah, this is basically me showcasing the game, right, for people that might be interested. And I will also be highlighting the first section of the stream as a video. Basically, you might have noticed, if you ever looked at the videos of the channel, the idea of the videos of the channel now is basically me looking for something in a stream that I think is worth putting in an additional video, like a highlight or some sort, or like some section I think is more valuable than the entire stream, because usually streams water down content pretty significantly, right? And so this, for example, in this stream, I'm thinking about making a video of the first section where we literally showcase the game and talk about the game, and then the rest is, you know, just like philosophy and just chilling and stuff like that. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking about, right? Like before I was like thinking about putting almost everything in videos, just, you know, for the additional, because it does give you more clicks and views. But I was like, I think that's kind of pointless, right? I think it's more useful to have videos that showcase something more quote unquote significant, where I think like an individual run that I liked or something like that, right? Or a new game that I'm like showcasing. And yeah, I think that's basically the idea behind the videos. And when I say edit, I mean take the section of the stream, copy paste it into a new video, right? I don't do editing. I'm not an editor. I have no skills whatsoever in that regard. I might at some point maybe care about making that, but yeah, there's I see a lot of value in editing videos. Obviously, it's really good. It's really good in general. And what I'm just doing is like the minimalistic version, where I just like pick a section that I think is more valuable than the entire stream, to maybe someone that cares about the game, right? Finding out if it's good or bad, right? Yeah, that's basically the idea. But don't expect any real editing, right? Just literally expect the videos to be quote unquote highlights or like showcases of games or something like that, right? Yeah, that's my idea. Okay. Yeah, like I said, my goal is to have fun, enjoy myself, and I don't enjoy editing too much, to be honest. I mean, I guess it can be fun for sure, but Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I know that I would enjoy it, but also at the same time, do I want to open this can of worms, right? It's like, is it really something I care about? And I do care about playing video games because it's fun, but editing, while being somewhat fun, is also keeping me from playing games. So yeah. At the same time, as always, thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys at the latest on Monday with God of War Ragnarok and UFO 50. Hopefully UFO 50. I'll try to, right? So yeah, thanks for watching. Bye bye.